us the answer to the stupid question this morning. What famous person's mother invented liquid paper? 215-263-WMMR. We will go to Jackie to see if we can get the answer. Hey, Jackie, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Wonderful. We're all fine here. How are you? Jackie, whose mother invented liquid paper, please?
It is Mike Nesmith.
Mike Nesmith of the Monkees.
That's right.
You're correct. Hang on just a second. Apparently, she made it in her kitchen.
She did.
She was a typist and made a lot of mistakes and created it herself. Used a blender.
And he became fabulously wealthy because he inherited that money.
In 1956, she sold it to the company for like $74 million, something like that. So, all right, let's see. We're going to set up Jackie with a $100 Steven Singer Jewelers gift card. Steven is giving away free diamonds, sort of. Anybody who purchases a real diamond engagement ring, whether it sells for $550,000 to $15,000, Steven is giving them a free 1-carat lab-grown diamond by a real diamond from a real jeweler that you can trust. Steven Singer Jewelers. You can go to IHateStevenSinger.com or visit a showroom in Center City, Philadelphia. We'll start with this. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson took to Instagram on Sunday to send love to the people of Hawaii as Maui begins to recover from the wildfires. He wrote or said, "This message goes out to our Hawaiian islands back home, our Hawaiian people, our Polynesian people." He said, as hard as it is right now, and as challenging as it is right now, as heartbreaking as it is right now, we have to stay together because this, no doubt, is the thing that's going to make us stronger. He said, we know that. We know that this is who we are as a Kanaka, as a culture and a community, that when we're down, we come together and we rise, and we will, so stay strong. He also shared appreciation for those who lent a helping hand following the natural disaster. He said to all those people around the world, all the families around the world who are sending our Hawaiian Islands, our Hawaiian people, our Polynesian culture, thank you for sending us all your love and your prayers and your support, your resources, your supplies, your money. Thank you. So he is definitely grateful for the people pitching in.
I was chatting with a friend who lives on Maui yesterday, and she and her family are fine, but she says that the news cycle is just so very short, and it's just what we were afraid of. The devastation, you cannot begin to comprehend it. And so people are giving in support of it, and there's a website that I posted on my stories and Instagram. It is called HawaiiCommunityFoundation.org. But they're going to need a lot of support for a long time because those areas are just devastated. A lot of people obviously lost their lives. But people that work on certain parts of the island, their homes have been destroyed. They don't have any place to stay. So
Nick, there are hundreds of people who are still not accounted for.
Exactly.
I mean, they're saying that the death toll could rise dramatically.
Yeah.
It boggles the mind.
I was reading a book about the hurricane devastation in the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico in 2017 or 2018. And it's just the nature of things.
Yeah.
People stop paying attention, and then they don't get the resources that they need because it's out of the news cycle. So keep these people in your thoughts because it's really important.
Yep. Jennifer Lopez shared never before seen pictures from her and Ben Affleck's Georgia wedding to Instagram on Sunday, celebrating the pair's 1-year anniversary. One photo shows the actress looking at the star as he carries her in his arms. They're both smiling wide in the photo. Another photo shows the pair kissing at night as fireworks light up the sky behind them.
I love you.
Yeah.
Tell me, do you love me? You will.
1 year ago today, she wrote in the caption, and also included lyrics from a new song titled Dear Ben Part 2.
We got it.
Which references...
I'd like to apologize to Jennifer Garner and her pool boy, Ben Affleck, for incorporating them into my fantasy life. I apologize to anyone who's been offended by my fictional creations, Chrysagon, the philosopher of evil, and the skull sealer.
That's beautiful.
I think she's got a hit.
That's just beautiful.
On her hands.
That you even acknowledge the skull sealer.
It references the first time they were together in the early aughts. It says... Dear Ben, sitting here alone, looking at my ring.
Looking at my phone.
Looking at my ring.
Does she really say ring?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless this is a typo.
My ring.
I don't know. Maybe they wrote it twice.
And smoking funny things.
Pull up.
Is J-Lo's post?
Yeah, pull it. It's on her
My ring.
her post. Dear Ben, sitting here alone, looking at my ring.
As I sing.
Feeling overwhelmed. It makes me want to sing.
There we go.
It's not a mistake.
It's not a mistake.
All right.
She continues, how did we end up here without a rewind? Oh my, this is my life.
There you go.
Whatever.
Skulls.
I
She's
love
head
her.
over heels.
She could
Chrysagon.
say ring.
Ring.
I love her.
Sing. Okay, so they're happy.
And he's my favorite Batman, so
real happy.
we're on the same page
So
with this guy.
We're good.
Yeah, we're good.
We're all
We
happy.
cool.
You guys leave them alone.
Ding,
Ring.
ding, ding,
Sitting there looking at my ring. Ding, ding.
ding, ding.
Hear the bell go ding ding. Looking at
Well,
Wait, Apollo, get in the ring.
so I can ding ding
Yeah.
the bing bing.
Yeah. All right. People report Sienna Miller is expecting her second child. The anatomy of a scandal actress was recently photographed showing off her baby bump on a beach while vacationing in Ibiza. Miller currently shares a 10-year-old daughter named Marlo with her boyfriend, Tom Sturridge.
Okay.
So they got a baby on the way.
How old is she? 41, you said? Did you say?
I did not say.
Why don't you say?
Let's say
Just say
she's
41.
She's 41. I have no idea how old she is. So there. Page 6 reports that Tori Spelling was photographed leaving a Los Angeles emergency room in a wheelchair on Sunday after being admitted on Thursday.
It was a bear attack.
Bruising could be seen on her face and arms as she was escorted back to the SUV. She informed fans that she was in the hospital via her Instagram stories, but did not reveal the reason why.
She was attacked with
Steve, maybe it was a bear attack.
and she
Yeah.
repelled it. She was able to cripple it with a lawn dart.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
It's an
didn't know they
incredible story.
Had no idea they still made them. Must be a vintage toy.
It's a vintage toy.
That,
She was at a toy fair.
Yeah.
And a bear burst into the doors. And therefore, she happened to be by the lawn darts.
And she had a jart handy.
Okay. All right.
Some of that story might be inaccurate, Kathy.
We're not sure yet.
Yeah.
People reports Natalie Portman was photographed with her estranged husband, Benjamin Millipede, and their son, Aleph,
He's easy to spot because he has 1,000 legs.
at the Women's World Cup in Sydney on Sunday.
See that guy over there? He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1,000 legs.
This comes following reports that Millipede had an affair with a 25-year-old woman, and after the Black Swan actress was photographed in Sydney without her wedding ring on their 11th wedding anniversary.
This is, I think she's trying to fix this thing, but I don't think it's going to be fixable, and I think it's going to end, and that'll be that.
Or they were hanging for the kids. I don't know. A source told the outlet in June he knows he made an enormous mistake.
He screwed up.
And he is doing all he can to get Natalie to forgive him and keep their family together.
Do you ever look at your ring? Think about me.
Ding, ding.
By the way, Rochelle was watching 90 Day Fiancé last
She
night.
loves that show, doesn't
Yeah, and
she?
they were doing this reality roundtable, roundup where they're analyzing what's happening or whatever. And I'm like, why is this guy crying? She's like, oh, apparently he was out and this woman offered him a BJ and he took her up on it. And I guess he had revealed this to the 90 Day Fiancé that he's with. And he told her, okay, well, you can go out and you can have one. You can go ahead and have one if you want to. She did, and he didn't like it.
Yeah, it sounded good. It was good on paper.
And he said he didn't think she'd take him up on it. Idiot.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah. Oh, you actually will?
Yeah.
So anyway, it just made me think of that, this whole Natalie Portman and 1,000-leg millipede guy. All right, so how about this? According to People Magazine, Arena Shake and Tom Brady are continuing to enjoy one another's company.
That's interesting.
Isn't that nice?
So two fabulously wealthy, good-looking people are enjoying each other's company.
A source told the outlet that the supermodel is impressed with Tom.
They're doing a lot of paintball, aren't they?
And that he is her dream guy.
Huh.
She loves dating him.
She's impressed with Tom Brady.
The pair reportedly started talking after they both attended a wedding in Sardinia in Italy in June.
I like sardines.
Most recently, I wonder if sardines are named after that.
I wonder.
Most recently, they were spotted leaving the 22 hotel in London from separate entrances just 5 minutes apart.
You can't fool the paparazzi.
No.
They know.
Not at all. Nick is looking up the derivation
A
of the...
somewhat dubious folk etymology says it comes from the Italian island of Sardinia, but it does not. Around which sardines were originally abundant.
I submit to you.
Okay. Well,
But there is a connection because they have similar names.
okay.
They're both on a Wikipedia page.
That's
Both
correct.
happen
Yes.
to be on a Wikipedia page.
I've heard Sardinia is beautiful.
So let me ask you this. Arena Shake, she used to be Bradley Cooper, right?
She was with Bradley Cooper.
Well, I have a Bradley Cooper story. He is reflecting on his sobriety recently, saying that it has now been 19 years since he struggled with drug and alcohol abuse. He was on the Bear Grylls, Running with Bear Grylls, The Challenge Show. Didn't know this.
He's been getting a lot of top-level celebrities.
And he says, I was lucky. I got sober at 29 years old, and I've been sober for 19 years. I've been very lucky. The 48-year-old said that he was grateful that his fame had been incremental, noting that he was 36 when he played his career-changing role in 2009's The Hangover. He said, I had already been in the game for 10 years, just banging around.
True.
So I didn't get lost in fame, he said. After Grills asked him about his wild years, he answered, in terms of alcohol and drugs, yeah, but nothing to do with fame, though. So all his partying and stuff was happening before he really hit.
So I think the takeaway here is, had he have had, it would have fueled.
Probably.
And he would have gone down that hole a lot quicker.
He said his sobriety made it easier for him to play an addict in the movie A Star is Born. He said that made it easier to be able to really enter in there. And thank goodness I was at a place in my life when I was at ease with all of that so I could really let myself go. And then he added that he's been very lucky with the roles that he's gotten over the years. He said, it's been a real blessing, and I hope that I get to keep doing it. He opened up about his addiction on the Smartless podcast last year, telling hosts Will Arnett, Jason Bateman, and Sean Hayes that he felt lost after leaving the Jennifer Garner spy series Alias, in which he was on from 2001 to 2003. He said, I was so lost.
I'd like to apologize to Jennifer Garner and her pool boy, Ben Affleck, for incorporating them into my fantasy life.
It's funny that he brought up Ben Affleck.
Yeah. Without mentioning the skull sealer.
But no, listen, he said, I was so lost and I was addicted to cocaine. That was the other thing. He said, I severed my Achilles tendon right after I got fired/quit Alias and struggled with zero self-esteem. He said he moved back to L.A. to support his role on Alias, and it felt like being back in high school.
I think I want to try me some cocaine.
And he said, I couldn't get into clubs. No girls wanted to look at me. I was totally depressed. But then he's credited roommate Will Arnett for sitting him down in 2000. He said, Will took that risk of having that hard conversation with me in like July of 2000, and that put me on the path of deciding to change my life. He said it truly was Will Arnett. He is the reason.
You know, it's funny to watch him pop up in a number of clips from inside the actor's studio.
Yeah, as a student.
As a student.
Yeah.
He was very vocal, asked a lot of the celebrities that came through questions, but to see him all the time.
Said he also struggled after his father died in his arms of cancer in 2011. He said, I definitely had a nihilistic attitude towards life after, just like I thought I'm going to die. He told Grills as they hung over the side of a cliff on the show, by the way. He said, I don't know, it was great for a little bit. Until I realized I have to embrace who I actually am and try to find a place with that, and then it sort of it evened out, he said.
I can see that something like that will make you, like I'll stand on my tippy toes, and if I fall.
Yeah.
I
It's going to hurt.
I could have a bruise. So anyhow, he's doing all right. Britney Spears is addressing her split from her husband, Sam Asghari, for the first time. She reflected on the pair's relationship and thanked fans for their well wishes in an Instagram post on Friday. Following news that Asghari had recently filed for divorce after 14 months of marriage. She said, as everyone knows, Heesam and I are no longer together.
Heesam? What is she, Jar Jar Binks?
Jar Jar Binks, seriously.
Heesam going to die.
That's what it says here. Is that a typo? H-E-S-A-M. It's
maybe that's his first name.
And H is capitalized. So maybe Sam. His name is Sam. So it might be Heesam. It might be
He's going to die.
But she said 6 years is a long time to be with someone, so I'm a little shocked. But
oops, I did it again.
I'm not here to explain why, because it's honestly nobody's business. Or wait, as Bill would say,
what did he call him?
Bar Jinx.
Bar Jinx. Yes.
Yeah, that's his real first name.
Okay.
Heesam.
She said, but I couldn't take the pain anymore, honestly. In some sort of telepathic way, I have been receiving so many messages that melt my heart from friends, and I thank you. She said, I've been playing it strong for way too long, and my Instagram may seem perfect, but
it doesn't seem perfect.
Far from reality.
It seems like a last-ditch effort of a desperate person.
And she said, I think we know that. She acknowledged that she'd love to, quote, show her emotions and tears and how she really feels about the divorce, but that she's holding back because she says, I've always had to hide my weaknesses.
So it's two diametrically opposed stories. She's saying that he was going off, and he's saying that she was uncontrollable and going off. So there you go.
She said, if I wasn't my dad's strong soldier, like I'm only just getting started.
Yeah.
If I wasn't my dad's strong soldier, I would be
You're a little soldier.
I sent away to places to get fixed by doctors, but that's when I needed the family most. If it wasn't okay. I think you do need to be sent to get fixed by doctors.
Yes.
She said, you're supposed to be loved unconditionally, not under conditions. So I will be as strong as I can and always do my best.
All right, let me ask you something. Now, in retrospect, after all that we know that she's been through and all the stuff that was in the news, should she have remained in that conservatorship?
Yeah, I think she looks a little unhinged.
Yeah.
I mean, but I'm not there, but
no,
who knows?
But that's the best place to make your decisions from, a removed place where no impact can be had by what you decide.
It's just interesting to me, Preston, that everything that you just read is what she wrote on this Instagram post, and it's juxtaposed with this crazy dance that she does in most of her Instagram posts, and they're diametrically opposed.
I remember when her dancing in some of those videos of some of the sexiest, that trombone thing she's doing.
She just
what the hell
the
is
video.
that?
And she does this little.
And then,
she pantomimes a trombone.
It's no longer sexy at all. It's frightening.
It's a little strange.
It's like someone dancing, someone standing during electroshock therapy. That's the music. keep the dance. We're watching the dance to this music. It's perfect. Let's post that.
Oh, I forgot about it. This was that trombone game.
Yeah.
That was so much fun. Oh, my God.
The part that I like, Kathy, is when she does this. She does this move.
What is? I can't even see what you're doing.
Like she's just kind of like thrusting and shaking and.
Okay.
Yeah.
I watch these and I just feel so bad for her.
I know.
I do as well. She's not being. Who's ever in her life who should care for her is not doing what they need to do.
No, and you can hear. There's like another one where there's guys in the video and you can hear them like they're like, oh, do this, do that. Like,
They're telling her what to do.
Well, she posted.
Looks stupid.
It was like another post, and she was like, hung out with my guys, and like you can see the guys are all holding her in one picture, but like
All
in
these
one of the
shirtless dudes.
videos, you can hear them like saying what to do. I think they're talking
the trombone.
You hit it.
Kathy, I'm scrolling through her Instagram, and so there are these weird dance posts, and then there's a shot of the Vatican,
Yeah,
and then there's a shot of some kids in Manchester, England in 1966.
Well, that's like Jackie Bam Bam, right?
All right,
You get these pictures. Okay, there
There's
is
a picture of the corner of my table.
Yeah,
Just as random
she's
as you can.
she's so mentally ill. It's evident in her Instagram.
Not unless she does have a relationship with the Pope.
I don't think so.
Before I continue with the Easter Mass, ladies and gentlemen, Britney Spears, Britney, raise your hands, say hi to the people.
And it's
Play the trombone.
Do that, the crazy, look at that. She looks like she's playing the trombone.
it is a train wreck that I can't stop watching.
Yeah. All right, well, I have a couple other quick things to add to the entertainment report. I thought this was interesting, Steve. I want to get your take on this. Jane Curtin is not feeling the connection with her old Saturday Night Live work. The 75-year-old comic actor told people that re-watching her early scenes made her realize that they just aren't funny anymore. In an interview, she said she once watched a 5-year compilation DVD with her daughter and husband over Christmas, and the bits pretty much laid an egg. She said, we sat around the TV. I had sort of that anticipatory open-mouth grin that people have when they're waiting for something to happen that they know is going to be really great. And it never happened. She said it wasn't funny. Not one thing was funny. There was not one utterance of a laugh or a giggle. She said, I think it was just one of those you had to be there in the moment things. And that's what happens with live TV and with topical TV. It gets dated after a while.
I think she's right.
Yeah, she said, remember, this is almost 50 years ago. But she said, but after we rewatched it, I was like, that really wasn't a very good show.
For the time, it was very
terrible.
good. And she ended up, more often than not, playing the straighter character in bits.
Absolutely.
But she's right. Of the time, it was focused in on a lot of specific pop culture. If you look at shows like your Show of Shows or older shows that were skit-based, they were more generic skits. And SNL was very focused, but it was a revelation.
If you were to go back and watch it now, you might go, what was the big deal about this?
I contend that really, I think the heyday of SNL is, the Phil Hartman period, and when they had our super
Dana
Carvey and
Eddie Murphy.
Chris Farley, all that time, it actually grew into what I thought was the funnier years of SNL.
The voice of Mario is stepping back from the role after 27 years as the Nintendo character, the Japanese company has announced. We sent over some clips.
Yeah,
Marisa, if you could take a peek and maybe pull up a clip of him as Mario. His name is Charles Martinet, 67 years old. He was the original voice of the Italian plumber, starting with the 1996 installment Super Mario 64.
Did you go in quickly on that? Did you get caught up in Super Mario or what?
Yeah, when the original
when it first debuted,
when it first came out, I was all over it. And when Nintendo, I remember playing obviously Donkey Kong, and Mario Brothers at the arcade, and then once it hit Nintendo, oh God, I was all in. Like you just played for hours and hours and hours and hours.
There was a standalone game, and there was a Mortal Kombat standalone game at a place called Chuckles Comedy Club in Mineola, where I first did my, I went up on stage really for the first time and started doing stuff there. I used to play the hell out of that.
But his voice didn't happen until '96, and by then I was kind of over Mario Brothers, so I wasn't really familiar with his name. Casey, can you pull that up? This is him voicing Mario.
It's a me, Mario. Woohoo! Let's go. Okie dokie.
You can play that behind Britney dancing too.
In a statement released on Monday, Nintendo said Charles is now moving into the brand new role of Mario Ambassador. With this transition, he will be stepping back from recording characters' voices for our games, but he'll continue to travel the world sharing the joy of Mario and interacting with you all.
Did anybody see the movie?
I did. I
How
enjoyed
was
it.
it?
Yeah, I enjoyed
It's
it.
Chris Pratt, right?
Chris Pratt and Jack Black and
Charlie Day.
Charlie Day. Yeah. No, it was fun. It was definitely a fun movie.
All right, and then a couple of quick things. Apparently, Paramount Plus dropped the first teaser trailer for Good Burger, the sequel.
Can you believe that?
Kenan Thompson and Kel Mitchell reunite 25 years after the first film was released. Now, that's always been the butt of a joke here.
Good Burger.
I've never seen it.
I've seen it. It's actually okay.
Okay.
It's fun. It was certainly something delivered on fans of the original show. We talk about Keke Palmer all the time. She was a massive fan of Good Burger.
Good Burger 2 is expected to hit the streaming platform this fall. So we'll be there. And also, after losing Warner Brothers upwards of $200 million at the box office, The Flash's streaming release date has been revealed. And it will be on August 25th, 2 months and 9 days after it first hit theaters.
Okay, that's Friday.
In honor of Kathy's birthday.
Yes, absolutely. Did you see it, Preston?
I did not.
So
here you go. Now I'm excited.
Yeah, I don't think it deserves the this nefarious status that it's at. That it's a cataclysmic bomb. I think it's pretty good. I enjoyed it.
Yeah. I have a feeling I'm gonna be the same way.
Yeah.
Because there have been movies you and I both have seen that have been absolutely savage, and we're like, it wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
It was still, I enjoyed, what I saw. So I have a feeling it's going to be that way. And then finally, Deadline reports that fans are looking forward to the Golden Bachelor premiere and can expect to tune into the series in the fall. The new spinoff is set to air on ABC Thursdays at 8 p.m., beginning of September 28th.
We had a clip last week. I don't know if it's in the system case, but they're milking this as much as they can. It is the Golden Bachelor crying about the death of his wife, and they're really trying to tug at the heartstrings. If it's not in there, it's okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to look to see.
But they know how to promote this.
The ninth season of The Bachelor in Paradise will follow in the 9 p.m. slot, by the way.
I agree with you, Preston. I want to see the kind of women that they're parading, because this guy's impossibly good looking.
All right, we got the regular clips we're going to play, if you don't mind. So, set in 1970s London, Deadshot is an action thriller about an ex-paramilitary's plot for revenge after his wife is murdered. And in this clip, director Thomas Gard talks about drawing inspiration from classic crime films.
Ronan Bennett, who'd written the original script, was very inspired by Heat and the cat and mouse dynamic between De Niro and Pacino in that film. And we were really taken by that. And then when we came to write on it and develop it ourselves, the script, we very much kept that at the center of the story.
Doesn't he talk funny? Deadshot is in theaters, on digital, and on demand now. Here's our next clip. In Landscape with Invisible Hand, an occupying alien race has subjugated the people of Earth, not with a death ray, but with really bad fiscal policy. Here, director Corey Finley explains the absurd concept of an economic alien takeover.
It's a story of kind of essentially a purely economic alien invasion, aliens taking over the Earth by means of the free market. And I thought that was subversive and funny and let me talk about capitalism and colonialism and all of that in a way that was not dry think piece, but instead an absurdist alien romp, if you will.
I don't think I want to see it.
Landscape with Invisible Hand is in theaters now.
It's actually, so the concept is pretty cool. So basically, the aliens come and become wealthy here. They live in floating cities. And what happens is that they treat us as kind of a constant reality show. They're fascinated with the way that we live. So you can actually be like, you're still going on YouTube and you're doing stuff, but now it's for the entertainment of the aliens who are wealthy and who are sort of the upper class. And it's an interesting concept.
It is interesting. All right. And that's it in the entertainment report this morning, friend. Don't forget, we have a chance for you to win a Preston and Steve Show themed tattoo. Text the word tattoo to 39333. You'll be in the running for it. Right now, Sting will be on the program live in the 9 o'clock hour today, getting ready for the One Fine Day event that Sting and Shaggy are headlining together. Should be pretty
Very cool.
And we have some things for you to win and a bunch of stuff. We'll take a break and come back in a moment. So stay with us, please.
MMRBQ 2023, starring Shinedown.
Go through us. You know, I kind of notice these things.
Really?
Yeah, I think so, because
Around the corner, down a dark alleyway, across an empty field. He is the noticer.
this one
Nothing gets past Preston Elliott.
This one
the
I
noticer.
I
On
noticed.
the Preston and Steve Show.
All right. This one I
6
noticed
to 11.
because Steve said it to me.
All right.
Human
Steve
beings.
sent this to him.
We as human beings get turned on by many things. Most commonly, we're turned on by other people that
Yes.
we are sexually attracted to.
And animals.
There are also people. What?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. There are also people who are turned on by inanimate objects. I've mentioned that stuff on the Bizarre File before.
Hence people marrying the Eiffel Tower.
But this I've never seen. There are certain women who are turned on by themselves.
Oh my
I
gosh.
wonder where a woman like that might exist. Where a woman who would find themselves so beautiful, they would get aroused. It seems almost impossible that such a woman would exist.
Yep.
What are you saying?
They stare at themselves in the mirror and they think, I'd like to tap that ass.
Well, yeah, but then you don't actually get turned on, right?
No, these people do.
Well, we don't, but you do.
According to...
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So beautiful.
I'd hit that.
According to Dr. Michael Aaron, a New York City therapist and author of Modern Sexuality, The Truth About Sex and Relationships, it's extremely common for a woman to be sexually attracted to herself, and it is called autosexuality or autoeroticism.
Yes, so just the visual is enough to get this type of person worked up to the point of being orgasmic?
Well... No, not they're not going to stare at themselves and actually have the orgasm, but it will turn them on.
What about a person who wants to vomit whenever they see themselves in the mirror?
They didn't
Like
cover
myself.
that.
Is that you?
Yeah.
In the study.
Oh no. Oh no.
And as vain as it sounds to want to have sex with yourself because you're so hot, it's not narcissistic, apparently. The doctor,
because it's true.
The doctor said it's very common for people to be aroused by themselves to varying degrees. Some experience it more like an orientation in that they feel more aroused by themselves than by others.
So do they use themselves as a benchmark to compare other people to? In other words, will they not? Does someone have to exceed their own level of beauty to warrant a physical encounter?
I don't know. Another psychologist explains the easiest way to tell if someone is autosexual is from their self-pleasuring habits. If she's picturing herself and thinking about how sexy she is when she's doing that.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Is that how you do it, Kathy?
Stop
She's
it.
obviously an autosexual.
Do you think are you thinking of yourself mostly when you're going at it? I'm asking in the most clinical of ways. We're gathering data here. When
listen.
you are there, when you're upstairs, when you've got the device, when it's plugged in properly, you have it in the power strip so it doesn't short out.
Need a surge protector.
Right, or surge protector. How do you see yourself dressed in your mind?
God, I'm not answering you, but listen, I do think this is very bizarre.
Yeah? They said it's more common than you think. It says if you think you're dating an autosexual, you're probably not, though. It says, according to the original definition of the word by ego analyst Dr. Bernard Affelbaum, an autosexual is someone who has a great deal of trouble responding to someone else sexually, but can respond fairly or very well to his or her own touch.
Have you ever made love to yourself thinking of yourself?
No.
Yeah.
Not that I
I've
know
made
of.
love to myself thinking of you.
Oh.
Yeah. And we have to talk.
We do have to talk. No. That's, how is, I don't even see how that's possible, but some people apparently
Would someone like this spend a lot of time looking at themselves in the mirror?
I would think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would imagine that is definitely part of it. So.
Well, I don't know who would be like that.
Continuing on the sexual...
More stuff from the sexual world.
Yeah.
The noticer notices everything, even sexual stuff.
All right, this other thing I noticed, and this speaks to a few of the people here in this room.
This speaks to people in this very room.
It does.
The noticer has no pity on you.
Who here does not shower in the morning?
Me.
Nick and Casey.
I don't shower. I shower at night.
Nick, Casey, and Kathy are disgusting.
Marissa, you shower in the morning. No, you're showering right now.
She's a pig. They're all pigs except for two people.
She's pointing down. No, you shower at night?
She cleans everything but a cooter.
Oh
my
That's wretched.
I thought
No,
that's what you
shower
meant.
at night.
She showers at night as
She
well.
showers at night. Okay, so Steve, you and I are the only morning shower people.
Oh, yeah.
But apparently...
Morning shower people, shower every morning, it's true. Morning shower people, shower for me and for you. It just seemed like a song, didn't it?
A folk song?
Yeah.
Is there a night shower people song?
Night shower people.
It's very similar.
Arrive at work very smelly. Kathy, Nick, and Casey, and little Marissa, too. They all smell so bad, we can hardly take it.
I like when I get up early enough to shower in the morning. I just don't, and I prefer to get that extra 20 minutes of sleep in the morning, and that's why I'll shower.
If you
at
take
night.
a shower before you go to bed, you're fine unless you're a sweat ball. But to me, I use it as much for waking up as I do for anything else.
All right, so tell us what
Morning
is
shower people.
Morning shower people. Shower every morning.
All right, so a recent article at time.com extols perhaps the single best virtue of evening showering, noting that if you want to improve your sleep, showering at night may be the way to go.
Well, guess what? And this is going to be a surprise. I shower at night as well.
I know you do. And in the morning.
Experts say there's evidence that a night shower can help you drift off.
All right, do you...
Night shower, night shower. We know how to take one. Every night shower, night shower.
Grabbing for the loofah. Getting in the shower.
All right, what were you were about to say?
I was going to ask if you shower fully.
Night shower, night shower.
You do that better than anybody, Steve.
Thank you. I got my higher end back.
Go ahead.
What were you going to say, Case?
Do you fully shower both times?
at night and
I
in the
do
morning.
military showers. I have no hair.
Yeah.
That cuts down on a lot of it. However, I at night I take a hot shower, a quick hot shower. In the morning, I take a wake up shower.
Okay.
I don't know why I just enjoyed you saying, I have no hair.
The goddamn truth.
I just have
In case
no
you haven't
hair.
noticed, the same way Kathy pleasures herself to herself. I have no hair.
Do you guys ever wash your pubes with shampoo? Oh my God.
Every day. Why?
With shampoo you do?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Not
I do
soap?
No. Toothpaste.
When I'm washing my hair,
You then go downstairs.
I have soap in my hand, so
Right.
use it on your pubes.
He's got soap in his hands. For his nuts, he's got soap in his hands. For his nuts.
This is getting ridiculous.
I had 3 hours of sleep last night.
And there are real musicians in the green room listening to this.
They probably have.
I don't think they're listening.
We may be inspiring a new song
Napping.
from Dorothy. Bedazzled Shimmer takes time. La La Land star Emma Stone was the belle of the ball at the Oscars, winning Best Actress, and she's absolutely looking the part. You go back and see the photos, thanks to some seriously hardworking fashion folk. Stone's stylist, Petra Flannery,
that's who I use,
tells people that her custom Givenchy haute couture gown, custom made by Riccardo Tisci, took a mind-boggling 1,700 hours to make.
Oh,
Wait a okay.
my God. Wait, I mean, you guys don't like to talk about this fashion stuff, but she
I do.
had the best dress on at the Oscars. She looked gorgeous.
She did look gorgeous. But Kathy, I thought it was a really beautiful gown, but 1,700 hours.
Well, if you, I mean, there was all kinds of beads on it. The bottom was fringe. I mean, that's all handmade. You know, that's all done by hand.
All right, Miss Fashion Maven here. She also had a lot of the of glitter. It appeared glitter in her makeup. Mm-hmm. Did you notice, like around the eyes and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Is that stripper glitter thing still happening?
Well, I think that she did it a little bit more glamorously, not so I wouldn't
Not
call
like
it
a stripper.
glitter, but she looked great. Whatever she did, she looked gorgeous.
Do you think she's I mean, because Preston, that's your style there.
Yeah,
porcelain skin, red hair.
I think she is pretty. I think once again, some people make her to be this stunning goddess. I
Right.
just think she's very pretty.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, and she looked good.
Riccardo Tisci says it took over 1,700 hours and a team of 11 from the Givenchy atelier. He said it's a beaded wonder. When you see it up close, it's a marvel of various golden color shapes and sizes.
It's just incredible.
Yeah.
You get closer, it's like, oh my God, it's the Ark of the Covenant. I get weak in the knees. How alien is that world to us?
Oh my God.
We can't even say the names of the places or the designers. I don't know it. I don't know who these people are.
I don't know. I think you do great as a commentator on the red carpet.
Yeah. I mean, who's the guy from Fashion
Yeah.
Gunn? Tim Gunn?
Yeah.
It's just crazy. Oh, you dominate.
No, I don't know. I can look and say, oh, you look nice in that, or that looks like crap.
That's pretty.
Pretty much.
I can
it,
see
yeah.
your boobies.
Yeah. By the way, I finally saw Amy Adams. Holy God.
Yeah.
I mean, she's not that really busty, but she sure looked like it in her dress.
Who looked? Brie Larson.
Yeah.
Did you see Brie Larson?
Yeah.
Whoa.
That was nice.
That's our commentary. Preston, check out the kids. Oh yeah. We should be like you're at the beginning. We don't even have the microphones. We're just yelling down the. Oh!
Yeah.
She's coming your way.
She's coming your way. Nips. What? Nips.
You guys would be kicked off the red carpet so fast.
Brie Larson showing nip.
Steve, the grade scale would be how many of those Marky Mark pows we throw at. I give it 4 pows, man. Yeah. That would be it. Pow! Pow!
Now that's red carpet coverage.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Steve, like on the other end.
Hey, which one? Brie Larson! Ryan Gosling's sister!
Yeah.
Huge kids!
That I wanted to definitely share with you guys this morning because hers potato chips have had a winner now in their Philly contest, in their Flavored by Philly contest.
Yes.
All right.
And it is, I'm happy to say, Corpolese Italian Bakery signature product, tomato pie.
Yeah! Accepting Corpolese pie.
I was just having Corpolese yesterday, by the way. And so it is a blast of tomatoes with whiffs of sweetness and garlic. And it outpulled the Korean barbecue-inspired chips based on Mike's Barbecue's wing recipe, and the roast pork chips reflecting the flavor of John's roast pork.
That's what I liked.
They're local Philly.
Yeah.
But no, the votes went to Corpolese.
I like them.
Tomato pie.
So do you like ketchup chips?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
they're not bad.
To me, it seems it's along those lines. Every one of the flavors was solid. I'm down with the Corpolese.
I don't remember when we sampled them which one I liked most. Yeah, it's listen. I love Corpolese tomato pie. Period. The 3 finalists submitted by fans were announced in June. More than 17,600 votes were recorded.
Not bad.
Yeah. Hers representative said that there were no current plans to reissue the winning chips.
What?
But there are some bags that are still out there in local stores. If you want to get your hands on them, you better get them now.
Wait, so they made them and then did this contest, and now they're not going to make them?
Yeah, so that's what I was thinking, too.
I don't
Nick.
like that.
I thought that initially it meant that they were going to do a run on the flavor, but no, it's a Corpolese gets $10,000 for the win.
What about us?
We don't get anything.
Oh, why?
We did sample them on air. I know.
Yeah.
Come on.
Kidding me.
Should we get free tomato pie?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I think we should at least get Corpolese. Yeah.
You know, if you've ever seen the Hers lineup of products, especially the chips and the flavored chips, you forget how many different, right? I mean, it's crazy. Like you go into a Primo and there's like, oh my God.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Primos. You walk in, and you're like, wow, that's a lot of Hers products right there.
So Corpolese gets a $10,000 fund for the win, and a guy named David Gilmartin
from the Pink Floyd.
No, he's from Royersford. Oh, he's not from Pink Floyd. He's from Royersford. He's from Rofo, and he is a longtime customer of Corpolese, and he will get $5,000. That's a pretty sweet deal.
Okay. Yeah. What is he going to give us?
He is the guy, I guess, that pitched the idea for the flavor in the first place.
All right. A quick question for you. I don't mean to throw this at you, the stream of consciousnessner. What flavor would you like to see converted to a chip?
I haven't put much thought to it.
May I suggest something?
Yeah.
You always talk about sexy fries.
Ooh.
Would sexy fries make a good potato chip flavor?
Yeah, because it's a potato-based
right?
product. So sexy fries are, it's got
Holidays.
garlic and scallions and hollandaise sauce.
Holidays.
And parm and like fresh Parmigiano Reggiano. It's fantastic. That could be really good. I didn't even think about
There you
that,
go.
Steve. Nice
Yeah,
job.
thank
What about you? Do you have any ideas personally you think
I just
would
want part of that $10,000.
make for a great potato
You know what?
chip?
They kind of have nailed the flavors that I really dig. Though I have to say, they did the Italian hoagie. Hers, you know, they did the Primo version. I love those chips. They're really good.
What about if you want to have a little Philly flavor, not do the full cheesesteak experience, but how about Whiz chips?
Yes.
Little Whiz flavor for those who prefer Whiz on their cheesesteak.
I could see that.
Yeah.
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 I mean, it's
kinda
like a
basic.
Do they do a cheddar?
I think the
Sour
case
cream.
there's so
Sour
many
cream
flavors.
Yeah, there's sour cream, cheddar,
Yeah.
potato chips. Absolutely. I don't know if hers makes that flavor or not, but I've seen them before.
What different type of onion chips are there? Because I know there's French onion, right? I was thinking like
Sour cream and onion.
Sour. All right,
Which
what
I
about, like,
love.
fried onion.
Fried onion? Okay.
Ah.
Caramelized onion?
Yeah.
Okay. That might work. By the way, in last year's contest, hers went in-house to create 3 Philly-centric flavors. So they did it on their own. They did the long hot sharp provolone, and that beat out special sauce and Whiz Wit.
Okay.
So they already did it. There you go.
They're I mean, they're the pros.
That's Whiz. That's Cheese Whiz and onion. So mine would just be without the onion.
And they also make my favorite cheese balls.
Hers chairman and chief executive Ed Herr said the company cast a wider net this year because, quote, we love being a local family business and we love the idea of working with other local family businesses. And so the article that this was mentioned in goes on to just chat real quickly about tomato pie and said if you ask for tomato pie around the country, you may get a layer of sliced tomatoes swiped from the sub counter atop a red sauce pizza dough. In Trenton at Central New Jersey, you get a thin crust upside down pizza. The cheese is baked directly atop the bottom crust and sauce spread on top. But apparently what we know around here as tomato pie started a century ago in Italian-American bakeries, which make them in large rectangular or square sheet pans like focaccia. And some have raised crust, others are flat. The tomato sauce typically is thick and slightly oily, just a notch thinner than tomato paste, which is what I like about it. I like that consistency. And some shops dust the finished tops with just a rumor of grated Parmesan.
I love that rumor.
And or Romano.
Romano.
Yeah.
I got that on my way out this morning, by the way.
Almost as decoration. Others avoid cheese entirely. I don't hate a little sprinkling of cheese.
Am totally down with that. In fact, it makes me smile a little bit. I like the slightly sweet sauce.
Well, that's what I like about Corporalese.
Yes.
Theirs is very sweet. And I've had some that are spicy. Those are pretty good, too. But a little dusting of oregano might be good on there as well.
A little whiff, a hint, a
By
fart.
the way, Joe Corporalese, the fourth generation, is a son of Julio Butch Corporalese, whose father, an immigrant from Naples named Joe, founded the bakery in Norristown in 1924. Since the mid-1980s, Corporalese's home base has been in East Norton, which has a well-stocked deli as well. And you can find the tomato pies in some supermarkets, but it's best to go to one of the Corporalese locations, Limerick, Audubon, or East Norton.
We used to just show up and there'd be a Corporalese pie here.
They would deliver them to us all the time, and that was straight from. That might have been straight from
Corporalese,
the man himself.
Yeah,
that might have been from Joe.
What did we do? We must have upset
what
them.
happened?
We don't get any anymore.
I don't know.
Oh, they follow us on Instagram.
They got too big. But
remember,
I'm lucky.
as we said last week, we'll give you free commercials.
Right.
No, we won't. That's right. We can't do that.
So not that long ago, a grocery store nearby me started
carrying Corporalese.
Yeah, you
nice.
come in, there's boxes of them, and it's like, oh, that's a nice little treat.
Freshly made though is so
it's
good.
the best.
Yeah.
It's the absolute best. So congratulations to Corporalese as they won, and they should have. I thought that was
that is cool.
All right.
The stream of consciousness there.
I have a clip to play with the stream of consciousness now.
My mind is a raging torrent, flooded with rivulets of thought, cascading into a waterfall of creative alternatives.
I am the stream of consciousness now. All right, I thought this was kind of a fun little story to pass along. A Tennessee zoo is asking the public to help name a rare spotless giraffe that was born last month.
I have a name.
Okay.
Don.
No, that's a little boring.
Yeah. That was the name of the horse from Hot to Trot.
Have you guys seen the
I have.
No.
It looks
it's adorable.
It's adorable and it does look unique.
But it's all brown.
Right.
There are no spots on it. The giraffe was born at Bright's Zoo in Limestone, Tennessee, and this is the only known spotless giraffe, according to zoo officials. And the last known example was born at the Ueno Zoo in Tokyo.
You ain't no zoo.
You ain't no zoo. You ain't fat. You ain't nothing.
You ain't no zoo.
But it looks more in its body like a horse.
Yes, with a
gigantic neck. So it's extremely rare. I did not know that was as rare as it is.
The word is they barbecue up really nicely.
Oh, that's horrible.
No, it's cool. I wonder though, sometimes with these things, this giraffe will eventually develop the spots.
By the way, I just said that's horrible. Man, we eat cows on a regular basis.
Yeah, but they're not giraffes.
Yeah, they're
So sad.
I mean, if you're going to be straight up about it, they're not giraffes.
They're not giraffes.
Yeah.
I saw one of the.
You ain't no giraffe.
You ain't nothing.
I saw this really funny tweet. It said, how are unicorns fake but giraffes are real? Like, what's more believable? A horse with a horn or a leopard moose camel with a 40-foot neck?
That's true.
By the way,
that's true.
They those necks, they can kill you. In fact, they did recently. A large giraffe. It was a female. There was a guy coming close to it. It had a calf, or whatever you call a baby giraffe, and it defensively snapped down on the guy and killed him.
Watch videos of giraffes fighting.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
That they can even get in the ring.
They don't use boxing gloves or anything like that, but they slam their necks up against each other. They use the most powerful weapon they have, which is the length of their neck, and it's wild. The newborn reticulated giraffe, by the way, that's the type of giraffe this is, is an endangered species. Zoo officials are hoping that the attention paid to the spotless newborn will help conservation efforts. The zoo will open a vote for the female giraffe's name on its Facebook page starting today, where people can choose one of the 4 names.
Oh, they're pre-existing names.
Yes.
Okay.
You have to vote. Either Kapiki, which means unique, Ferrali, which means unusual or extraordinary, Shakiri, which means she is most beautiful, or Jamela, which means one of the great beauty. I like Shakiri.
I like Shakiri.
Yeah.
I like Don.
And I like Shakira.
I like Don.
There you go.
Wait, I'm sorry. Is it a girl, though?
Yes.
Don, but it's spelled D-O-H-N.
D-A-W-N.
Or Dawn.
Dawn.
Yeah.
So those are the choices. The vote will remain open until Labor Day. The reticulated giraffe, by the way, is typified by their large brown spots separated by cream-colored lines. The animal is native to the eastern African savanna and is an herbivore. And females can reach 17 feet in height and weigh up to 2,600 pounds.
You ever feed the giraffes like at Elmwood?
Yeah. I have, yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, they give you lettuce.
I went on safari in Africa one time and saw herds of giraffes, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
Wait a minute. These things are wild?
Yeah.
But they are. It's pretty neat.
Mario has a giraffe comment to make here. Hi, Mario, good morning.
Yeah, copical.
Nice word. What's up, buddy?
Hey, so I thought of a name for this giraffe. Since it's a girl, you call it Mrs. Clean because she's spotless.
Mrs. Clean.
Well
spotless.
Spotless.
Nice job.
I like that.
Love ya.
Love ya.
Love ya.
Like Dr. Mike.
I would contact the Tennessee Zoo, right?
Yes.
Or the Uena Zoo.
No, it's the Brights Zoo in Limestone, Tennessee. And it's Ueno Zoo. Ueno Zoo.
What about Nicole?
Nicole.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
These are all options. Not really, but
No.
they are all options. All right. I thought you guys might like that.
The stream of consciousnessner.
My mind is a raging torrent, flooded with rivulets of thought, cascading into a waterfall of creative alternatives.
Okay, this is interesting. Scientists witnessed the first stages of a common accent developing in Antarctica.
An Antarctic accent.
Among its ever-changing population of scientists who spend months together at research stations on the isolated continent. Antarctica has no native population or permanent residents, but it does have a transitory community of scientists and support staff who live there for part of the year on a rotational basis. In the summer months, there's about 5,000 people living there, but it drops to about 1,000 in the winter. And while most scientists are there to study things like climate and biodiversity, this extreme living environment has created the perfect petri dish to research certain aspects of human behavior, culture, and sociolinguistics. In 2019, a team from the Ludwig Maximilian University of Munich studied the phonetic change in accents among 11 winterers recruited from the British Antarctic Survey. This included 8 people born and raised in England, 5 in the South and 3 in the North, 1 person from the Northwest U.S., and another from Germany, and lastly, an Icelandic person. And they recorded their voice at the beginning of the study, then made 4 more re-recordings at approximately 6 weekly intervals. And during this time, they were working closely together, socializing with one another, and having limited contact with the outside world. Over the course of this day, the researchers noticed significant changes in their accents.
So everyone started to adopt and blend their accents?
Kind of like that, yeah.
And so I'm going to guess what they ended up was a deep Southern accent, correct?
No, not at all.
There's a go outside in the snow.
It's actually going to surprise you.
Okay.
One of the main shifts, right, and this is what I am interpreting this as. Okay?
All right, this is you interpreting the data.
One of the main shifts was how the study group started pronouncing their words with longer vowels. Furthermore, there was evidence of linguistic innovation in the group. Toward the end of their stay in Antarctica, the residents were pronouncing sounds, the O sounds, like found in flow and disco, from the front of their mouths as opposed to the back of their throats. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a Philadelphia accent. Oh. And with your lips.
Right.
Instead of and back here, further back in your throat.
So it's the natural progression of...
It's funny.
I think that they are now called Antarctica home.
Yeah.
And that they're picking up
It's Philly South.
Our accent.
It's Philly South.
Very chaotic.
It's way South Philly.
So, the Viking cruises and a number of other cruise lines are now going and taking cruises of Antarctica. My wife is actually going next year.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, apparently she'll fit right in with the natives because
she has this Long Island accent she's never been able to shake. So, but yeah, it's pretty wild.
the Antarctic accent is not really perceptible. It says here that the changes in the accent were subtle, but significant enough to be acoustically measured and even predictably by the computational model.
I love that.
According to the lead study author, he said the changes in the Antarctic accent is not really perceptible as such. It would take much longer for it to become so, but it is acoustically measurable. He said it's almost an amalgamation of some aspects of the spoken accents of the winterers before they went to Antarctica together with an innovation. It's far more embryonic than conventional English accents, given that it only had a short time to develop and also solidify because they're only there for a certain amount of time.
I read a book. It's a fascinating book. And the classic Southern accent as we know it, what we might even consider a redneck accent, actually came from England.
Yes.
And it was the way it was diluted, reconstructed, reinforced. It's an amazing thing.
If you, and I saw a documentary on that, Steve, about accents in general and Southern accents, and that, yes, if you start to sound some of the words together, you pick up on how it ended up, being y'all and things like that, and that it did derive from an English accent.
Mother, do we still have more of that fat back?
So, but as the study shows, close contact and isolation create the ideal conditions for a new accent to rapidly
I'm
evolve.
gainfully employed as a moon trainer.
No. My accent has changed as I've grown through the years because we moved around as a kid a little bit, and I grew up with a family. I was born in Tennessee and lived in the South a bit, and I had a very, very strong Southern accent. And when we first moved to the Midwest, it was pointed out to me regularly by people that I went to school with.
At its strongest, how strong was it?
I remember. So when we, especially after we lived in the Carolinas,
Arlen Sanders.
Well, I'd be like, so using some of the phrases they would use instead of telling people hi, you'd say, y'all be sure and tell them I said hey.
And you would employ
I
that?
would talk like that.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah.
That's I definitely had an accent. I wish I had recordings of me back then, but for sure, the Southern
We
accent.
have other recordings.
Well, oh, yes,
Those
we
are
have.
the best tasting little morsels I have ever had in my life.
Y'all.
So if you go to Antarctica long enough, you can pick up on a bit of an accent. So, all right, let's move on.
The stream of consciousness.
My mind is a raging torrent, flooded with rivulets of thought, cascading into a waterfall of creative alternatives.
All right, Kathy.
It's really impressive to watch this.
I need to get your take on this.
Okay.
The headline in this article says, use girl math to justify your next big purchase.
Okay.
Girl math.
Yes. So there was somebody posted on social media, and to give you an example, it says, if you pay in cash, the item is free. And if Sephora is having a sale, you're losing money if you don't buy what you need.
Is that would you employ that thinking
if there's
in
a
your
sale,
purchases?
you're essentially losing money by not going ahead and buying something.
That correct, but the cash thing, no.
Yeah, it says if you pay cash, the item is free. Other girl math tricks include rounding figures down and dividing the item's price by how many times you will use or wear the item.
Yep. I do that with every time I get my nails done. I'm like, that is so damn expensive to have somebody put paint on my nails. It annoys me.
Right.
And then I think about how long I have it on. I'm like, okay, if I have it on for 2.5 weeks, I cut that in half, and then a few more days. I'm like, all right, you know what? That was worth it.
So you do the math in that case.
I have to talk myself down.
What about clothing? So if you
here's an example for that, Steve. If you wear a $300 dress 20 times, you're really only paying $15.
Right, but no one's ever wearing a $300 dress 20 times. You're going to wear it about maybe 3 times.
Okay.
So
it's $100.
So, you know what? I would say I don't do it as much With clothes, I'll do it like years. Like if it's still in style, it's still, a fashion, something that you can wear. I'm like, okay, I've got my money's worth because I'm on year 3 and I can still wear this.
Okay. All right. I can see that. According to economist Brad Olson, some girl math actually makes sense. He said, everyone's now thinking like an economist. Where's the economies of scale? How do I get the most bang for the buck here? And I like that thinking, he says. I do think in that term sometimes.
How much you're going to... Yes, I do as well.
Like even for subscriptions and things like that, it's like, okay, if I watch this many shows...
1 year Beaver.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not talking about magazines.
Not magazines, no. They don't make those anymore. Or they probably do.
Yeah, they do.
But like some of the, if you buy into a... like, for example, there's a driving range that I go to. And if you pay X amount for the year... then you can have unlimited use. Well, if I go X amount of times a week, I'm going to get my money's worth. You know what I mean?
No, I absolutely know what you're talking about.
And then you then have to like force yourself. At least I did. Like I would have to force myself.
Get your money's worth.
I'm
Why did I ever
worth.
do this?
But back to like the coupons and stuff like that. So it was like I had to start throwing them out because I would keep every single one that I got. This was a point in my life. And I would go to the store before the expiration date to make sure that I used it. And then I realized, okay, this is ridiculous because now I'm buying things that I don't need just to get the $20 off. But if it's something that you use and you're going to spend money on anyway, you're going to pay full price for it, like makeup. So there's, I use the same makeup and there's specific mascara that I use. If it ever goes on sale, I would absolutely go and get it. It would be like wasting money if I didn't go purchase it on sale.
Okay. And I that makes sense to me, especially if it's something you know for sure and you stock them and you're like, all right, now I have 3 years worth of this stuff.
What about a tactical shovel?
Steve, there were points where I was getting like free scarves from Nordstrom and I have an entire drawer of scarves and I'm like, I don't ever wear them ever.
I don't wear these.
But there might be a day somewhere where scarves are like the thing and you're like, dude, I have 1,000 of these.
Use it the Rapunzel way in case the house sets on fire.
Another one is DSW. They do free, with a purchase, you get a free item. I have so many like overnight bags and these I have a pool bag from them. And I'm like, I don't need any more bags.
Yeah, the one thing you don't want to do is be taken you'll kind of. I always suspect. Okay, what's the angle on this? How are they getting? How are they getting?
Because they're getting
here?
you in there,
right,
and I'm probably, I wouldn't buy another pair of shoes of sneakers, but I want that free weekender, so I'm going to go in and
buy $1,200 worth of scarves.
Right.
So when you eventually get overloaded, because I know you don't like clutter either.
No.
Do you give those to friends? Do you donate? What do you do to get rid of your bags?
You leave them in a unfortunate bag, don't you?
No, you know what? I will. So there was at one point I got a subscription, and every month it came with like sample makeup. Okay, this was like the Bitch box is basically it was Birchbox, and it came with a little cosmetic bag each month. So if I did it for a year, I had 12 little bags. Like there was no need for all of them. So one year for Christmas, I filled them up, put gift cards in them and little products and then gave them away. And then I eventually stopped the subscription because I was like, all right, I don't need any more bags. I got plenty of makeup now.
So I did this thing a couple of weeks ago where I took a calculated risk. And I was buying something at Home Depot and I was getting a gate for my deck. Now, I bought the package that was kind of tampered with.
Right.
Knowing full well that when I got home, there could be pieces missing from said package, and I would just have to make the trip all over again. Now,
you took the gamble.
But the gamble is this. When you go and you buy a package from Home Depot that has been tampered with, you can get them to take money off of it, right? So that's what I did. I said, hey, this is... let's just say $100, but it's been tampered with. How much will you take off? So they ended up taking off $25.
That's pretty good.
Okay. When I got home, the hinges were missing, right?
But I knew... And there was no gate.
And there was no gate. No, but... So what it ended up doing is that I had to go back to Home Depot to get a package that hadn't been tampered with.
And steal those...
No. But I ended up saving $25.
They didn't charge you the extra.
They didn't charge me the extra.
Because you swapped out.
Because I swapped out.
Oh, okay. So it was a clean swap and they didn't charge you any... Really? Okay. Well, there you go.
And so to me, $25 was worth the extra trip back to Home
You just
Depot.
paid $25 in gas, though, to go there and back.
I know. Well, maybe, but it wasn't that far away.
So that was a gate?
That was a gate.
Yeah, you had that on your porch. Isn't that when you saw those geese out in your yard? And,
yeah. And they were fighting, and I was going to yell to the geese at them, but then I was
from
like,
your porch.
They don't speak porch to geese.
Right. So. Look at me. I set you up for a
You
day.
did set me up for that. Thank you.
I was already standing up and everything.
I was standing up.
Yeah, you didn't do your chair adjust.
By the way, listen, speaking of this first comment says, if you pay in cash, then the item is free. I don't get that
No,
either,
that
Kathy.
makes no sense.
But I do want to mention this. The other day I went to a hardware store and I was just buying just some screws, like single screws, which are, pennies on the dollar.
Yeah.
And so I'm paying.
Do you want a screw for that hinge?
I'm at the cash register and I'm paying, and it was $2.10 or something like that. So I give the woman 3 $1 bills, and I haven't paid cash in a little while. And she looks at me kind of strange, like she's like,
"What is this?"
She goes, "You want all that change back?" And I go, "Yeah." I go, I don't have any. This is
It's all I
$3.
have, lady.
Here's $2.90. And she's like, "Wow, you're gonna be carrying around all that change." I'm like, since when did 90 cents in change become all that change?
Right.
It's because so many people pay. A lot of people are paying with Venmo and credit cards and debit cards.
It's not a thing.
That it seemed like that was going to be a burden on my day.
I like having
that I
change in
had
my pocket.
90 cents in my pocket.
Oh, man.
A little bit of
That's
change.
annoying.
I haven't had change in my pocket in a while either.
I
I've
don't wanna
mainly been paying with the card.
Yeah,
But I
well-
thought it was funny. Her reaction, she looked at me like I had 3 eyes.
I'm like, why comment on that?
I don't know.
That's
She wasn't
weird.
rude about it, but it was
okay.
just
Maybe you need to
strange.
shut up.
I found it kind of funny.
Yeah.
And
She thought that would bother you.
yeah. So
I got a change pocket in these shorts.
Is it one the?
It's 48 cents.
Okay.
Yeah, and it was not a burden at all, Preston.
Okay, very good.
But it's got a zipper attached to it, and so I can keep my
anything over
coins in
50
there.
becomes a bit of a burden.
Yeah, then you sound like a
So-
medieval knight walking around.
Yeah.
Oh man, if I can pay with exact change, I feel like a champ at that
Yes.
point. Like
It's a sense of
Oh, I
accomplishment.
don't even take change.
Why don't you call your manager out? I'm sure he wants to give me an award.
I don't even take change out. Like if it's like $3.30, I don't even look. I know I have change in there, but I don't even look.
The roundup function on all these bills now.
Sure. The standard ritual coming home for me was to first thing as I walked in the door, dump my change into the change.
Yeah.
But we have a gigantic mason jar. It's like a 5-gallon
James
mason jar.
jar.
Yeah.
And eventually, over the course of 5 or 6 years, we'd save up like $1,200 worth of change, and that hasn't gone anywhere.
It's been forever.
Yeah.
We had the same thing, and it used to be sort of a standard every couple of month ritual. First off, they don't have the automatic counting machines that they used to have, like the TD Banks used to have, and they got rid of them.
Yeah, Republic has them now, but apparently
You can find them at grocery stores.
You have, so Republic, you used to not have to be a customer, and you could just go there, but now you have to be a customer, or they're going to
Shoot
take 5%. No, they'll take a percent.
Is there a fee for a Coinstar?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it might be like 10% or something.
Yeah,
like
that's
that.
annoying.
Of your entire gross worth.
There's
just the change you're turning.
Preston, there's a plot line in season 3 of Righteous Gemstones where Steve Zahn's character has to take a whole bunch of coins into a Coinstar, and then something happens afterwards, and I won't spoil it, but it's funny.
All right. I got to see that. All right. Do I have time for one more?
Yeah, one
or
more,
should
and
we?
that's it.
Okay.
No.
Stream of consciousness. All right. This is stupid.
Okay.
But TikTokers are using the viral 369 method to manifest everything from reconnecting with exes to making new friends. And how do you perform the ritual?
Yes,
Well,
the 369 method. How do you do it?
you write down your goal 3 times in the morning, 6 times in the afternoon, and then 9 times before going to bed.
9 times?
9 times. Yes, you actually do it 9 times. I can't because the music's too loud, Casey.
9 times.
All right, so some manifestors recommend keeping it up for 33 days.
No.
So all these are divisible by 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Some people believe manifesting works. Now, what it might do, as it says here, is help you focus on a goal over time. If it's an attainable
Cancel
goal.
TikTok.
If it's for something to magically happen,
No.
forget it.
You can't do magic unless you got to be at Hogwarts.
Some do think that something magical is at play, like numerology, which I've never really looked into and don't really know what that's about.
Numerology
What is it?
for a period of time, Preston. No, I don't know, but I know that the numerology books used to fly off the shelf. Again, I worked at a bookstore. So
Dalton.
Yeah, and the numerology was huge.
Yeah. So I think it's good to write down your goals,
Yes.
and things that you want to attain. Like when I'm going on a weight loss excursion, I will write down what I want to do and have it there, and I see it. It's right by my bathroom mirror, and I see it.
Write less lists,
and that helps me to stay focused on the task at hand.
It does actually help to convert it to just. And I will handwrite things and then convert it to text in the computer, but simply by handwriting it, it helps me retain it better.
I'm when I need to get things done, I make a list. I have one of those erase boards, and I write every day, the 4 or 5 things that I need to achieve for the day, and I love going over and crossing one off because I'm like done. And
do you ever do something, realize it's not on your list, write it up on the list, and then cross it off?
I have done that before.
I
already did that.
I did this. I need to give myself credit for this.
But you have to do it in a way that impacts. Like a lot of times I'll cut the end of my finger and I'll write my list on the curtains in blood.
Blood?
Yeah.
Got to do what you got to do.
This way I remember it.
So, they're saying that if you write down what you wish for 3 times in the morning, 6 times in the afternoon.
I want a spotless giraffe.
And then 9 times before you go to bed. Apparently it can
It's anything like this. That's creative visualization. It's self, reinforcement. It's all of those things I think do work, but you have to find the one that works for you.
Well, and it also has to be realistic.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, God, is anyone writing that 9 times before bed?
9
times?
9 times.
9 times. 9 times. 9 times.
All right. This has been the stream of consciousnessner.
My mind is a raging torrent, flooded with rivulets of thought, cascading into a waterfall of creative alternatives.
Rivulets. The great Harvey Korman. All right, with that, yes, we will indeed take a break because I have some phenomenal Bizarre File stories to share with you. Joining us on the program in the 9 o'clock hour, Sting. Gordon Sumner himself will be on the show. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Chi-Chi chefs will prepare new, original Chi-Chi, never tasted before. Reputations are on the line in the Preston and Steve studio, where the Chi-Chi chefs pit their garbage bag creations against one another. What inspiration do our challengers bring? The heat is on. Who will be the Iron Chi-Chi chef?
Wow. All right.
Love it.
And by the way, the winner of the competition will get the coveted Golden Shiv Award. That is correct. Which we have in the corner. Now, to paint the picture, our studio has been completely done up to mimic a prison. So we actually have bars on the windows. We have our various cell blocks, which are numbered and lettered. And we also have what you can and cannot do. There are some rules on the walls as well. In fact, it says privileges. You are entitled to food, clothing, shelter, and medical attention. Anything else that you get is a privilege.
Yes.
And we also have our prison commissary set up, which is being guarded by a full-size Hannibal Lecter statue that we have in the corner. And he is holding the Golden Shiv Award.
Yes.
And listen, guys, just to be nice, we're also going to throw in a couple of other things. We have some toilet wine that we have over there in the corner. We have an actual toilet in the corner with a jug of wine in it. You'll win that too. And we'll also give you a $100 Visa gift card. So we have our 3 judges. We have Nick, Michael, and Joe. Let's now meet our contestants this morning, okay? And their intros are short as well. Let's welcome Iron Chi-Chi Tim to the program.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How are you, Tim?
Good, how are you?
Very, very good. Now, we're not going to go into the specifics of everybody's background and how they ended up, where they ended up, but how long were you incarcerated?
3 months.
3 months, okay. So a little bit of time, not a whole lot.
No, but you make a couple Chi-Chis a day, so.
Okay.
So a couple of days. Now, Tim was assuring me, he said, emphatically said, don't dismiss this, basically. You're going to love the way this stuff tastes.
Really?
Correct, Tim?
I actually emailed Casey and I said I'd like to place a bet with everybody about them liking it because it is top notch, guaranteed.
All right. Yes. Do you still make it, even though you're
Not recently. When I first came home, I was making it like every day still. You kind of get used to it and the flavor. And
you miss it.
Yeah.
I got it. Okay.
So.
All right. Well, that's Tim. Let's meet our next contestant, the second Iron Chi-Chi. Welcome, Chris, to the studio this morning.
Thank you.
Chris, how are you?
Doing well. You?
Doing well. And for how long were you behind bars?
24 months to the day.
Wow.
To the day?
To the day.
Wow. So you didn't get out for good behavior then?
Nope.
Okay. But how's your Chi-Chi?
It might be a little rusty. It's been a few years since I've been away on vacation. But it's all still here.
Vacation. No, Chris, that the fact that you stepped away from it might breed a little bit more creativity and improvisation.
A little bit. I have been a cook for about 20 years. That was my main profession. And then,
So you're bringing that wealth of knowledge into your Chi-Chi preparation.
A little bit.
Okay.
All right. Fair enough. All right. Well, good luck to you. And let's go over to our final Iron Chi-Chi. This is Mike, everyone. Let's hear from Mike.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, man. How are you,
By the way,
Mike?
sorry for bothering you at work.
Oh, it's okay.
Good. All right,
Sorry to bother you on parole.
That's been gone for a long time now. So.
Mike's actually wearing a prison T-shirt, by the way. I don't know if you guys noticed or not. Mike, if you can turn around.
What is DWHCF?
George W. Hill. George W. Hill Correctional Facility.
No kidding.
That's a Delco. Yes. Delco, baby.
What pride. Delco. What pride.
Hold on, they sell T-shirts, or did you make?
No. I kind of took it with me when I left, even though you're not supposed to.
So you robbed the prison.
You took something on the way out of prison.
You gotta have a reminder to not go back.
Yeah.
So,
but it's not a Marriott.
All right. So for how long were you away, Mike?
A little over 7 months.
Okay.
I did 3 different times. One was a weekend, one was 12 days, and the longest was just over 7 months.
But you had your Chi-Chi experiences and your Chi-Chi preparation skills are up to snuff?
I actually emailed Casey. I told him Chi-Chis aren't even the best thing that they make there. So
Yeah, he said he was going to make a stromboli.
Wow. They call it a wrap in Delco. It's a stromboli in where Tim's from.
Okay. All right. And by the way, these guys all sat in the lobby together for a little while, and so they were sharing stories. None of them served time at the same place. They were all 4 different places.
Perfect. Then we might get 4 different completely. Foods are they're just different regions.
Italian cuisine
that will give you different tastes. So maybe we'll experience that as well. Okay. Are you guys ready to get started?
Yes.
All right. Let's Iron Chi-Chi. Head over to the commissary and get what ingredients you guys need. I see immediately that Tim is going for the cheese puffs and ramen noodles, and Mike seems to be still considering what he wants. Chris has grabbed a lot of macaroni and cheese.
We have enough for everybody of every ingredient. So
So I see Chris took all the ramen noodles.
There's more up there.
That's not right.
There's a whole nother.
No, that's good. They're sharing as you do in prison.
Yeah, not unlike Iron Chef. I mean, there's a pantry of items that you can go to. Now I see some Cheez-Its are being taken, or no, not Cheez-Its. Is that rice? I believe Tim has some minute rice, instant white rice.
Cheese Whiz.
Yeah, Cheese Whiz.
Refried beans.
Refried beans. Very good for that Mexican sort of flavor.
We have both Cool Ranch Doritos and regular Doritos.
Did you need beef ramens? Because that's top shelf right there.
Top shelf to
That is top shelf beef ramen right there, buddy.
What are the flavors of ramen we have, Casey?
Just beef and chicken.
Okay.
And did everybody? So everybody has the ramen. Did everybody grab a summer sausage? Is that the common ingredient?
I think they call it a beef stick, Casey.
Yeah, each person has grabbed one.
The old beef stick. Yeah.
Case, we know that at least one served in a Delaware County prison. Has anybody served in a Bucks County prison?
I think the rest of them, yeah.
Because I would imagine that's going to be like a higher class Chi-Chi.
Tim's doing a fist pump.
Buckskull. All the way. I'm looking at Chris. He's got a technique where he's smashing up the cheese puffs inside the bag.
That seems like a common
tactic. It all break down, so it's like a cheese sauce, no chunks.
Oh, okay, and you're going to mix that with the hot water?
Correct.
Yep. Okay, all right. So
we used to let it sit in the sink and run the hot water over it. That would be the insulation idea he's using, but we're going to have to.
So there's very similar techniques being employed here, but a different selection of menu items, which I think is intriguing.
Oh, you know what? Preston had a question yesterday about smoking in prison. Is it illegal to smoke cigarettes, and do people smoke? Yeah. But you can smell it though.
I can only speak on Bucks, but it is illegal to smoke in Bucks County Jail. Mm-hmm. People do smoke in the jail. But
if it's an infraction, though, they can send you to jail, can't they?
That's the thing that sucks is you might actually get arrested.
But, all right, so if you were to smoke, where would you smoke?
I'm not going to say that you empty the toilet out and then blow the smoke through the pipes and flush the toilet.
All right.
But if I had to take a guess right now, that would be my assumption.
So the toilet is just not for pooping anymore.
Oh, not at all.
It's an oven.
It's an oven.
It's an aeration system.
It's a hot tub at times.
It's a hot tub.
You bored?
Prison sounds great.
Bucks is also known as Bucks County.
Country Club.
There we go. She knows.
We have a ripped bag. We have a ripped bag.
We've got more bags. I bought 1,000 of them.
There is. There's a mess all over the place.
Chris is helping out Tim. Cooks are coming together.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. By the way, Tim, that looks disgusting.
But it smells so good.
Does it really?
I swear it does. Although
Okay.
I'm a little. Tim might have gotten some contraband.
Oh, really?
No.
He snuck a packet of sugar over here.
Oh, no.
Casey,
That's allowed?
Sugar was allowed.
All right, it was one of the items. You can get that at the commissary. All right, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to put about a 10. What?
He called me a rat.
Snitches get stitches, bitch.
That's that golden shank.
Don't worry. Nick's already had the butt stuff.
So, Mike, let's ask you about what our chefs are going to have here. If you were to describe this dish, what would you say about it?
It's basically like a poor man's mac and cheese.
A poor man's mac and cheese.
Okay.
Like if you took Frankenbeans and got rid of the beans part and made it with mac and cheese.
Okay.
Our judges, Nick Elmy, owner and head chef at Laurel, Michael Klein, who's been writing about food for a long time, and then Joe, who's actually done some time and had Chi-Chi on several occasions. Nick, what do you think of our first creation from Mike here, the poor man's mac and cheese?
10 for presentation, if we're grading on 10.
Okay.
It's like you took ramen and dumped mac and cheese on top of it with some spicy sauce and some sausage. I don't know. I would like to know what the sodium count is. I could have a stroke.
This is disgusting. I mean, no disrespect, Mike. Good, but
You really sugarcoated it.
it doesn't seem like there's much to it. The ramen, you did get the ramen soft, which I'll give you credit for, but it's just, yeah.
It's just,
The presentation though was incredible.
Let's go over to Joe, the Chi-Chi master. Joe.
All right. Well, from an inmate standpoint, it's pretty bad.
Okay. We want to get that perspective.
It's wet. It's super wet, and it's not.
Oh, that's right. You like it dry. You said that earlier. Okay.
Mine's pretty short and sweet. Never used the pickles before, so I just have the shredded cheese, some of the cheese whiz, beef stick, ramen, a little bit of hot sauce.
What do you think of this particular Chi-Chi?
Again, it's super wet. This one, there's less taste. It's I'm absolutely convinced that I only ate this stuff because I was starving.
Have you ever had a salt lick?
Yeah.
You know what? With cheese. It's
a salt liquid cheese. That's what you're calling this. All right.
Were you in for assault?
Michael, very good.
Sorry.
All right.
I do appreciate the added texture of what are those nachos at the end? The little bit of the jalapeno chips I put on. Perfect. To take it over the edge a Beautiful little touch bit, right little at the end. extra. It does taste like someone found noodles and put the movie cheese on top of it. But I mean, it's yes, I like it a lot.
Okay, he likes it a lot.
Really?
Wow,
Those words
dude,
came out of your mouth?
Chris, write that down. Nick Elmy of Laurel says, I like it a lot.
Tim is garnishing the dishes.
Yep, and Marisa is handing them out now. So we'll start this time. We'll let the judges sample this, and it definitely looks completely different than the others. The other ones definitely had a very moist consistency to them, a little bit on the runny side as well. This looks dry. And we'll let our judges get a quick taste, so it's going to be completely different.
Much different.
Yeah. In fact, it's dense. I'm actually this weighs a lot. All right, let's go to Michael Klein. You need a little bit more time on that, Michael?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
You sure?
Keep eating, Mike. Go ahead. I got plenty more.
I actually like this one the best. It's, even though there's more texture to it.
Okay. And that helps out.
I think.
Okay. All right. Let's go to Nick Elmy next.
I'm actually going to agree with that. Like, wow. It has a very rice and beans kind of flavor to it.
Okay.
The Doritos on top are pretty good. It's, I mean, easily my favorite one.
Okay. And then let's go over to Joe. What do you think?
This is definitely the best one. So would you agree, Nick, that it's definitely the consistency thing, right?
Yeah, it's a consistency thing.
All right. So it is. It's time. It's officially time to find out who our Iron Chi-Chi champion of 2017, because we have to do this every year now.
I think so.
No, we gotta wait for some next people to get out of prison.
Let's go voting one at a time. We have Mike who went first, Chris was second, and then Tim was third. Let's start with Nick Elmy. Nick?
Yeah, I think Tim looks the most dangerous, so he wins.
So we have one vote for Tim. Let's go to Michael Klein.
I'll go with Tim also.
And is it going to be a clean sweep, Joe?
It is.
Tim! The Iron Chi-Chi, Tim. Let's get a word from our winner, Tim. How do you feel?
I'm going to Disney World.
Yeah, even better news. Kathy cleaned out her closet.
Yeah. Wow.
You should put something up on social media about the journey.
I think it's very brave of you.
Yeah.
To get in there and
I really appreciate it.
and clean out your closet.
It was difficult for me.
There was an extra sock that was unaccounted for. She broke out her documents and her spreadsheets. I can't imagine a Kathy closet was in bad shape.
You needed help with this?
I know.
I'm telling you, it got
freaky.
It just got I was like overwhelmed,
Carrie.
and I've known for a while now that I need to do it, and every time I would go to do it, I wouldn't get it done. And to be honest with you, I asked a couple people to come in and help me. People got canceled, whatever it was.
Help, and I need it now.
Stop.
Carrie, when you went in, did Kathy take mud and put it under her eyes and tie a red bandana around her head?
All right, let's do some beat file stories now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Horizon Services. When you have an AC breakdown, you need it repaired today. Horizon Cooling, Heating, and Plumbing repairs your system the same day, or you don't pay. You can book online at horizoneasybook.com. All right, we will start with this story. A Mexican man considers himself lucky to be alive after being shot in the head at least 2 times, only to have the bullets ricochet off of his skull.
Mr. Lucky.
The man referred to only as Francisco by Mexican media was strolling through the streets of Mexico City when he was approached.
Francisco, that's fun to say.
He was approached by a man identified as Carlos, who shot him in the head at close range 2 times. Now, the reasons for the attack have not yet been revealed, but what most headlines have been focusing on is the miraculous outcome of the gunshots. Instead of going through Francisco's head, the point-blank shots ricocheted off his skull, leaving him with minor flesh wounds.
The shooter said that Francisco was not as fun to say as he thought it would have been.
Listen to this. It's hard to explain exactly how Francisco survived the attack, but according to some sources, it was a miraculous combination of several factors. First of all, it seems that the bullets used by the assailants were really old and the gunpowder unusually damp.
Wow.
This combined with the fact that the gun was of a really small caliber and had a very short barrel, which affected the velocity and overall piercing power of the bullets.
It's like a 1 in a billion chance that this would happen this way.
Instead of piercing the man's skull, they just bounced off his skull. Having only suffered minor flesh wounds, Francisco was able to alert some nearby security guards who quickly seized the assailants. For now, the reasons of the attack remain a mystery. But
What is your name again? You say Francisco?
Yes.
That's fun to say.
And he considers himself extremely lucky.
Yeah.
Francisco, that's fun to say.
Story of Francisco. And now, I don't know why, but just listen to this story. An alleged firebug in Melbourne, Australia, southeast, was caught with live ducklings in his underwear.
All right, I've done that.
Wait. Firebug?
What's a firebug?
That's an arsonist.
An arsonist.
Oh.
So the 31-year-old man with no fixed address was arrested on Sunday night after 12 fires were reported over the weekend.
They say keeping ducklings in your underwear is quite common amongst arsonists, Preston.
A small fire included blazes in a loading dock behind a school, in a shop parking lot outside a real estate agent's house, and in several trash cans. After the arrest, police searched the man and allegedly found 2 live ducklings in his underwear.
He wanted to make his butt quack.
Okay.
I just thought of that one.
I got you. The man has been charged with animal cruelty, 4 counts of lighting an open-air fire as well, and he was remanded to the magistrate's court on Monday, so he's going to court.
Was he their mommy?
I don't know. Maybe he thought he was.
Yeah.
Probably did.
My children.
A mistake made by a hot air balloon pilot who had drugs, including cocaine, in his system, caused a crash in a 2021 in New Mexico that killed all 5 people on board, according to investigators.
Oh, wow. I remember this.
The NTSB said that its final report released this week that pilot Nicholas Molesky did not maintain enough clearance from power lines when trying to land. He hit the power lines and crashed into a busy intersection. The report said investigators found no evidence of mechanical malfunctions, and the amounts of cocaine and marijuana found in his system suggest recent use that would have likely had impairing effects that contributed to the crash.
So if you're getting into a hot air balloon and the hot air balloon pilot is doing lines, should you mention that to someone?
Maybe. Molesky's family said that their hearts go out to the families of the passengers, Mary Martinez and husband Martin, and their friends Susan and John Montoya. Witnesses told investigators that the balloon's envelope separated from the basket after hitting the power line and floated away. It was found south of the crash site. So, dude was doing blow and trying to pilot a hot air balloon. Not a good combination. All right, how about this? 3 people have died and 3 others have been hospitalized after drinking milkshakes contaminated with listeria bacteria from a restaurant in Tacoma, Washington.
Do you have to have that in your milkshake, or can you opt out?
Investigators found the outbreak was linked to ice cream machines that were not cleaned properly.
Yes.
At a Frugal's restaurant site in Tacoma. Listeria, here's why I didn't know this. Listeria can affect people up to 70 days after consumption.
I didn't know that.
And the machines were used through August 7th. So,
and I pride myself on my listeria knowledge.
But tracking that back, that amount of time would be very difficult.
So that's when you guys have, Nick, you at McDonald's having cleaning out the ice cream machines, that they talk about listeria, right? That's part of the process.
The ice cream machine and the sundae machine were the 2 most difficult to clean out because you had to be the most thorough for both of those.
So the 6 individuals were hospitalized between February 27th and July 22nd. That's a wide spread.
That's pretty amazing that they traced it back.
And genetic fingerprinting from the bacteria inside the milkshake showed that it was the same strain of listeria that triggered the hospitalizations. 2 of the 3 who survived said they had a milkshake from the same Frugals in Tacoma before getting sick. Symptoms of listeria infection include fever and muscle aches and sometimes diarrhea and other gastrointestinal problems. Other symptoms are headache, confusion, and convulsions.
They noticed all these boys showing up at the yard, and they realized it was the milkshake, Preston.
Anyone who ate at the Tacoma restaurant between May 29th and August 7th and is showing symptoms of listeria is urged to contact a doctor. That's freaky, man.
Wow, I didn't realize it was lethal, too.
Yep, and there you go. That is what I have in the Bizarre File for you this morning. All right, I'd like to do one of these right now. If you are available tomorrow night to be able to go to Harrah's in Atlantic City and go to the pool after dark to see a screening of Vacation Friends 2 with our good friend Sarah, we'd like to set you up. You'll get complimentary food and beverage and an overnight stay, and is good for tomorrow night only.
It's pretty cool.
All right, so we will take caller number 27 at 215-263-WMMR. And by the way, the movie is going to be streaming live on Hulu on Friday, August 25th. John Cena, Meredith Hagner, Steve Buscemi, Lil Ray. There's a ton of people in this movie. And it picks up just a few months after the end of Vacation Friends. So let's get you on board for that. Call number 27, 215-263-WMMR. We're going to take a break. Don't forget, coming up around 9:30, Sting is going to be on our show. Looking forward to that. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. It's
gonna get bloody!
Oh
Carrie, these are the people I work with.
Wait a second, still has a tag on it. I never wore it!
Doesn't this go on your legs?
Yeah. It's good on my legs. I haven't shaved my legs!
Sorry, Carrie.
Great to work with.
Yeah.
She was an ideal client. I was asking her the questions. Kathy, do you really need 25 black, tank tops? No, you don't. When was the last time you wore this outfit? Do you want to wear this outfit again?
Tell them about my sock situation.
Exactly. Kathy probably had enough socks for probably about,
Coming back, being called sock wearers. People spit on, hey, where's your socks?
You should donate your socks to
Carrie,
high
how
school
much
kids.
did you sell Kathy's throwaway underwear for?
I was actually thinking of that.
Listen, I had bags of throw it out, bags of consign, bags of donate. I mean, there was a ton of
So you had
stuff.
plans for these. But do you have family members that you'll let do a once-over?
Yeah, like I separated it.
Yeah.
I organized the.
So you know who would
yeah, like I just
maybe like something?
Right, exactly. A couple and like nicer things. I'm not going to take my junk and try to pawn it off on somebody. Like, you know what I'm saying? There's stuff that I threw out that I'm not, have stains on it, rips in it, like whatever it is.
This one has skid marks.
You know that didn't happen in any of my items.
There's some pretty severe stuff. This one looks like an Ohio road map.
I kid you not. If you brought in old throwaway panties, we could give them away. We could
I'm not
absolutely
giving away my underwear.
We could auction them off for charity.
Absolutely.
Or like
Where's your underwear going for?
we could even do like a buck a sniff or something like that.
Does it smell like cod or salmon?
You could do a kissing booth with your panties.
Yeah.
I did throw away a lot of underwear.
Yeah.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys read the sex issue of Philly Mag that came out last month? It was,
no.
There was it was an interesting read, but there was a woman who is now an escort, and the way that she got her start was by selling her panties online.
There you go.
Yeah.
There are, and we have not made this up. In Japan, there are vending machines that sell used, worn, they claim, worn panties.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a bending, because you're on the go,
right?
Your perversion doesn't stop, for anyone.
You got to get to work.
Yeah. I'm just going to grab a cup of coffee and a quick sniff, and I'll be in by 10. Yeah, that was our meetings at 10. Great. I have time for coffee, a bagel, and a quick sniff. I'll see you in 10 minutes, Yakamoto. Yeah, I'm going to have some coffee, put a woman's panties on my head, and then I'll be in.
On my way.
Yeah. Going to sniff the microfibers out of that sucker. I should see you by 11. Is that a conference call? Good, then I can keep the panties on my head.
Right, exactly. All right, and then finally, Tom Hiddleston does not want to talk about that time he wore that I Love TS t-shirt. So stop
Shut up!
About it.
Shut up, you whore!
Jesus.
We have audio of him on the Today Show. Shut up! Shut up!
Stinking whore.
God damn it!
All right.
Shut up!
Whoa.
All right. So
No, he was him. Savannah Guthrie asked it. I think he does. He toes the line, and he is able to deflect these things, and he's a very nice guy and wants to talk about the industry and all that stuff, but he's trying to keep his private life private.
I have a different anecdote, but let's listen to this.
Okay.
This. Here it is.
I read a GQ profile of you, and don't kill me for asking, but of course it was asked about your relationship with Taylor Swift. And I thought when I read it, I thought you gave really thoughtful answers, and I wondered, what it was like to kind of go through all that and to be in the public eye in that way. It must have been kind of...
It's already in the public eye. All right, anyway.
Yeah, I know. It's a stupid question.
Disconcerting.
Well, it's I
Shut up!
What the hell?
I'm gonna hit you!
make a clear distinction between my work, which I absolutely dedicate myself to, which is for the public. I really believe in that relationship between an actor and the audience. There is no, you can't call yourself an actor without the audience. And my private life is private.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
Listen, there's enough to talk to this guy about outside of his 10-minute fling with Taylor Swift, which has been over for a long time now.
He's got a major movie coming out. I tell you what, though, I could see him definitely as James Bond if Daniel Craig, who I think is phenomenal, steps away from it. He could definitely do it.
I think he'd be great. So anyway, in this other interview,
the Telegraph reporter asked him if he regretted the relationship and the publicity and all that stuff.
What I will regret is in about a minute when I fart into your mouth, which I'm going to do. I'll regret it for the briefest period of time, and then I'll smile because I've known I've shut you up by floating a fecal cloud down that gob of yours. After asking such a ridiculous question.
According to the reporter, Hiddleston responded testily, asking him, "What should I regret in your mind? I would rather not talk about this if that's all right."
Yeah.
He continued, reflecting, saying, "I'm just thinking about this. Everyone is entitled to a private life. I love what I do, and I dedicate myself with absolute commitment to making great art and great entertainment. And in my mind, I don't conflict the two. My work is in the public sphere, and I have a private life, and those two things are separate."
Yeah.
And now I'm going to fart in your mouth.
Yeah. And now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to blow an air biscuit down your gullet.
Yeah. Finally, it's pretty cool, man. Coming up June 2nd is U2's Joshua Tree at 30 collection, which will be released in numerous CD, digital, and vinyl formats. According to the band's press release, alongside the 11-track album, the Super Deluxe Collector's Edition includes a live recording of the Joshua Tree Tour 1987 Madison Square Garden concert.
Wow.
Rarities and B-sides from the album's original recording sessions, as well as 2017 remixes from Daniel Lanois, St. Francis Hotel, Jackknife Lee, Steve Lillywhite, and Flood.
What would you expect to pay for this amazing record package?
He does his own K-Tel commercial.
Yeah, he does a commercial for it. Yeah.
Hi, it's Bono. You caught me in the living room just listening to some great tunes.
He's just there with the. Is that clearly not his paneling on the wall? It's clearly not his living room. You know.
Is that the Joshua Tree?
Well, yes, it is.
Well,
now you can own the Joshua. Yeah, turn it up.
Turn it up.
Now you can own it in your very own home.
So the package will also include an 84-page hardback book of unseen personal photography shot by The Edge during the original Mojave Desert photo session in 1986. Stephen, that commercial, The Edge should be in the kitchen.
Right, yeah.
And he's making lunch.
Are you telling the people about the collection? Yes, I am. And look at this incredible coffee table book. Lots of pictures out of focus.
The Edge commented in his introduction to the newly published book of photos, saying, when I see the people we were back then, I see a bunch of pilgrims on a journey towards some kind of creative home.
Yeah.
And I think that really does capture the spirit of the band at that time.
I think that's my favorite look of the band, the Joshua Tree period.
I agree. Yeah. They had a cool appearance about them. I think the album is a masterpiece. I think it's exciting that they're going to play it and they're going to be in Philadelphia.
Did you get to hear Pierre yesterday?
No, but I heard Jackson yesterday, who didn't even know that they were going to be playing the Joshua Tree while they're coming to town. But no, I know that Pierre tracked side one vinyl of Joshua Tree, and I missed it, and I wish I would have heard it.
I don't know if it was special vinyl that he had, but I went to this studio when he was getting ready for the Workforce Blacks yesterday, and he had that vinyl out, and it seemed heavier to me for some reason. I'm not sure.
Apparently it makes a difference in the world of phonographs.
That is what I have in music news for you. Hope you enjoyed that little treat for you this morning.
No, Marisa has it.
Little Nid.
Hold on.
There we go. Oh, that's the very one. The very album in question.
Oh yeah, it's definitely.
What'd you expect to pay for this heavy record? That thing must weigh 20 goddamn pounds. It's like a manhole cover that plays music.
You can feel it. In
180?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Marisa says it's 180.
180 pounds.
It's 180 pounds.
That's a good 50 pounds more than the original album.
180 grams.
We've just we remastered the Joshua Tree on Captain America's shield.
Yeah.
Vibranium?
Vibranium. You can listen. This is one record you can listen to in a moving truck.
Right. Okay.
It absorbs all the vibrations.
Yeah. All right. So they're coming out with a special edition.
I love that album. I love the album artwork.
Yep. It's fantastic. Nick might be going to Joshua Tree.
Yes,
You're thinking
yeah.
about that, right?
Talking about a trip out to Los Angeles, and it is now my goal in life to get to all of the national parks in this country. So there are 2 relatively close to LA. One is called Channel Islands out in the ocean in the Pacific, and then the other one, which is a little more accessible, is Joshua Tree.
Nick, why didn't you ask Steve if he's been to the Joshua Tree?
Hey, Steve, have you been?
Casey's been there too.
I was just there, yeah, I was just there in October. I was expecting to see more Joshua trees. I didn't see one.
There are a lot of Brad trees and a few Eddie trees, but there's no. It's they're actually few and far between.
Did you go to Death Valley as well?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I've been.
Have you?
Yeah.
I want to get to that one as well.
The national park?
Yeah, I want to get to all the national parks. I think Yosemite's at the top of my list, but that's a little too far from LA, I think. So,
Yosemite. Sorry, that cracked me up.
Could have kept it inside.
He said
Some of your friends
Yosemite.
may have mental issues that need to be tended to.
Oh my God.
Hi, this is Bono with a serious message. Sometimes people randomly yell out Yosemite. They need to be corralled and taken in for medication.
Hey, Casey's justification was he said Yosemite.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a park.
It worked for me, yeah.
But there are certain things that should kick in that, like, to keep you from pooping in public.
Right.
And yelling Yosemite for no reason.
Is like Yosemite a name or something?
Yeah, Yosemite.
Okay, all right, got it.
Get over here.
Yeah, you big lug. Amanda Seyfried and Thomas Sadowski secretly eloped March 12th. All right, thank you very much, Kathy. So, somebody had a birthday yesterday.
Yes.
Somebody turned 40 years old. I can't believe it.
I can't believe it.
Marissa's birthday was yesterday. Good God, she got
allowed to be 40.
got married and turned 40 all in the span of just a
4
few
months.
weeks. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
Of all the people I've known in my life, I cannot. You're not 40.
You're not 40.
You will perpetually be 25 to me.
I've always said that none of us are old until Marissa turns 40.
Yeah.
Oh, damn it.
And we're not. Well, I am. You guys
are. No, man. Wow.
Yeah, I feel the same way, Preston.
Yeah.
100%. It doesn't. I get it when people say age is a number, or it just doesn't.
It's the amount
really
of years
feel,
you've been alive.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't live like I'm 40. We don't act like we're 40. So
No, and honestly, it's a rolling. As you go through them, like I always thought, as I said before, who wants to live till they're in their 40s, and then you, it's like, but you are every bit the same person when we first got here, you know?
Well,
nothing's changed.
Feeling a little nostalgic recently. There is a Polaroid that is hanging up in the promotions office here at WMMR.
I saw it.
And it says Marissa, summer 2003. And
Yeah. Wow.
that is when I started here. It was,
And we came here 2 years later.
Yeah.
2005.
I thought that I was just, my time was done. There was a new morning show coming. I met you guys.
Made
and I
sure
was
that
like,
didn't happen.
Well, thank you.
Mhm.
Yeah.
17, 18, 19 years later, here we are.
You're a kid, man. I called her not that long ago. So I called her kiddo, which is
Yeah,
what I
yeah.
call my youngest, by the way. And I stopped. I go, I can't believe I just called you kiddo. I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't mean it was a term of endearment. Wow. Okay. Well, anyhow.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Hey,
We hope
thanks.
you had a great time yesterday.
Yeah.
Do want to hear about what happened with your birthday, but we have someone for you to speak to this morning. We thought it might be kind of nice to get somebody on who you would like to speak to around this momentous time.
Who would you want to talk to on your?
Yeah, who would you want to talk to?
Oh my goodness, I don't know I know for years Casey's always tried to book somebody who I might want to talk to, and so I'm blown away. Whoever it could be, I'm gonna be blown away.
This person figures prominently in a pivotal cinematic moment in your life.
Ooh.
You may remember him as Mark from Empire Records.
Did you know it? That's who
Or
it
the
was.
bass player from that thing you do, ladies and gentlemen, Ethan Embry.
Happy birthday! Happy birthday!
Oh my God, Ethan, I literally, my knees just buckled. I was like, of all the people who, Ethan Embry came in studio years and years, I think before you guys were even here, it was with the old morning show. And I I turned to jelly. Like, I was like, oh my God, this guy who I had a crush on, who like his CD, like that little Empire Records CD, lived in my backpack for years. I'm just blabbering now because Ethan Embry is on the phone right now.
When was that? When was that?
It must have been 2005.
No, it'd have to be like 2002, 2003.
Four,
when you
five,
first
yeah.
started, so in 2003, 2004. Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder what tour we were doing.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what you could have been promoting at that time.
I'm going to look it up. Sweet Home Alabama was 2002.
Would have been right after that,
Harold and
probably.
Kumar? No.
No, maybe a show or something. I don't know.
Yeah, you did a ton of TV stuff, and it's funny though, Ethan. And we had you on when there was the big podcast reunion of that thing you do.
Yep.
And we had your castmates. It was sensational. One of our favorite interviews. You were fantastic.
We had all of the Oneaters on that.
Yeah,
It was awesome. Yeah.
But Empire Records has become this cult thing. In addition, it's one of those movies. I remember when it came out. It hit, but it has had nowhere near the traction when it was first released that it has now. And Marisa constantly references Empire Records. Are you surprised at what a juggernaut it's become in the years since?
Well, I mean, like you said, it's nothing that you couldn't predict it. That's for sure. We didn't even know that it had become so popular.
Yeah.
And the director had absolutely no idea because he's not on social media or anything like that. And then they did a 20th anniversary screening of it in Los Angeles in this outdoor movie theater. And I invited him and I got him to show up, and he'd never seen it with an audience.
Wow.
He had no idea that it had like gained this cult following. So he showed up and he watched, like he got there and there's 5,000 people dressed up like the character. And he was just absolutely freaking out. But
yeah,
Marisa, we were talking about age, and everybody's saying like 40 doesn't feel like 40. 40 big deal. It's just a number, You want to know how old 40 is?
Please tell me. I can't wait to hear.
My son is 25.
Oh! We're 25 though. How's that possible?
Oh my God. That's too funny. So that's why. Hey, let me ask you, what does your son think of? I mean, you have so much content that's rooted in a certain period of time, in the formative, some teen movies and Empire Records and things like that. What does your son think of those projects? Has he seen them? What kind of feedback do you get?
I remember I showed him Empire Records when he was about 15, maybe a little younger. Yeah, maybe a little young. He was in his teens.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember he looked at me afterwards and he was like, "You were a hipster."
You're like, no, I was a punk.
Yeah. Yeah, they kind of blended together in the 90s, I guess.
You're right.
Well, if you think of Empire Records now, it's almost like a historical document. There are a whole bunch of people who have no idea what the record store vibe, phenomenon, culture was like. In a way, you helped chronicle one of the quintessential experiences of growing up in that time.
And the dangers of diet pillaging.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Empire Records and Jesse Spano. Change those for life. The I'm so excited scene.
Oh,
the diet pills.
I'm like,
Yes.
I'm like, I know the name Jesse Spano. I'm like, who the hell
Saved
is
by the Bell.
Okay, all right. Well, that's another one of your things.
There you go.
Ethan, of the characters that you've played, which one do you get asked about most, or people approach you and say, "Oh, I loved you in this"? Is there one that stands out among the others, or are there a bunch of them?
I mean, it really does. It depends on the person, I guess I would say. Because I've kind of started really loving making horror movies lately. So it would be weird if one of those like hyper goth individuals walked up and funny enough though, they really do like that thing you do, those goths.
Really?
That movie, yeah, that movie reaches all of them. but currently it's the Grace and Frankie.
Yes.
Probably just because I'm that bald now.
Join the club. Yeah. That's me as well. Well, you mentioned horror movies, and it's funny now, and I've heard a couple of industry. Obviously, there's the strike going on and all that stuff, so not a lot's happening. Independent films, some of them are being made, but they've sort of the production companies and the movie companies have sort of turned their gaze back on horror because when it's done right, it can be incredibly effective. It can catch an audience. A high concept can work, and it can be done for, smaller budgets. Where are your sensibilities in the world of horror? What do you consider the greats?
I think when it's done right, I think horror can be the highest art form. Because, like, what is art except for wanting to trigger a emotional and or physical reaction from your viewer.
Exactly.
And scaring somebody, making them jump. That's one of the biggest reactions you can get out of them. But like favorite horror movie?
Yeah.
The classics like Shining, I think, is one of the greatest movies ever made.
Are you a William Friedkin fan, The Exorcist?
It doesn't get me.
Okay.
Because I don't believe. I get it. It's scary, spook scares, all that.
Right.
I don't believe in demons.
So that's going to kill it for you.
Yeah, I believe in really horrible people.
I got you.
Have you seen I Saw the Devil? Have you seen that movie?
Yes. Yeah. It's really good. Really good. Yeah. There's a lot of really inventive good stuff. I mean, I think we started on a really good trend recently with a couple of years ago with It Follows and these creative low budget.
Really good movies.
Yeah, these and the conceits. What are you working on now in the horror realm?
We were gonna do one. We were gonna start one back in July, but we had to shut it down.
All right. Well, let us know if it does go through and gets completed. We'd love to promote it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
What are you doing for your birthday tonight, Marissa?
Marissa, what's up?
So it was yesterday. We were down at the beach, and it was fun. Tonight, going to Tomato Hubbabaloo on at River Twice in South Philly.
What is that?
Yes. It's just a tomato. Yes. It's a tomato-themed menu at a restaurant.
Yeah, she's vegetarian. Yeah. So Ethan, Marissa has
she's a foodie.
A foodie and a complete fear of being left out of things. So she is out all the time.
So last night I said, who's the birthday person? What's their name? Because I just got this random message on Twitter, like, hey, you want to celebrate a birthday in the morning? I was like, yeah, you. Yeah.
Thank you.
And they said, your last, so you just got married. Congratulations on that. Did you keep your amazing, incredible last name, or do you have a new incredible last name?
Guys, Ethan Embry thinks my last name's cool. No, I did. My husband and I did not plan the wedding whatsoever, so we didn't talk about changing last names, which I hear is a bitch to change your name. I have friends that have been going through the process for 2 years trying to change all of that stuff. So I'm here for it.
She still has a kick-ass last name.
Yeah,
Yes.
sticking with Magnata for now.
When it shows up in text form and it's just your last name, it looks like someone's talking about a superhero.
Magneto. Yeah, there you go.
By the way, Ethan, Marissa and her now husband, they eloped. They went to Vegas, and they were the first
That's
ever.
the only way to get married, by the way.
And they were the first ever wedding at
I've been married in Vegas 4 times.
Well, they were the first ones ever to be married at the Punk Rock Museum. Nobody had ever done a wedding there before, and they were allowed to do that. So pretty big milestone.
Did you guys did you dress festively? We were just surrounded by spikes.
It was a little bit of both. I found some pretty cool heels with some sparkles on it. My husband had a Vans checkered tie and some fresh Vans and a suit that we pulled out of the closet. We pulled the whole thing together in like 2 weeks. But the Punk Rock Museum, I cannot recommend enough. Fat Mike from NoFX and Fletcher from Pennywise and a whole bunch of people got together and pretty much reached out to every punk rocker they knew and said during COVID, don't throw out all of the junk you're about to clean out of your garage. Give it to us. And they curated this museum that just builds from like the 60s and the Sex Pistols all the way through Warped Tour and Rancid and Offspring until MXPX. It's really, really cool.
There's a death museum in Los Angeles, and my favorite little. I just woke up. I'm
No, you're doing great. You're doing great.
Called.
Yeah.
Yeah, my favorite thing that they had in there was Gigi Allen's clothes that he died in.
Oh.
Okay, so
Gigi, Gigi Allen?
Who is that?
He was this punk rocker that would always say, "Tonight's the night I'm going to kill myself on stage."
Oh,
I remember that
yes,
story.
Yeah.
There was that documentary, Hated. He's horrible. He's just awful. He's a disgusting human.
Yeah, he used to wipe his ass with the flag. He would take a dump on stage and stuff like that. Yeah, I've seen video of him, yeah.
Yeah, and they had his clothes.
Well,
that's pretty wild. To make that an attraction, that's wild.
At the Punk Rock Museum, they have Joe Strummer's very last bag of weed. Apparently, the weed that was in his pocket, somebody grabbed, which yesterday was Joe Strummer's birthday. We share a birthday.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Are you into collecting stuff like that, Ethan? Because,
morbid art?
Morbid, yeah, because, Crispin Glover used to collect, like, really weird old medical instruments.
Well, that's Crispin Glover. I mean, he's exactly like the type of person that would do that.
Right.
You not so much.
Ethan.
No, we go to antique shops, but Sunny, my wife, she does like the macabre. But
okay.
Speaking of Sunny, Ethan, and please, you don't have to answer this if you don't want to, but I just looked up because you mentioned getting married in Vegas 4 times. So you were married to Sunny, and then you guys got divorced, and then you got remarried. And I always find that fascinating. You share that with, I don't know if you know this or not, but with Jimmy Buffett and Muggsy Bogues, of all people. They were married to somebody, then things happened, they got divorced, and then they got back together. What was that like, reconnecting with
Muggsy Bogues?
Muggsy Bogues was one of the shortest basketball players of all time, and he was married to a woman. They got divorced, and then they ended up getting back together again. I find that fascinating.
Short basketball.
Like 5'2", 5'3", something like that. He was in the NBA, yeah.
That's pretty short.
Yeah. 5'3".
I mean, that's short for baseball, let alone basketball.
Yeah.
That's short for jockeys.
You're like running between people's legs
Yeah,
when you're
yeah.
that short.
Taller than Marisa, though.
Yes, 2 inches taller than me.
Yeah, Marissa, this is tiny.
Well, I do want
to. Go ahead, Marissa.
No. Please, you go ahead, Ethan.
We went to Vegas in 2005 and got married. We got married at the Chapel of the Bells.
Oh.
Also put together over a weekend. And we were married for 7 years, and we got divorced in 2011. And then we got remarried in 2015, I want to say, 2015. The first wedding, I was very hungover. And the second wedding, I had not been hungover for more than 4 years.
Okay.
And I must say, this span of our relationship is, I'm doing better this year.
Good. It's amazing. Yeah. Well, good for you. And that it all worked out.
Yes. Yeah. So far.
So far.
Well, since this is my birthday and we're talking to one of my favorite actors from one of my favorite movies, Ethan, I would love to hear a story from Empire Records. I mean, I grew up, this movie was my dream job. It introduced me to so much music, which I didn't realize. Dire Straits, Guar, Kaiju Shivers, all of these great movies. It's all over the place, or these bands. What was it like on set? I mean, that big rave at the end, was that a real party? I would just love to hear some of your stories.
Well, the rave at the end was one of the first things that we shot.
Oh.
Which is why Tobey Maguire, some people say that they can see him in it.
There's one scene where he is hanging on a pole. I have watched it with my friends. I pause the VHS. You can just see him for about one frame.
So he was still, I think he lasted maybe a week and a half into filming. So when we did the movie back in the day, you used to rehearse things. You'd show up a month before production actually started shooting and have a rehearsal period. And the rehearsal period for Empire Records was mostly picking the music that your character would listen to and making sure that the wardrobe was authentic and correct. Alan Moyle was awesome, the director. So the rehearsal period was really just character development and making things seem authentic. So Toby was there for the whole month of rehearsal and pre-production, and then he had to leave about a week into filming, but he was there for that big party rave scene. But have you heard the story of Brendan Sexton and I crashing a golf cart into Anthony LaPaglia's brand new Bronco?
No,
I have not.
This is great. By the way, Anthony LaPaglia, was the career was definitely he was getting a lot of traction at that point, and the fact that did you guys kind of look up to him, and is that what made you decide to crash into his vehicle?
LaPaglia he's super cool, very laid back. I think at this point he'd be in his 30s.
Yeah.
So he was definitely old. I was 15. Maybe I was 16. No, I was 15. I turned 16 when we were out there. So I got a golf cart to drive around the studio while we were shooting. And I let Brendan drive it. Brendan was 2 years younger than me, so he was 14. He saw a mound of earth that he wanted to jump.
Yep.
And he jumped it right into the door of Anthony's brand new Eddie Bauer black Ford Bronco. Just destroyed the door.
That's awesome.
And this, Eddie Bauer, like the sign of the times, that was like the interior to get. And you had to wait a long time because this is right after O.J. Simpson drove down the freeway.
Everyone wanted a Bronco.
Yeah, everybody wanted a Bronco. So he had to wait forever to get this thing, and it had just shown up. And he was so stoked. And like you said, he wasn't like insanely popular, but he was doing well enough to get a new Bronco.
Yeah.
And then we destroyed it.
Oh, man. Okay, who told him?
Both Brendan and I went and told him, like, we just ruined your car, sir. And he was totally cool about it. I mean, I would imagine he was cool in front of us, and then was pretty pissed afterwards. But he laughs about it now when I bring it up.
Did insurance on the set cover that, or did you guys have to buck up?
I don't remember.
Mom and Dad took care of it.
$2,000 worth of damage. I do remember that.
Oh my God!
All right, so I have to ask a question too with that. How many brownies did you end up eating during all those takes?
There was a lot of weed on the set.
All
right.
And the brownies were real. The brownies were real. I remember they came from Raleigh. And there was he gave, because that was actually the very last day of shooting. The Guar thing that I did was the last thing I shot. So he walked up. He's like, "Your wrap present is in the foil." And
wow! And you're 16 at the time.
Yeah, I was 16. Yeah. Oh, that's the tame stuff. That's the yeah.
Well, yeah, I definitely want to hear about it at some point. And I assume at any point, if you were to come across a Guar concert going on, you have carte blanche to go up on stage, correct?
Sonny and I just went. I can't remember if it was just before. It must have been just before the pandemic. Guar was coming through Atlanta. And so I reached out to them on Twitter and said, "My wife's never been. Can we get in?" And they hooked us up and got us tickets.
That's great.
Yeah, completely ridiculous.
But high art. I mean, that.
Did she appreciate it?
Oh yeah.
All right.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Good.
I mean, the amount of work those guys are going through in those costumes, and it's like, and every single one of them is, from the stage hands to the musicians. The amount of work that goes into keeping that show from falling apart completely is just nuts.
I'm sure.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of seeing them one time live in concert. You will not forget it.
Wow.
No, you won't.
All right. Well, listen, Ethan, by the way, and obviously the strike is going on, so we don't know what your next project is or what you want to mention. But, if you do have something coming up and you want to promote it, please let us know. We're more than happy to get the word out about it.
And Ethan, thank you so much.
Of course, Marissa. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
We appreciate you've been so gracious to the show too. When I had reached out to you over Twitter for the That Thing You Do reunion, just to have you on, because I thought it'd be the first connection I could make, and suddenly you were the one who brought all of the other guys. You're like, let's get everybody on. So we built this really, really magical moment. So thank you for being so gracious to the show.
That was a really fun little period to turn something like Adam's death into something fun.
Right.
I really enjoyed that. It was really good.
Nice.
Yeah, anytime, guys.
We appreciate it.
You guys are awesome.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Ethan. Have a great day. Ethan Embry, everybody. Part of Marissa's. I love it. So,
guy gets up extra early to do that. How cool is
literally
that?
just reached out to him like yesterday or the day before and said, do you mind coming on? And he's like, absolutely. So that was really cool.
Am I red?
Like, a little bit.
I'm like a little flush. It was Ethan Embry.
Well, we're not done yet.
Oh, man, guys.
So, Marissa, we would like you, and hopefully this all comes together. You know how loose the show operates when we have to keep Marissa out of the loop on something.
Like a New Orleans hooker.
Because we're loose like a New Orleans hooker. Marissa, we'd like you to go down to the performance studio.
The performance studio?
Yeah, we want you to leave.
Do you guys have a brand new Ford Bronco in there for me? Because that is my dream car.
You're going to have to replace the door.
Aiming a little high.
Okay.
You're aiming a little high. So just go on and walk down the hall, and we'll check in with you. What's that?
I saw Rodney here early, so I was wondering what he was doing. So, all right.
He and Kathy have a thing going.
Get out of here, kid. Okay, so Marissa is stepping out right now, and I'm actually gonna. It's still here. I'm gonna turn. We have microphones in that room. I'm gonna turn it up. We have a special surprise that's gonna take place. We have video as well. So if you're streaming online, here he goes. Marissa, this is live. Marissa, Marissa, it's a live band. Marissa. Happy birthday to you. That's Casey singing. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Marissa. Happy birthday to you. Oh my God.
Happy birthday, Marissa Magnata.
In our performance studio, the band that is going to be on the Preston and Steve show side stage, is here live, and Casey singing happy birthday to her in a punk fashion. And yes, Rodney was here for this, Marissa. We got it set up and wanted some live punk music for you, so we did that.
Success, guys. You have surprised me totally this morning. So thank you.
You know how hard it is to plan something like this without your help?
Tell me, Casey, how hard is it?
It is, well, I mean, I feel like if you were a part of the planning process, this would have been way better. And it would have been way more ornate and all that. But also, I want to... we can probably take those the papers down off of the windows in the back of the performance studio, because we also do have your birthday party catered for you from our friend from Wilson's Secret Sauce.
Yeah!
Marissa's a vegetarian. Well, it's pescatarian, so they have catered accordingly. as a result of Marissa's dietary restrictions.
I'm sure they brought my favorite vegan cheesesteak, Impossible Meat. But you guys did decorate. You have a great photo up on the screens here. It's my photo from Philly Mag. I mean, you guys are talking about, what this year has been to me. I got married. I was in Philly Magazine. 39 was pretty damn good. I don't know how I'm going to top it this year.
Well, 40 is going to be great. And also, Greg Monahan wasn't here yesterday, so that threw a wrench in things. So Chuck D'Amico was responsible for graphics here in the performance studio.
Nice,
Yeah.
Chuck. I appreciate that. Chuck is one of the reasons I'm, here at WMMR. He was here at the very beginning when I started and has been a great mentor all of these years since.
And
He's
lover.
waving now. Shh. Steve, I told you that in confidence, but now everybody knows. So, Chuck, it's out in the open.
Hey, so Preston, we have this band here right now, and they're ready to play some music for Marisa because she has definitely some specific musical tastes. Do you want to hear a song from them, or would you like to come in and be a part of this?
Oh, you want me to come down there and we'll play we'll play a little birthday song for Marisa?
Yeah, why not?
All right, I'm gonna
Go
walk
do
on
it.
down there. You guys.
Preston is now leaving the studio. He is going. It is a good quarter mile down to the performance studio. It's about 30 feet. That's why we never are in there, because here's our studio.
This is where we have our meetings.
Yes,
with
we
the
have our
bill.
meetings. It's super cold, but it's going to rock now.
Preston Elliott.
Record time.
Tommy Tom Thompson, everybody.
Sidearm, incredible.
In addition to all of this, special nature of this day, this is the first time we're using the studio live on our show for my birthday.
Hey, don't Bobby and Wilson's secret sauce guys kind of look alike? I think they have the same kind of beard.
They have the same kind of beard, but Bobby's got a little more hair on top of his head.
Okay, Bobby the drummer from Sidearm.
So,
never seen it.
all right, so what are you going to play, Case?
All right, I'm gonna suck at this. Hang on.
I think he's going to be just fine.
So Casey, you're gonna sing?
I'm gonna sing. This is my birthday present to Marisa. I didn't feel like spending any money, so I'm just gonna sing.
All right, you got the lyrics there in front of you?
I got the lyrics here in front of me.
Okay, Marisa, we're gonna play a little song for you guys.
Okay.
Ready? Yeah, we're gonna do that, right? All right.
I sit around and watch the tube, but nothing's on. I change the channels for an hour or two. Twiddle my thumbs just for a bit. I'm sick of all the same old in the house with unlocked doors and they bite my lip and close my eyes. Take me away to paradise. I'm so damn bored, I'm going blind and I smell like peel me off this Velcro seat and get me moving. I sure as hell can't do it by myself. I'm feeling like a dog in heat. I'm bored indoors from the summer street. I locked the doors to my old zoo and I lost the key. Bite my lip and close my eyes. Take me away to paradise. I'm so damn bored, I'm going blind and I smell like cat. I've got no motivation. Hey, come on, Preston! No time for motivation. Smoking my inspiration. I sit around and watch the phone, but no one's calling. Call me pathetic, call me what you will.
Patience lost in the young and lazy. Bite my lip and close my eyes, slipping away to paradise. So take with or I'll know mine. Happy birthday!
That was awesome, guys.
Rock and roll!
Happy birthday, Marissa.
Thank you, guys.
These guys are going to play a couple more songs for you. And let's get Bobby Badfingers up here.
Bobby
Remember that guy that
Badfingers.
used to snap all the time?
He was the world's fastest snapper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the way, these guys are going to be the guys backing up our singers for the Preston and Steve Show side stage live band karaoke, which we did last year. Was amazing. So we thank Sidearm for getting up way before their normal rising time. And so we're going to play more.
Yeah.
You guys sounded great, by the way. Everything is great. The video coverage
We're
is
going to make our way
fantastic.
back to the studio and listen into Marissa's party.
Yeah, yeah. All right, the guys
Chris,
are coming back.
We gave them very, very specific instructions on what songs to play. So
Okay.
this is all for you, Marissa.
Oh, I can't wait.
A personal concert from Marisa. Very cool. Preston was great.
By the way, we'll be able to jump in a little bit while they're playing live. And they are a great band.
They're sensational. Could not really do the side stage karaoke without these guys. They're phenomenal. And seeing Marissa, glimpses of crowd participation, Marissa, moshing Marissa, it was great.
These guys can play anything. That's what's so great about them.
It's funny. I was talking to Bobby and just going over. I'm like, do you know this song? He's like, yeah, probably. Probably. Probably.
Yeah, we probably know that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we know this one.
Yeah.
He's like, we played so many songs over the years.
So, Green Day or Foo Fighters, Marissa's number one.
Oh, Foo Fighters.
Gotta be, right?
Yeah, without question. That's why they're playing My Hero for sure. So,
I actually think her number one might be Bob Dylan.
Well, what about Rancid?
maybe she has seen Dylan more. I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah.
Rancid, she's a dieharder for. The thing about Marissa is, you may not know this, celebrating her 40th birthday today, is that she was that teenage kid that would be at the TLA for every punk band you've never heard of before show and would hang out afterwards and try to meet them or catch them before they were going to go into the backstage, in the back doors and try and go over and get pictures. She was a total fangirl.
She had to be in the audience for a lot of our Y100 shows.
I'm sure she was, for sure, yeah.
Look, she's having a great time.
Well, she's listening to us, too. She's got the headphones on so she can hear our feed as well. Marissa, was I right when I said Bob Dylan's your number one? Maybe she isn't
Flip me the
listening.
finger.
No, she isn't listening.
She just did that chop across her groin.
Marissa's own private punk concert. All right, well, we should take a break because we not only have live music, we have a music legend that's going to be joining us in a little while. Sting is going to be on the program in the next 20 minutes or so. So we'll take a break and we'll come back and we'll continue to celebrate, my God, Marissa's 40th birthday. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. Finally, MM Barbecue 2023, starring Shinedown, Billy Idol. Saturday, September 6th at the Mortgage Pavilion, plus special guests A. Ron Jones, Larkin Poe, Dirty Honey. Finger 11.
MMR's local shots opener, Vixen 77.
And the return of the Preston and Steve side stage with you fronting live band karaoke. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Lawn tickets start at just $25. Complete details at WMMR.com. From 93.3 WMMR. Everything that rocks.
This is a sponsored message by BetterHelp. Listen, things can get overwhelming in life. It is just the nature of it. And maybe you've been coming to a crossroads in life and you're not sure which way to go. It might be about a career change. It might be a relationship issue. Whatever it is, I want to suggest therapy. Listen, it can help you map out your future, help you to trust yourself, help you find the way forward. I know that therapy has done wonders in my own personal life. You can learn some positive coping skills, some setting of boundaries, being empowered to be the best version of yourself, and you might need the right person to help you guide in that journey that you're on. And I would like to recommend BetterHelp. Let therapy be your map and let it be done with BetterHelp. You can visit betterhelp.com/WMMR today and get 10% off of your first month. Once again, it's BetterH.
It sounds like a pretend name, but it's real.
Yes, and I almost said Clunt Biffington.
Clunt. His name is Clunt. Clunt Buffington.
Biffington.
Punk.
Clunt. Biffington.
Biffington.
Because it's Clint Buffington.
Clunt Biffington.
There you go.
What's your name, stranger? Biffington. Clunt. Biffington. Did you say Clunt? Clunt? That's not a name I've ever heard. Many Indians in this area have all sorts of exotic names, but Clunt's not one that I've heard.
Oh my Clunt.
Well, you heard it now.
So he is he's the guy that finds the messages in bottles, and he actually tracked down the one that was dropped off of the cruise ship. A guy who was on a Carnival cruise ship. He's from Philadelphia and had been floating out there for years, and he found it and got back to him. So
that was
cool.
Cramp-diffled.
Cramp-diffled. A Florida man was sentenced to 5 years in prison Wednesday after his wife died in a crash while the couple was having sex and he was driving while intoxicated.
All right, so she's straddling him, or what?
Yeah,
Okay,
that's exactly how
that
it
can be
was.
dangerous.
Matthew Notebart and his wife had just left a country music concert. The pair was having sex when Notebart drove into a canal.
Wow.
The crash left his wife, Amanda, dead at the... And Matthew severely injured at the hospital. Deputies confirmed that he was indeed under the influence. Authorities said that Matthew admitted to being naked and that Amanda was sitting on top of his lap when he drove off the end of the road and struck the opposite canal. Yeah.
That's where I think the safest thing to do is if you're going to be in the front seat, doggy style, right?
Yeah. So you can both see what's
exactly,
coming up.
Yeah,
you can both
Look
steer.
out! Sorry, I didn't see that.
Yeah. Hands on the wheel.
Yep.
All four.
So you put the seat back. It's going to be a little snug. I'm not going to lie.
Does the person in front work the pedals and the
Yes.
steering wheel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
Good.
You're holding on the wheel. It's like this. You're holding on
could.
the wheel. You're hunched over.
Yeah.
Yeah. It works.
It could do that.
Trust me.
All right. We'll
Did
have
it
to
in the
test that out.
Subaru.
After his 5-year sentence, Notebart will be on probation for 5 years. That's a good question. I've never had I was going to say the balls, but I guess that would be right, to do it while actually driving in motion. That's just crazy.
69 in a rickshaw.
I mean, like full on. I'm talking about intercourse.
Yeah, no, I know.
There are other things that you can do while driving, but that is just.
Well, you not Kathy, but you can do it.
Well,
No, you could get roadhead. Can you say that?
No.
we'll find out.
Yeah, we'll find out.
Who are you?
Have you ever?
Ew, it's so yucky.
There's your answer.
And now we're back. This brief fling to a normal sexual life, and now we're back.
I like how you make the word "ew" 12 syllables.
I want you guys to understand.
Okay. It's a little emphasis that she puts on it. Some of these texts are crazy. Had a guy friend who was with his wife and finished and yelled "hot soup."
Hot soup. That's dirty talk for Bill.
He said, "Yeah, right.
Yeah, right.
Soup. Minestrone. Minestrone, chicken noodle.
Chowder.
Soup is sexual. Soup is dirty. Gets all over the floor. Gets on the pillows. Soup's bad.
I miss Bill.
Split pea.
Stevie wakes up having a nightmare about it.
Split pea, clam chowder. What, honey? You're bathed in sweat.
I had a bad dream. There, look at the stool, open barn door.
What are you saying?
He just blurts them out. Oh, dear God. Kathy, here's this story that I promised I would bring up to you.
Lipstick?
A lipstick. Apparently isn't just a little pop of the color. It can be much more powerful. Bobby Rimmel, a gynecologist and oncologist at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles, says for cancer patients, lipstick often serves as a symbol of health and vibrancy.
Huh.
And says that lipstick helps restore a normal sense of self that a patient can lose during an incredibly difficult cancer treatment and help them feel like themselves.
I was never a lipstick wearer. I never wore lipstick until, I guess as I aged, I started wearing it more. So
was it your first rainbow party that...
Stop it. So, yes, I think it does help you, feel better about yourself. And especially if, maybe if they're going through chemo and they've lost their hair or whatever it is, just that little bit of lipstick, I could see that
Could make
helping
you feel
them.
wonderful.
Look, I've got a whole bag of lipsticks here, so.
All right, put on something.
Anybody? I just did.
Let's hear it so people can
this
hear
is
your
lame, whatever you
how
got.
much
my-
lipstick you have.
Oh, okay.
You have your bag there?
Yeah.
Pour it out on the table.
Okay. Here.
This is Kathy's
Wow.
cosmetics
And my little
array.
brush.
What is your I'm going out and I want action with an illegal alien? What's that lip? Now, what is your I want to, as Preston says, you want to just feel your absolute best.
You want to look sexy.
You want to be sexy.
Well, listen, it depends on the time of year.
Say you're going to like a police function and there'll be a lot of guys in uniform there.
Well, in that case, I'd wear this lipstick. No, it depends on I wore darker lipstick throughout the winter, and I just got my spring colors. So there's a lot of blushes and roses in there. Those type of colors.
Do you love watching? I love watching my wife put on lipstick. Yeah, I think it's very sexy.
Come on, guys, let's put on some lipstick.
You have food in your mouth. How am I gonna put lipstick on?
Let him eat first. He needs to eat.
Yeah.
A little bit of chaw.
By the way, I'm so mad.
Why?
Because my bagel was supposed to have butter on it. It had cream cheese.
Is that what you were gesturing to me about?
Yeah. Oh, well, I thought it was yours.
Oh, my God. Can you put it on for me?
Oh, you want me to put it on you?
Yeah. Kathy, this one has pubes all over it.
Oh, it does. Sorry about that. I use it for my other lips.
By the way, Kathy, you can mix colors, right? And get a
Yeah,
different.
sure.
Yeah,
Of course.
Yeah.
That's like the fun part. You experiment.
So my wife had done like this purple, this pearl, or not pearl, plum, and then she put like almost black and mixed it together, made it real dark and juicy.
Juicy.
Oh, you little slut, you. You. Somebody's getting ready for a big weekend.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Big weekend.
Steve, can you do Yoo-hoo for us? That's messed up.
Now this is, and then the guy blacks out, and then I blacked out, and then I woke up and he was over me like some sort of condor. This big bald guy got lipstick on. He's going yoo-hoo, and I turned around and woke up. I was bleeding.
Holy, oh my God, look at you.
You know what? I'll tell you this. I still look more feminine than Caitlyn Jenner.
Quickly, do we have a wig? Do we have a wig?
yes,
we do. Casey's putting the wig on Steve. And it's a bad wig. Oh my God. Oh my God.
For the love of God.
Oh, this is just. Oh, this is so. I'm so freaked out right now. This is awesome.
This looks like the ad for Split 2.
Yes!
Yeah, totally.
You'll come live in my basement.
I can't do it.
We have Knight's new character.
I have something to tell you.
And now the voice.
Yeah.
It's brought it all together.
It's all gone.
Oh my God.
How long does that lipstick stay on? It's designed for it to like stay on for a while, right?
Well, what Steve has is going to stay on for a long time.
Because he has an important appointment later on today.
What is he? What do you have?
We're closing on the house.
I forgot about that.
Did you imagine?
Oh my God, dude. But apparently, lipstick can make you feel more vibrant when you put it on. Do you?
I feel more vibrant.
You feel more
I feel prettier. I feel pretty for the first time.
Wow.
I would agree with that.
I tell you what, though, how annoying having no hair is so much better than having.
Yeah, you got to brush it out of your eyes.
Oh my God,
it's a pain, isn't it? Yeah.
Are you ready, girls?
Oh, the voice.
Walk along in high heels, feeling my testicles swing about.
Oh my God. This just bizarrely, spontaneously happened.
And it is bizarre.
It is
Well,
fantastic.
you were saying, and I am a big fan of the red. Well, yours
I
is
like
kinda-
your lipstick better.
Yeah,
Yeah, you have better
but
lipstick,
This is
Steve.
lip gloss, correct?
It's a matte. It's a matte color. So,
Okay.
She said so it won't come off.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, good.
Oh, no. Steve's closing on a house today.
Well, what would?
It'll come off
But you
by
already know the
then, but
people
you
better than
might have it for the entire show.
So let me get this straight. This is all marketing that once you apply it, it stays on till you die and rot in the ground. No, it's clearly removable.
But it's, yeah.
I've heard apply it once and then live with it for the rest of your life.
No, but red lipstick is pretty difficult to get off.
Okay,
Not for me.
he can do it, though.
No,
I work out.
I've heard of people getting eyeliner tattooed on. Right?
Yeah.
You can't have
Michael
lipstick.
Jackson had that.
My grandmother had that done.
Really?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh.
Had the eyeliner tattooed on.
Steve looks like somebody. You look like a
Caitlin's hotter sister.
No,
Like
no,
an actress
and
or-
like an actual female actress,
A younger Kathy Bates.
I was thinking of somebody 80s hair metal band, like because there's this. The guys in bands in the 80s would put lipstick on.
Oh, it's like when they're past their prime and they don't. They're performing now in
like David
in
Coverdale.
Tokyo. Yeah.
Now.
Yeah.
Casey-
I went to see Coverdale the other night. Holy crap!
Casey, you can get permanent lipstick tattooed, but it's not like it's sort of just like a neutral lip color. Like they almost darken your lip color a little bit.
Okay.
All right. This is a name out of the past. Linda Tripp.
Yes.
Do you remember Linda Tripp?
Tripp was the one that betrayed Monica Lewinsky.
Yes. Could someone pull up a
Jeez.
picture of Linda Tripp? I want to see if.
Let's
if
put it this way: John Goodman played her on SNL.
That's right.
Now, would I?
Oh my God!
When women, by the way, Kathy, this is a trick I've noticed. A lot of women don't do this. When they're listening, they'll jut the lower
kind of
lip.
pouting a little bit.
Yeah.
But it's a forced thing to make you. Oh, you're going to ask me something?
Steve, say prune.
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 I
Hold
have
the
to take a poop.
pip. Prune.
I don't think prune is the right.
Wait a minute. Do your Sean Connery with the wearing.
Check a perp. Check this picture now. Yeah, I've indulged your perversion.
I smell barbecue sauce.
Yeah.
I smell it very strongly in this studio right now. Wilson Secret Sauce. Steve Wilson and company showed up to cater Marissa's event. And we're like, wait a minute. Marissa's a vegetarian. What's the story with that? Believe it or not, Wilson Secret Sauce has loads of vegetarian or pescatarian options, right, Case?
They do.
Yeah.
I don't have a mouthful of brisket right now.
There's a salmon the size of a whale shark in that kitchen right now.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yay.
Yeah.
That's my lunch right there when
he
we're
always
done.
does great vegetables for
Yeah.
me. He knows, and he'll bring it over. So, thank you.
Yeah, he's got a like a buffalo cauliflower and some beans and some, and he's got that shrimp that
Nice piece fruit.
nice piece. No, the vegan shrimp and oh man, good stuff.
Yeah, and listen, I want to thank Richie and Ryan and Bobby from Sidearm. Who are here in the studio with us this morning. When did you guys get the call to come in here and be a part of this? Like yesterday?
Saturday on another gig, it started.
At another
and
gig.
then it ended sometime last night where we knew we should show up sometime early this morning.
Oh, my God. I can't believe you guys made it in this morning.
That's
Thank you,
awesome.
by the way.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, our
Long-time fan.
Listen, last year, the Preston and Steve Show side stage with you guys backing up all those singers. Did you have a good time at that?
That was so awesome.
Yeah, we were like, so we didn't know how it was going to go over.
No,
we're like, okay, this is kind of an experiment. We'll see how this goes. You know, non-famous people getting up on stage. Will anybody care? The crowd went crazy for everybody.
Oh yeah.
was so cool.
And you guys had a gig later that day, I think, didn't you?
Was it like a wedding, right?
Yeah,
we had
Maryland.
Paradise
Maryland.
Grill in,
We have a wedding
about
this
3 hours
year.
away.
Oh my
We have
God!
a wedding this year.
Oh,
after-
jeez.
Yeah,
This year we have a wedding.
You guys are
a very close
strategic,
friend of
aren't we?
Chuck's.
Oh,
A close
really?
friend of
Yeah,
Chuck's?
so
Yeah,
they-
Chuck is actually
He
going to have to
has to go to
depart.
the wedding
Yeah.
after he's done, but
We-
they were like,
Here's what we're going to do for you in the future, since you guys, we have to do it with you all the time because you're the best at doing this. We'll convince people to book their weddings at the MM barbecue.
Oh,
That's awesome.
There we
get
go.
paid for that
Right,
and not get paid for us doing that with us. Yeah.
Chances are this year it won't be 100 degrees outside when we're doing it. Because last year, I mean, it was a
my
blast.
God, that's
but
right.
man, was it
Me and
hot.
Kathy
Yeah,
were in
well.
front of that giant fan for like an hour.
So hot.
Any spot that had any shade or breeze was
Now-
coveted.
Yeah, so obviously you guys play where you are the vocalist, but how often do you do gigs where other people get up and perform? It's
Well, it's all the time. I mean, we have a lot of
sometimes we
friends that come out that want to come up and sing that
Yeah.
we do know. And then there's people like we just did a party Saturday and we actually learned a couple songs so one of the guests could sing.
yeah.
And then we wound up doing a song that we didn't know because they wanted to do it at the end.
You did a song you didn't know.
Right.
You're just like, we'll
Throw
figure it
Ryan
out.
under the bus and just yelling the chorus
Isn't that
across
most of
the
what we do?
stage.
Songs
They are good like that because
Yeah.
Casey had said apparently when you called him up or when you were talking to Bobby,
Yeah.
you said
I was like, hey, do you can you play? Because I was, talking about like the punk songs and stuff. I'm like, do you know that? And he's like, yeah, we probably know that.
Well, first off,
Probably.
you
the
can't,
Rancid was the
you
one.
can't
You were
tell
like,
Bobby.
Rancid. I'm like,
You can't tell Bobby like a song title like, "Hey, do you know Longview?" You gotta like hum the song.
yeah, I said I'm the worst guy to handle the.
That's what we do
song
on
titles,
stage,
The
like-
song
Dude,
title call.
Bobby, and maybe it's a drummer thing, but whenever if I'll see a band and they recognize me, hey, you want to sit in and play? Okay, you play this song. I'll go. I've never played it, but I'm pretty much sure I can play it. And then we'll sit down and go, and I go, can you hum how does it start?
Do I
If you just
start
tell
it?
me
'Cause
how
if
it
I don't have to
starts, I'm
start it,
good.
I'm good. If I have to start it, I need a little bit.
Forget it.
Yeah.
So it might be a drummer
And
thing.
then the guitar player, instead of playing it, he's going to hum it to you. He's not actually
Yeah.
going to just.
The best
play
is
it.
when he takes the initiative and starts a totally wrong song.
From the same band, different
The
title.
same band,
Yeah.
different
I
title.
did. I just did that the other day. I
Yeah.
played. It was Plowed. I was
Yep.
supposed to play Plowed. And I played
Played
16
Molly.
Candles.
Oh my God,
When I
Molly.
started it, they knew what was going on.
No, that's funny.
We're like the horseshoe band. We just try to get it close. I mean,
All right. Well, if people want to reach out to Sidearm and hire you guys, what's the best way to do it?
we have a website. It's www.sidearmband.com, sidearmband.com, and there's a form they could fill out and email us.
Okay.
Plus our
Or
schedules.
Facebooks.
Our schedule's always up there.
Yeah, our schedule's up there. They can check out Facebook at Sidearm Band on Facebook. They can message us there.
Awesome.
Excellent.
We sometimes busk at Wawa as well. So.
Basket Wawa from Thailand. Thank you guys for being here, and we'll see you on the 16th. All right.
Thank you.
Let's give it up for Sidearm.
Happy birthday, Marisa.
Richie, Ryan, and Bobby, love those guys. I'm telling you, it was a hit at the MM barbecue.
It was
last
terrific.
year, so
Yeah.
we got a couple of minutes before Sting is scheduled to check in like 7-8 minutes or so. So I didn't have anything planned. I wasn't sure
Okay.
exactly what was going to be happening at this point in time.
Do you want to make this the start of your Preston's Kitchen Tip segment?
No, we're not gonna do my kitchen tips.
Oh, dude.
What?
Speaking of kitchen tips,
Casey's got kitchen tips.
I didn't know that this existed until last week, but when you're making tacos and you got to like mash up the ground beef. I like ground beef tacos. I usually do it with whatever spatula I'm using. You know, there's like a ground beef smasher.
I did not know
tool.
that.
Kat, did you know this?
No.
Yeah,
and
Kathy
Preston-
is the culinary expert.
Yeah, seriously. Did I know? I don't even go in a kitchen. Actually, don't even have a kitchen right now.
Right.
But
There's a
Preston's
couch
going to
in there.
hate it. It's a gadget.
Yeah, I'm not a gadgety guy.
It's not a but it's not a gadget. It's. I mean, it is because I mean
It
it's
makes
just
you look like
one-
you're
What are you guys
whacking
doing over
it.
there?
Yeah.
I know.
Casey keeps gesturing like
It's
this.
like this.
You're
It's
making me
the
feel
stroke.
Okay.
Grab the balls.
All right.
This is how you make the tacos.
All right, hang on a second. Wait.
You can do this
What
a
are you
little
doing?
bit. I'm making tacos.
I'm making 2 tacos and a burrito.
Who snorted?
That was me.
did.
It was the 2 tacos and a burrito that got me.
I'm changing gears from food. I was watching UFC on Saturday night.
Now we're done. We're done with
No.
the tacos and
It's because, listen to me.
It was cooking with the UFC.
I'm watching UFC on Saturday night, and as the fight's going on, they'll pan around to the crowd and this celebrity, that celebrity. Whenever they get a boxer or a UFC person, that boxer holds up their hands like they're doing something sexual. And I swear to God, you could superimpose male genitalia. Have
you been motivated to do it?
Well, I'm not a graphics guy. Somebody like Kyle could do it. He could do it easily.
Yeah.
But and he could do it pretty quickly because
What do you mean? Why do they hold their hands up like that? You're talking
because
like almost like they're boxing?
it's almost like them saying, I'd rather be pleasuring two guys at once.
That's the motion that they make.
Yeah, it's understood that if you're in the UFC, outside of the bout, you'd prefer to be given handies.
Wait a
to two
minute. So
guys.
this is a regular UFC thing?
I think if
It's
you
like
go to-
this, Preston.
I hope
Vegas.
Sting's not watching right now.
Yeah, let's do something
Real
more
quick.
intelligent.
Casey, a lot of people on YouTube today and on the text board are asking about your shirt. They love it, and they want to know where you got it if you don't mind divulging that information.
Yeah, Delco Johnskis.
Delco Johnskis?
Delco Johnskis. You
Okay.
can find them on the Instagram. Alrighty.
It's a shirt that says, for those who are listening on the radio, remember when Nick Foles caught that TD pass from Trey Burton?
I remember that.
Remember
They won
that?
the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we've resolved. So it's something very, very sexual looking at the UFC, and you have a device that is going to assist in the making of beef tacos.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
I want you to explain this gadget
Okay.
that because you can just use a regular spatula.
You can. All right.
In fact, a wooden spoon works pretty well for ground beef.
It does, but I am not good at explaining things. So
Have you ever seen the Hadron Collider?
I have.
So that's the bottom of it, right? It's almost like a three-pronged star.
Okay.
That you that you like
Okay,
you,
let me-
you beat it off hard to break up all
Is
the.
that a meat tenderizer?
It's not a meat tenderizer.
That looks more like a small sledgehammer.
What about
Yeah.
what about
like a meat
what is-
tenderizer? You.
This is
Dear God.
Sting has just bailed on his
Yeah.
interview.
yeah, exactly.
What is the device? Is it a regular standard masher for making mashed potatoes?
I just call it potato masher. Yeah. Yeah,
So is
you
it
know,
like that?
the thing you
What
go
is
like
the
this.
thing where it looks where you prepare it, you turn around and you bend over the counter with your pants down.
Yeah.
That's a melon bowler.
Hmm.
No, so there we go.
Let me see your picture.
Scare up a picture, not a hand drawn.
Not a hand-drawn
Find one
picture.
online.
It was terrible.
So that's the bottom of it, right? So.
Oh, you did like 3D?
Yeah. Well, it's 2D, 3D. But
Yeah, that would just for me that just takes up space in the wherever you keep your utensils.
You say you have no fascination for like Williams and Sonoma. They don't.
Not the things like a garlic press or like you can chop up the garlic. You can use a knife for a lot of things. You can just use a knife or things that you're already used. You can be.
Do you think most chefs would agree with you on that? That the more
Probably.
standard tactile way of preparing the stuff is these are just gimmicks.
Yeah. Well, this would
They just take up
definitely
space.
make it difficult for you to shut whatever drawer this thing is in.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
It's another thing you got to clean. It's another thing that takes up space and all of that.
Why reinvent the wheel?
Yeah, exactly.
I
No
gotcha.
need for that. So, but anyway, you made beef tacos with that.
No matter how vaguely sexual it looks.
With that, where did you get it?
No. Well, no.
You found it in the street.
My sister and sister-in-law both have them, and they. I was at my sister's house last week, and she had bought one for my sister-in-law because I guess she was talking about it. I was like, I didn't know that this thing existed, but I prefer when I'm making beef tacos to have my meat beaten so that it is very loose.
It's fine.
Yeah,
There you go.
Very loose.
So fine.
Right.
It seems like not necessary at all when you can just go to a restaurant and get tacos.
Oh, when you can do it that
Kathy's
way.
correct. The simplest way would be that
works too.
progression.
All right,
Just
well,
simply making reservations.
I'm glad we got it all cleared up
Exactly.
before our next guest.
We
who is on.
redefined cooking and the culinary arts.
He's on the line now. I'm very excited that he and his co-host or co-performer
Headliner,
is going to be at the Man. It's a Saturday, September 9th. It's called the One Fine Day Festival, and it will feature Shaggy and our guest. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sting to the show this morning. Sting, good morning, sir.
Let's see the audio. We're out.
Don't hear you.
No, you're in the wrong thing.
Oh, I thought, hang on a second, Sting. My fault. We have you now. Thank you for joining us, sir. We appreciate it.
Good morning to you.
Nice to finally speak to you after, I'm a longtime fan and always excited to have a chance to chat a little bit and especially the fact you're coming to town with Shaggy, and what a great pairing and what a great relationships the two of you have had. I remember the first time that I heard that you guys would be working together. I'm like, does that work or not? And then, of course, the proof is in the pudding. You hear it.
with the reggae roots that have been a part of your music threads throughout all the years. It seamlessly fits. How were you guys introduced to each other? Was there mutual appreciation and then you had the higher ups, or did you just kind of stumble into each other?
My manager is called Martin Kirschenbaum. He used to be Shaggy's A&R guy at the record company. And he had a feeling that he and I would get on. I think in terms of humor. Okay. And we met, and it was like when you meet one of those people you feel you've known your entire life, and it just suddenly seems very easy. We laugh at the same things. We laugh a lot. And music it just comes out of that joy of being together. So we've been together now like 6 years, and it's a very unlikely combination. People say, Sting and Shaggy, what the hell is that?
I'm curious as to what...
It works.
I'm curious as to what, Jamaicans, and I'm going back to the early Police when you really had that reggae vibe, which felt very fresh, mixing it with kind of a punk flavor and all that. What people who had been grown up on reggae thought about that? Did they feel weird about it, or did it just make sense? Have you ever heard that from people?
We were three white guys from England, but Britain has had a very influential West Indian community since the late 40s, and so they brought reggae. They brought West Indian music. They run the health service. They run the transport system. So we value our West Indian community, and of course, I was exposed first of all to calypso. Every night on the TV, there was a calypso singer singing about current events. And then it was ska, and then it was blue beat, and then, of course, Bob Marley, who was a massive influence on my life. I met Bob a few times. He was a man with a great deal of kind of regal dignity. And of course, music was just so powerful for me.
You know what's interesting about reggae and about the artists? We had the woman who sang "Girl from Ipanema," which is not technically reggae,
Astrid,
but anything of that, a calypso or that kind of music tends to be time-defying. It always seems relevant. It always has a sound that just cuts through everything. Do you find that as well?
I do as well, and it's what I try and inject into my own music. Even though I've written a song, 40 years ago, I still want it to be relevant now, and a lot of it does. But I think it's because it's based in a rhythm that is infectious, and it's not about fashion. It doesn't go out of fashion, that kind of music.
I mean,
You're
you're very proud of. In fact, you just received, I think it was the fellowship of the Ivors Academy. Am I getting that correctly for songwriting?
That's true. Ivan Novello was probably one of our most famous songwriters in the 20s, and it's my favorite award. I think I've got about 10 of them. They're beautiful little statuettes, but it's a songwriting award, and I've been given the fellowship. And the next thing is it's posthumous after that, so it's the best thing I can do.
It's a little bleak.
Sting, did you ever write any songs as a kid? And if so, do you remember that first one that you would technically call a song?
Yes, I did. I did write songs as a kid. I had no idea, what I was doing really, but I was actually very influenced by Buddy Holly. He was one of the first pop stars who wrote his own songs. He influenced the Beatles, definitely. And then when they started writing their own songs, they were kids from Liverpool. I'm from Newcastle. It's a similar working class seaport. I thought, if they can do it, I can do it. And a whole generation of English kids behind them got permission, if you like, to try the same thing. And some of us were lucky.
You look back on music like Buddy Holly, and when I hear it as very simplistic. It's basic, but it is clever. And is it more complex than we see it as, songs like that, looking back?
I mean, Buddy Holly and the Crickets, it was a very sophisticated band, but it had, it's the hardest thing of all to be simple. It really is. It's difficult to pare it down to its bare essentials. But Buddy Holly and the Crickets, my mom used to bring those records into the house. And so I lapped them up as a kid, and it went into the bloodstream.
I was reading an article about you and your process of songwriting, and it seems to be very much akin to the way a novelist or a screenwriter would set to writing a song. Is it that you sort of you see characters and a story in mind. Is that a correct assessment?
You know, I tend to write the music first, and I think when you frame music in the right way, it already has a kind of narrative. It has a mood. You know, some people see colors when they hear music. I see stories. I see characters. I see situations, and then I write backwards from that. So the music comes first, largely, and then the song kind of suggests a refrain or an idea. But the music is what feeds me.
I know you wrote Every Breath You Take. You were at the Goldeneye, the Ian Fleming estate, which is a dream of mine to get to as a massive Bond fan. On that aspect of it, of being seeing things visually and seeing characters and so on and so forth, and that song in particular, is it wild that a song that is clearly is wonderful, but is also has elements of being disturbing, that eludes a lot of people sometimes. They present that as a love song. I think it's the most played song on radio. I think it holds that distinction as being the most often.
In the history of American radio, that's the most played song. I wrote it in 1982 in Goldeneye on the North Shore of Jamaica, and the house formerly belonged to Ian Fleming, as you say. He wrote all the Bond novels, and I would sit every night at his desk. He wasn't alive at the time.
Right.
There's something ambiguous about the song. As you say, it's kind of romantic, but then it's got a dark side, just like James Bond. He's our guy, but he also kills people.
Right. Right.
So I think that's the power of the song. It has that double-edged thing.
You know what I love about your live shows now, Sting, is that your music has evolved and you've taken some different directions with your the composition, not the composition, but the orchestration and how you present the song. And I guess that's part of a musician's life, because I go back to, there was a recording I had of you the first time you had made your own demo of Every Little Thing She Does Is Magic, was on Strontium 90. And I love that version. It was just you and I think like a djembe or some type of a drum and a guitar. And I have it on some of my playlists. But that song obviously evolved into something else once you got to the recording process. And now you play it completely different as well when you do it live. Do you have fun with that? And do you want to make sure that you have that the audience is there for the core of the original version, that they might know the recorded version?
My job every night is to sing a song I may have written 40 years ago, but to find something new in it. So incremental change that I haven't discovered before. So it's a journey of discovery every night. And I always do. There's something, maybe the audience doesn't notice the change, but it's an organic growing thing for me. And that's what keeps me interested. That's what keeps me in the job. You know, I'm looking, I'm still a student of music. I'm even a student of my own music. I'm surprised sometimes that I knew something at the age of 24.
Yeah, well, I'm fascinated by, not being a musician, but I'm fascinated about anybody who's creative and gets excited by the process and about their particular process. And I thought, this was interesting, and I don't know if this is accurate or not, but we always hear that artists and rock artists or whatever, pop stars, people who write music for a living, have their proverbial drawer of songs that they have half started and never get and go back to and revisit. That's not the case with you as much, though, is it? You don't have. Do you keep a large archive of songs that you took a pass at and will return to? It's my understanding you don't do that.
Well, I do actually. At sound checks, we explore the material that we haven't played in years. And I have a great archivist in my guitar player, Dominic Miller, who seems to remember every chord we ever wrote. And so he'll suggest something, and then we figure it out again and go, wow, that's pretty good. We should put it in the set. So the sound checks are where we explore that. But, when people come to see us, they want to hear the hits. There's no doubt. They really do. And so I always give them that. But at the same time, I'm looking for a little incremental change in the arrangement that they maybe won't notice, but I do, and the band does.
Sting, my favorite television show on TV right now is Only Murders in the Building, and to see you on that show was a cool surprise. How did that end up happening? Are you friends with Steve Martin and or Martin Short? How did they end up casting you as you on Only Murders?
Well, I have to point out that I simply wasn't acting. You know, that's I mean, I'm surprised people think it's a comedy. It's a serious drama.
It's you, for crying out loud. It was hyper Sting, not the regular Sting, but it was hilarious.
Those two are very naughty. They give you a script, and then it's nothing like what they do on the set at all. So you really have to be on your toes, improvising.
The first time I saw you on screen as an actor, a friend of mine was a diehard Police fan, and so he turned me into one. And this movie was coming out in the 80s called Brimstone and Treacle. He's like, "Oh, Sting's in this movie. You need to go see it." I'm like, "Wow, I'm really excited about it." I left that movie going, "That was disturbing. That was messed up." But it's got to be fun to play odd characters, strange characters, devious characters from time to time.
I think sometimes it's, you know, I'm quite a shy person. I'm not an extrovert person, but being on stage, being in the public eye allows me to rebalance that. So once I'm on stage, I'm not shy at all. If I walk into a room, I don't expect to be the center of attention. I really don't. And most people in my position are like that.
Is the stage different than in a room with a camera and a handful of people?
Yes, it is. I mean, you have more control on the stage. I can do whatever I like. The film set is the director's medium, and you're there to work for him or her. But yeah, I'm very at home on the stage, in the theater, or on my own stage.
I wanted to ask this question, Sting, with a career which has lasted as long as yours has, and maybe looking back from time to time. There's sometimes in Instagram people will post throwback photos and so on and go, "Oh my God, look at me, look how I look." Throughout your career, if you were to take a look back at maybe some of the fashion choices or styles that you have gone through, which one would make you roll your eyes and go, "Oh my God, I can't believe I wore that," or "Oh my God, I can't believe I looked like that"?
No, all those choices were impeccable.
There was no fault at all.
I'm happy to hear that.
I mean, I'm surprised by how much hair I had at one point. Masses of hair.
Are you excited to find out what in the Dune series, what they're going to do with Fade Routha's character, since you played that in the original film?
Yeah, I saw the remake, and I thought it was a very, very good film. It wasn't as camp as ours, but certainly a good film. I look forward to seeing the sequel.
There was something really charming, though, about that, about your version, that both Steve and I really appreciated, and we've read the books and we're familiar with the source material. But it had a different flavor to it. But there was something I thought unique and interesting about that presentation.
I remember being in a rubber suit in Mexico City in the height of summer, and it was like 98 degrees every day. I went down to 140 pounds.
Yeah. No, it's the word is, and they're talking about it now. They had released an extended version of it at one point, and that David Lynch's original version even exceeded that in length. Have you heard anything about that? Do they ever consult you about that stuff, or is it long ago?
They don't have to ask my permission anymore.
Yeah.
To a reminder, those who are not aware, Sting and Shaggy are headlining the One Fine Day Festival. It's coming to the Man on Saturday, September 9th. Sting, I want to ask about a piece of equipment that I saw you in the reunion tour with the Police, and the bass guitar that you do when you are playing bass, because you'll go between bass and guitar. The really old beat-up bass, that obviously is something you've had for a long time. Can you tell us about that piece of equipment?
It's a Fender from 1954, so it's 3 years younger than me. It's one of my orphans. I really like beat-up basses. There's something about those old basses. There's a growl. There's a feel. There's a soul to it that a factory-made bass does not have. So that thing was built on a lathe by Leo Fender himself, and the pickups were wound by him. It just feels like a soul.
Are you a collector of instruments?
I have maybe 3 or 4 Fenders. I have a couple of classical guitars, but I'm not one of these outrageous collectors. No, I'm not. I have what I need.
Very good.
Get it done. When did your Sting? When did your fascination or interest in jazz? Because jazz figures prominently into your music style and what you've done over the years. When did jazz first catch your ear?
You know, when I was a kid, I was like 14. There was an older kid at school. He heard me play the guitar, and he said, "Do you like jazz?" I said, I don't know. he said, listen to this. And he gave me an album of Thelonious Monk playing live, playing solo in Paris in 1960. He said, play this every night when you do your homework. You won't like it at first, but after a while, it'll grow on you. And it worked. After 3 days, I started to understand that very complex harmony that most people think, yuck. But for me, it's milk. I love it.
Aren't you blown away by the amount of people that you can find? You mentioned Thelonious Monk, and obviously you've played with some of the greats like Herbie Hancock and Omar Hakim and Branford Marsalis, and the list goes on and on who all you've performed with. But when you can go onto YouTube and find a 15-year-old who is playing virtuoso music that I thought that it was once in a lifetime type of people, that there are more insanely talented musicians out there than we realize.
I think that YouTube is such a teaching tool. You can access almost anything. They tell you how to do it, and it's remarkable. You're right. I see it myself. I see like bass players, stuff that I can't even imagine playing. It's so exciting.
As a former teacher, you talk about the ability to learn from from YouTube and pick up the information from earlier artists. I have heard, and I kid you not, in the past 6 months, 8 months, various audible books or biographies or people talking about Carl Jung and synchronicity, and they reference you specifically as the conduit for getting them into that. That's got to be pretty satisfying on your side.
It's true. And the recent film, the Oppenheimer film, the director cites me as the first time he'd ever heard that word, Oppenheimer. He was a kid, 15, heard the song in Russians, wondered what an Oppenheimer was, and then there you go. So I'll be expecting to make a speech at the Oscars.
We'll hold you to that.
Hey, so this One Fun Day festival is coming up in just a few weeks, and it's you and Shaggy are headlining, but it's 2 stages, and I'm looking at the acts on this stage. You got Thundercat and Coffee and Tank of the Bangas and G Love and Special Sauce. That is a Philly
local,
born and bred a band. How much say do you have in putting this bill together? Because this is going to be an amazing day of music.
Well, Shaggy and I curated it, and we wanted it to reflect the width of our musical taste. It's very, very eclectic. Very important that G Love and Special Sauce are there because, as you say, they're a Philadelphia band. Great Music City. We needed to reference that. But it's really a fun day. It's really about fun and the end of the summer, and we want to make a memorable one fine day that maybe we could do it again next year. Another fine day.
Another fine day.
No, it's a tremendous. Honestly, it's such a cool vibe, and this lineup is stellar. And Preston's right. You and Shaggy just jive so well together.
And have you guys ever played the Man before? You as an artist, in whatever iteration?
I've been everywhere else. I've never been to the Man before. I started in Blair and the Clock Theater and everything in JFK Stadium, but I've never played the Man. So I'm excited. I heard it's beautiful.
Yeah. And I'm sure it's going to be great. We're starting to get cooler temperatures, so this is going to roll around just in time. So, Sting, an honor to have you on. Very much looking forward to you being back in town. And then you're going to be playing a solo show in Atlantic City a little bit further down the road as well. So lots of gigs in our area. But thank you so much for everything you've done over the years, and we're looking forward to you and One Fine Day and Shaggy and the whole event. We appreciate it.
Thanks, everybody. God bless you all.
Take care. Sting!
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
How cool is that?
That's awesome.
Oh, my God.
How do you think you did?
Cool. He was so nice.
Super nice. Again, the biggest compliment you can say is he was Sting. He's exactly what you wanted him to be.
Yeah.
Wow.
And he said that the thing that we were talking about is called a mix and chop, and you can get it on pamperedchef.com.
Yeah.
Pamperedchef.com if you want
to chop up your ground beef.
Ground beef into
you'd be able to do that.
fine.
Wow.
That was cool.
That was so cool.
Okay, so you have talked to Paul McCartney, Gary Lauer,
Paul McCartney, Sting. I've spoke to Geddy Lee and Alex Lifeson. Are you just talking about me?
Yeah.
And Amy Grant.
Ethan Embry.
Are you asking like who's left?
Who's left? Who's on your list?
That's a really good question.
You ever talk to Ringo?
How about Marshall Warfield?
I've never spoken to Ringo. I've seen Ringo.
From Night Court? Is she still alive, Roz?
No, that's why it would be tremendous.
Oh man, it's never
Wait,
gonna happen.
but Paul McCartney only once, right?
Yes.
So that it would probably be again. Right?
Yeah, I should probably do that.
You want to make good so that he was referring to you as Kenny at that time, right?
That's right. Yep. And he probably thought I was just a little whoopsie doodle. And,
Yeah.
And
You're terrible at this. This is the worst interview ever. Don't you prepare?
I think we still have a shot at Marsha Warfield.
She alive?
Yeah,
She's
still
alive?
alive, yeah.
Oh, thank
great.
God.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
We should call her up and tell her that we thought she was dead.
Yeah, that'll be a good opening question.
Since you seemingly have been doing nothing.
Yeah. This show looks awesome. This One Fine Day show at the Man, that looks
And
really cool.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Nick. I'm glad you brought that up about the other acts, Casey, because I wasn't going to ask in the chance that maybe it was curated by someone else, and then they said, hey, Sting, do you and Shaggy want to do this? And maybe he didn't know who G Love was. Clearly he knows.
You had to bring that up.
Clearly he knows G Love, so that's awesome.
What's your name again? Preston? What is it? Piston?
Piston
You're a
and
moron.
I was at the Man last weekend for a couple of great shows, and there's a band on this One Fine Day show called Tank and the Bangas, and I've never heard anything about them, and they've appeared in my life twice today because they are one of the bands that's opening up for Dave Matthews Band at the Gorge next weekend, and then they're going to be back. They're going to be in Philly opening up for Sting and Shaggy, and I have no idea what Tank and the Banga is, but now I want to check it out.
All right.
You know what? See if you can hitch a ride with them back from Washington. You get to know them on the way.
You guys got room in the van?
Wow. All right. Well, listen, we got to take a break.
Yes.
Because time is running short. So we'll return and we'll get into some bizarre file stories. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
You are?
The reason that we were going there is because a guy that has been on the show several times, is a South Jersey native, and you've heard us talk to him on the air and talk about him many times. The composer, Michael Giacchino, invited us out to be a part of something really cool. He is currently, or was currently, scoring the film Spider-Man Homecoming. And he was doing it at the 20th Century Fox Studios, and invited us all to be out there if we wanted to be in the studio while they're recording the music for the movie.
That's amazing.
So Nick and I took advantage of it. There were some other commitments, and that's why not everybody could make it. But I'm telling you, this guy, number one, for those who may not be familiar with Michael Giacchino, has composed the music for some of your favorite movies. And just start with some of the Pixar stuff, The Incredibles, Up, Inside Out, and then you move over to things like Planet of the Apes. He has also done the Star Trek films. J.J. Abrams and he did all the music for Lost. He started in video games, so Medal of Honor.
Yeah.
A bunch of series of video games that he did, and he is the guy. He did Rogue One. He did. Did he do Force Awakens as well?
No,
I think
he didn't do that one, but he did Jurassic World.
Yeah,
and his,
he's gotten. They've handed over these John Williams scores and said, "Here, update and run with this."
He is the heir apparent. He is the guy right now. And the fact that he is as nice as he is and a friend of the show.
Yeah.
And friends of the show never invite us to do cool stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess they know we'd be an embarrassment.
Yeah.
So that's pretty much our prohibitive factor. But this was so cool that you got to go out there.
So he invited us out, and he also said that it was cool if my entire family came along as well. So it was me and Nick and my 3 kids and my wife.
Rochelle just had to pretend that she was Steve. She was me.
That's it. Yeah. No, but they were so nice. So we show up, and when I got there, Nick was already. I found him on the property, kind of trying to find the studio that we were going to go to, which was the Neumann studio.
Yeah.
Was that named after Randy Newman?
No, his uncle, I believe. And,
Okay.
But within that family, and so we're literally on the 20th Century Fox lot, which is sprawling. There are a lot of buildings. It's where they film movies, and some of those sound stages are huge. So we were going from one to the other, and ended up in Building 26, which is where they shot or scoring rather the Spider-Man movie.
Yeah, and they had like the Jane Russell suite, and they even had the Marge Simpson stage, and all the things are named after famous actors and characters.
That's neat. And the Jane Russell suite, I assume, has huge breasts, right?
Of course it does. Yes. So we show up for this really cool experience. What is this? Oh, Randy Newman. I Love L.A., yeah. Who, by the way, he does
tons of movie scores.
Academy Award winner.
Absolutely.
He did Toy Story.
Yeah. And Michael Giacchino, by the way, an Academy Award winner
Yes.
as well. He won for Up. He won an Oscar. So anyhow, so we show up and we're not sure what to expect. And
You feel out of place and you feel like you shouldn't be there.
Well, we just follow the instructions on where to go, and eventually we're standing outside the store, and it says studio. There's a big red light and everything on it, and it wasn't going on, so we just walk in, and boom, we're in this recording studio.
What are you doing? We're halfway done, my God!
So we kind of sheepishly walk into the control room.
Who are these idiots?
Steve, I was afraid that was going to happen. I mean, like, everybody was so nice and kind, but this is not where we work. This is where they work.
Yeah.
They're friends of mine. I invite.
Michael, God damn it! That's $50,000! Get him out of here! That guy's head is blocking the screen!
So we show up around 9:30, 10 o'clock. The session was going to start around 10. Actually, we showed up around 9:30, and we walk in, and they're all still getting in place, and we're just trying to stay out of the way.
Yeah.
Because there were several people in this very large control room.
You try to be mindful.
And so we just kind of scoot back and get out of the way and find our little spot. And Michael comes over, and he's like, hey, oh my God, you're here. You know, I mean, he was just so excited that we actually made it. And his
Such a
sister,
nice guy.
Maria, was setting the whole thing up, being the liaison with Nick.
Did we mention he's from South Jersey? I mean, that was that was a connection in the first place. Riverside. He invited us back, and so if this is a one and done, I will be forever grateful. It really was a once in a lifetime opportunity. I do feel privileged because I am. But if we get to do it again, I really hope you can come again because he's not going to stop.
I do want to. And
are you ready for this?
Yeah,
here we go.
Okay.
Slightly privileged.
Jesus.
Very privileged, actually.
And that was just the one day. Do we need to take a break and come back and talk about the rest of the week?
I could go on, and I'm not going to do it. Fear for privilege overload. But there were so many great things that happened. That was just one of the days. So,
And so I did Easter with my family in LA and got back this morning.
When did you do Joshua Tree?
I did Joshua Tree on Friday, and I've mentioned this on the show a few times, but my goal is to get to every national park in the country. I'd never been into Joshua Tree before. It's incredible. It's right near Coachella, so that was going on this
How
past
was
week.
traffic getting there?
We avoided that. We went to the north side of the park and came in that way. Coachella's sort of on the south side of the park, but
I've been to Joshua Tree.
It is,
beautiful.
it's incredible, and it's only 2.5 hours from downtown LA. And I did rock climbing outside, and that was privilege as well.
and and speaking of privilege, I have to say thank you to Craig Shoemaker. Took me to play golf at Calabasas Country Club.
Calabasas, that's where the Kardashians live.
Yeah,
it sure is.
Oh, he was pointing out all the houses, like, oh, that's where Tom Bergeron lives. That's where blah blah blah. I mean, like right on the golf course.
I went to Nobu.
That's right.
I went to Nobu, Malibu.
It's a great restaurant.
Where all the cool, trendy people.
You ready? And Arizona, this is legit. An Arizona police department shared photos of the swearing in of its newest and most unusual officer. It's Iro, the drug-sniffing lizard.
Iro, the drug-sniffing. Oh, that's what that picture was. I saw a whole bunch of cops with a lizard.
Iro is a bearded dragon that first came to the Avondale Police Department last April as part of a pilot program and was officially sworn in Thursday by Chief Dale Nanenga. The department said Iro was originally brought in after officials reviewed research indicating reptiles have a strong enough sense of smell to make them more effective than dogs at detecting some types of narcotics. I tried to see if this was like a late April Fool's gag or something like that, but it appears to be legit. Research has shown, this is according to...
Really, the main concern is just to make sure that the perps are taken off the street and we get these drugs out of the hands of the children. It's quite an honor to be on this police force now. I'm looking forward to a productive couple of years. And the rookies coming in, that's of great concern to me as well. Getting them out on the street, interacting with the people, talking to the kids, and that's how we make change.
I love it. You sound like a New York cop.
The department had said research has shown that reptiles possess a strong sense of smell, making their ability to detect certain illicit drugs possibly more accurate than canines. Wow. They said our pilot program, drug-sniffing bearded dragon, will be assisting officers in the city. Please help us welcome Iro.
Do they put him on a leash?
I don't know how they go about. I mean,
I think it's a baby Bjorn.
No, they wear it around their tail. No, how do they indicate they got a hit? You know, dogs will sit or they'll do some sort
You
of.
got something over here. I think it smells a little like meth, I'm thinking.
Oh, he just tells them.
Yeah. Why
He just speaks up.
I'm a working officer. What do you want me to do?
So I figure the second you take him out of his aquarium, he's gone.
Yeah,
I'm working now. I'm working 24/7. So if I'm in the aquarium, I'm sitting on that little fake beachfront under the fake umbrella with the fake palm tree. I get a call. I'm going. It's time to roll. We got to make a change out there.
I need to follow up on this and make sure it's legit. The department has periodically posted photos of Officer Ira's escapades using the hashtag Ira Adventures.
Please send a backup, lizard.
By the way, there's a few different things we're going to go through. As you know, I kind of notice these things.
Really?
Yeah, I think so because
Around the corner, down a dark alleyway, across an empty field. He is the noticer.
This one
Nothing gets past Preston Elliott.
This one
the noticer.
I noticed.
On the Preston and Steve show.
All right. This one I
6
noticed
to 11.
because Steve said it to me.
All right.
Human
Steve
beings.
sent this to him.
We as human beings get turned on by many things. Most commonly, we're turned on by other people that we are sexually attracted to.
And animals.
There are also people. What?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. There are also people who are turned on by inanimate objects. I've mentioned that stuff on the Bizarre File before.
Hence people marrying the Eiffel Tower.
But this I've never seen. There are certain women who are turned on by themselves.
Gee, I wonder where a woman like that might exist. Where a woman who would find themselves so beautiful, they would get aroused. It seems almost impossible that such a woman would exist.
Yep. They
What are you saying?
They stare at themselves in the mirror and they think, I'd like to tap that ass.
Well, yeah, but then you don't actually get turned on, right?
No, these people do.
Well, we don't, but you do.
According to
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So beautiful.
I'd hit that.
According to Dr. Michael Aaron, a New York City therapist and author of Modern Sexuality, The Truth About Sex and Relationships, it's extremely common for a woman to be sexually attracted to herself, and it is called autosexuality or autoeroticism.
Yes, so just the visual is enough to get this type of person worked up to the point of being orgasmic?
Well, no, not they're not going to stare at themselves and actually have the orgasm, but it will turn them on.
What about a person who wants to vomit whenever they see themselves in the mirror?
They didn't
Like
cover that.
myself.
Is that you?
Yeah.
In the study.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
And is as vain as it sounds to want to have sex with yourself because you're so hot, it's not narcissistic, apparently. The doctor,
Because it's true.
The doctor said it's very common for people to be aroused by themselves to varying degrees. Some experience it more like an orientation in that they feel more aroused by themselves than by others.
So do they use themselves as a benchmark to compare other people to? In other words, will they not? Does someone have to exceed their own level of beauty to warrant a physical encounter?
I don't know. Another psychologist explains the easiest way to tell if someone is autosexual is from their self-pleasuring habits. If she's picturing herself and thinking about how sexy she is when she's doing that.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Is that how you do it, Kathy?
Stop
She's
it.
obviously an autosexual.
Do you think are you thinking of yourself mostly when you're going at it? I'm asking in the most clinical
Stop
ways.
it.
We're gathering data here. When
listen.
you are there, when you're upstairs, when you've got the device, when it's plugged in properly, you have it in the power strip so it doesn't short out.
Need a surge protector.
Right, or a surge protector. How do you see yourself dressed in your mind?
God, I'm not answering you, but listen, I do think this is very bizarre.
Yeah? They said it's more common than you think. It says if you think you're dating an autosexual, you're probably not, though. It says, according to the original definition of the word by ego analyst Dr. Bernard Affelbaum, an autosexual is someone who has a great deal of trouble responding to someone else sexually, but can respond fairly or very well to his or her own touch.
Have you ever made love to yourself thinking of yourself?
No.
Yeah.
Not that I
I
know
made
of.
love to myself thinking of you.
Oh.
Yeah. And we have to talk.
We do have to talk.
93.3 WMMR.
When you got something in my throat here, gang. When you started that live read, Kathy, I thought you said wait. Oh yeah, because you said Acme hates me food. I thought you said Acme hates me food. That's a pretty bold.
No, I know for a fact that Acme loves food.
No. All right. Yeah, I got I was just eating from
the garbage.
Don't eat from the garbage.
Wilson's Secret Sauce, and there's cornbread, which is fantastic.
Looks so good.
But cornbread gets a little kind of grainy and gritty, and I think I got a little bit in the throat there, and it might make this bizarre file difficult, actually.
Water? You got some water?
I just drank some, but there's some...
You want to smell my candle?
There's some stuck in a... and Kathy hates it when I do that, I know.
What?
So does Bill.
That, my clear throat.
God
What?
damn it.
That's I don't hate it. Bill hates it, and then he asks me about it.
God damn. Has anyone heard of a cough button?
This is a serious question. Do you want to bite in my pretzel? Because sometimes a little bit of bread
He
can help
speaks the truth.
Really?
get to through. Yeah.
Yeah, toss it over.
All right.
Just a little piece. Yeah, spit it over.
Toss it over.
Put it in your mouth first.
Feed me like a bird.
Oh, man.
Oh, there we go.
mic stand.
5-second rule.
3.
5-second rule.
Oh, you can know me. I don't care.
What's in the big tray? Is that?
Is that salmon?
Over there.
No, it's Impossible Cheese Stick.
Oh, you could have had that as well.
Yeah, I know, but he offered me pretzel.
I didn't have that on my side of the console.
And this is cornbread.
Ah,
And those are baked beans.
Is that lunch? Or was that lunch?
cornbread.
By the way, you cannot believe the impact that rye bread has
I
had on
know.
my family. And,
Oh, your family.
Yeah, my brothers are so tickled pink that this might be something that happens with the show from here on out.
It's going to happen.
This
Yeah.
and I was
At
Steve
the
and I were
barbecue.
talking.
Yeah.
Steve and I were talking off air last week or maybe 2 weeks ago, and this is a story that happened 30 years ago. And now it's a thing on our show.
It's become a thing.
And Adam and Josh cannot believe it.
We're going to have a rye bread vendor at the MM barbecue.
But one slice, right? One slice at a
You
time?
can buy one slice of rye bread. Not toasted, not with corned beef,
No.
not grilled, just rye bread.
Just one old man didn't understand the words yard work and thought it was
Rye bread.
You know how the children in the neighborhood walk around offering rye bread.
Steve, I think I shared this with you, Steve, but so Adam is the middle brother, Josh is the youngest, and Adam was doing the speaking for the landscaping company, so he's the one that said yard work, and then the old man goes, rye bread, and Josh lost it. So then Adam had to reel Josh back in because Josh is laughing in the corner at this old man who does not understand the difference between rye bread and yard work.
This old man loves rye bread. This old man is probably dead. All right. Casey's telling me that we need to do the bizarre file now, so we're going to do it now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by
Rye
me, by Rye Bread. A man was arrested after he texted a police officer on accident and told him that he wanted to possibly commit a crime.
I'm sorry, who is this?
On Thursday, a Monterey police officer received a text to his work cell phone from an unknown number, police said, and the text said that he was in Monterey with a gun and wanted to confront a group of people for an unknown reason. The man, later identified as Wesley Langkemp, told police to meet him at North Fremont Street in Monterey. They arrived and they arrested him. In a search of his vehicle, found a loaded Glock, narcotics paraphernalia.
Imagine you're this guy and you can't even imagine how, it's like Minority Report, how did they know I was going to do this?
And he was arrested and booked into the county jail. Here's a story out of Illinois. A Rockford man faces 14 charges after police say he went on a drunken go-kart joyride. Ricardo Jimenez was arrested on Saturday following a brief police chase, all from his Polaris Hammerhead go-kart. Police initially observed Jimenez doing donuts on the Conklin Elementary School baseball diamond and in nearby grass, causing large chunks to be ripped from the ground. He then began driving away from the school before police attempted to pull him over. The maximum speed of a Polaris Hammerhead
150cc is 25 miles per hour. The 29-year-old allegedly ignored police, fled through a stop sign, and drove behind a home, disappearing into a nearby wooded area. Police later saw him run into the home and arrested him as he attempted to leave through the front door. And a field sobriety test issued to Jimenez resulted in multiple DUI charges.
Go-kart driving while drunk.
Was also charged with fleeing and reckless driving. It's funny, only 25 miles an hour. But when you're sitting that low to the ground,
It's crazy.
It feels like you're flying.
Yeah.
Man.
When we do the next Granny Grand Prix, we have to get them drunk.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
That'd be
Yes.
awesome.
Let's do DUI Granny Grand Prix. That's a brilliant idea. All right, dramatic video captured the moment flames shot out of an engine on a flight in North America, leading one terrified passenger to think it's going to go down. The Southwest Airlines flight from Texas was climbing out of William P. Hobby Airport in Houston, and passenger Cole Kalisic said, all I know is it started swinging left and right.
Jeez.
And I thought, I've been on a lot of flights. And he
this
said,
is the last one.
Yeah, he said, I think I fly once or twice a month, and I knew this wasn't normal, so I opened up my window, and I'm sitting next to the engine, and out of the whole engine, you see fireballs shooting out of it.
Wow.
And he said, I'm thinking, damn, it's going to go down. The flight returned to the airport to check out a potential mechanical issue. The aircraft landed safely and was taken out of service, but there was a whole flame shooting out, and they had video of it. In Australia, 3 snowboarders have been injured after a chair detached from a lift at the Thredbo ski resort. 2 women in their 20s suffered back injuries, and a man in his 20s suffered facial injuries after one of the chairs detached.
This is Australia.
Maybe this is Austria.
Yeah.
I don't know. Isn't it winter in Australia right now?
It is.
But
do they have any skiing?
I didn't realize there was snow skiing in Australia.
In Australia at all? That's a good question. I don't have the
Yeah, they do.
They do? Okay.
They have kangaroos in Austria?
Images posted online showed the injured being assisted by members of the ski patrol and a chair lying in the snow nearby.
I'm sorry, I first responded to Austria.
It's believed that the incident happened as a chair reached the top station of the lift and was hit by a strong gust of wind. A storm system that swept through the ski fields on Friday had dumped fresh snow across the mountain.
So where is this again? It's crazy that I didn't even realize that they had this, but what part of Australia?
It's called the Thredbo Ski Resort, if you want to look that up. Thredbo. And the resort released a statement on Saturday confirming that there was an isolated incident affecting a single chair.
It's right next to Presbo.
The incident was caused by a freak gust of wind. There were no major injuries caused, and the 3 gusts involved are being looked after by the team, and no other gusts or chairs were affected.
There's some nice mountains, ski mountains in between Melbourne and Sydney, which I had no idea until just now.
Same thing, Nick. I would never have thought of that.
Steve, there's a national park near there called Alpine National Park, but they have ski resorts.
Okay.
Ski Australia.
And then finally,
it's not too far from Wagga Wagga.
Wagga Wagga.
Yeah.
And what to do?
Yep.
That's a week vacation. When Wagga Wagga's books, we go to Whip to Diddly Do. It's right next to Presbo.
One more story. Viral images, and you guys have probably seen this, showing a single house left undamaged by the wildfire that devastated Lahaina last week have sparked lively online discussions about how it could have possibly survived the conflagration. But its owners say they recently renovated the property, and some of the changes may have inadvertently protected it against a disaster. Dora Atwater Milliken, who owns the red-roofed house with her husband, told Los Angeles Times that they replaced its asphalt roof with a heavy-gauge metal roof and got rid of foliage around the house.
Yeah.
Those factors, plus the property's relative distance from neighboring homes, may have made it less likely to be affected by burning embers blowing in the wind.
It's if you haven't seen it, it literally, there's desolation around this one seemingly untouched house.
Wow. Susie Kocher, the forestry advisor for the University of California Cooper Cooperative Extension, said, I think conspiracy theories can flourish when we don't understand how things happen. She said people generally think that it's a big wall of flames that is catching houses on fire, but often the mechanism is embers that go from house to house.
Yep.
And that may have been what it is, and they just got lucky and partially, and some of the renovations helped out as well. There are also conspiracy theories to say that the trees still shouldn't be standing, and that, I don't know, somehow or another that proves that it was...
We're not going to know fully for a long time.
But I was reading that trees standing after a fire like that is not uncommon at all. but you're just not used to seeing a whole town
this level
burnt down like this.
It's
So,
crazy. It's
yeah.
insane.
All right, and there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment. Don't forget, we have a chance for you to win a Preston and Steve Show themed tattoo from Floating World Tattoo and Piercing on South Street. Text the word tattoo to 39333. We'll be back in a moment. Lesson question, trash, and music news on the way.
Preston and Steve.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Time looking at themselves in the mirror?
I would think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would imagine that is definitely part of it. So.
Well, I don't know who would be like that.
Continuing on the sexual...
More stuff from the sexual world.
Yeah.
The noticer notices everything, even sexual stuff.
All right, this other thing I noticed, and this speaks to a few of the people here in this room.
This speaks to people in this very room.
It does.
The noticer has no pity on you.
Who here does not shower in the morning?
Me.
Nick and Casey.
I don't shower. I shower at night.
Nick, Casey, and Kathy are disgusting.
Marissa, you shower in the morning. No, you're showering right now.
She's big. They're all pigs except for two people.
She's pointing down. No, you shower at night?
She cleans everything but a cooter.
Oh my
That's wretched.
I thought
No,
that was your
shower
man.
at night.
She showers at night as
She
well.
showers at night. Okay, so Steve, you and I are the only morning shower people.
Oh, yeah.
But apparently...
Morning shower people, shower every morning, it's true. Morning shower people, shower for me and for you. It just seemed like a song, didn't it?
A folk song?
Yeah.
Is there a night shower people song?
Night shower people.
That's very similar.
Arrive at work very smelly. Kathy, Nick, and Casey, and little Marissa, too. They all smell so bad, we can hardly take it.
I like when I get up early enough to shower in the morning. I just don't, and I prefer to get that extra 20 minutes of sleep in the morning, and that's why I'll shower.
If you
at
take
night.
a shower before you go to bed, you're fine unless you're a sweat ball. But to me, I use it as much for waking up as I do for anything else.
All right, so tell us what
Morning
is
shower people.
Morning shower people. Shower every morning.
All right, so a recent article at Time.com extols perhaps the single best virtue of evening showering, noting that if you want to improve your sleep, showering at night may be the way to go.
Well, guess what? And this is going to be a surprise. I shower at night as well.
I know you do. And in the morning.
Experts say there's evidence that a night shower can help you drift off.
All right, do you...
Night shower, night shower. We know how to take one. Every night shower, night shower.
Grabbing for the loofah. Getting in the shower.
All right, what were you were about to say?
I was going to ask if you shower fully.
Night shower, night shower.
You do that better than anybody, Steve.
Thank you. I got my higher end back.
Go ahead. What were you going to say, Case?
Do you fully shower both times?
At night and
I
in the
do
morning.
military showers. I have no hair.
Yeah.
That cuts down on a lot of it. However, I at night I take a hot shower, a quick hot shower. In the morning I take a wake up shower.
Okay.
I don't know why I just enjoyed you saying, I have no hair.
It's the goddamn truth.
I just have
In
no
case you haven't
hair.
noticed, the same way Kathy pleasures herself to herself. I have no hair.
Do you guys ever wash your pubes with shampoo?
Oh my God.
Every day. Why?
With shampoo you do?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Not
I do
soap?
No. Toothpaste.
When I'm washing my hair,
You then go downstairs.
I have soap in my hand, so
Right.
use it on your pubes.
He's got soap in his hands. For his nuts, he's got soap in his hands. For his nuts.
This is getting ridiculous. And there are
We
real,
had 3 hours of sleep last night.
and there are real musicians in the green room listening to this.
Are they? Probably.
I don't think they're listening.
We may be inspiring a new song
napping.
from Dorothy. Bedazzled Shimmer Takes Time. La La Land star Emma Stone was the belle of the ball at the Oscars, winning Best Actress, and she's absolutely looking the part. You go back and see the photos, thanks to some seriously hardworking fashion folk. Stone's stylist, Petra Flannery,
that's who I use,
tells people that her custom Givenchy haute couture gown, custom made by Riccardo Tisci, took a mind-boggling 1,700 hours to make.
Oh,
wait a second. Okay.
My God. Wait, I mean, you guys don't like to talk about this fashion stuff, but she had the best dress on at the Oscars. She looked gorgeous.
She did look gorgeous. But Kathy, I thought it was a really beautiful gown, but 1,700 hours.
Well, if you, I mean, there was all kinds of beads on it. The bottom was fringe. I mean, that's all handmade. You know, that's all done by hand.
All right, Miss Fashion Maven here. She also had a lot of the of glitter. It appeared glitter in her makeup. Mm-hmm. Did you notice, like, around the eyes and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Is that stripper glitter thing still happening?
Well, I think that she did it a little bit more glamorously, not so I wouldn't
Not
call
like
it stripper glitter. But she looked great. Whatever she did, she looked gorgeous.
Do you think she's I mean, because Preston, that's your style there.
Yeah,
porcelain skin, red hair.
I think she is pretty. I think once again, some people make her to be this stunning goddess. I just think she's very pretty.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, and she looked good.
Riccardo Tisci says it took over 1,700 hours and a team of 11 from the Givenchy atelier. He said it's a beaded wonder. When you see it up close, it's a marvel of various golden color shapes and sizes.
It's just incredible.
Yeah.
You get closer, it's like, oh my God, it's the Ark of the Covenant. I get weak in the knees. How alien is that world to us?
Oh my God.
We can't even say the names of the places or the designers. I don't know it. I don't know who these people are.
I don't know. I think you'd do great as a commentator on the red carpet.
I mean, who's the guy from Fashion Gunn? Tim Gunn?
Yeah.
It's just crazy. Oh, you dominate.
No, I don't know. I can look and say, oh, you look nice in that, or that looks like crap.
That's pretty.
Pretty much.
I can see your booties.
Yeah. By the way, I finally saw Amy Adams. Holy God.
Yeah.
I mean, she's not that really busty, but she sure looked like it in her dress.
Who looked? Brie Larson.
Yeah.
Did you see Brie Larson?
Yeah.
Whoa.
That was nice.
That's our commentary. Preston, check out the kids. Oh yeah. We should be like you're at the beginning. We don't even have the microphones. We're just yelling down the. Oh!
Yeah.
She's coming your way.
She's coming your way. Nips. What? Nips.
You guys have been kicked off the red carpet so fast.
Brie Larson showing nip.
Steve, the grade scale would be how many of those Marky Mark pows we throw out. I give it 4 pows, man. Yeah. That would be it. Pow! Pow!
Now that's red carpet coverage.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Steve, like on the other end.
Hey, which one? Brie Larson! Ryan Gosling's sister!
Yeah.
Huge kids! I hear you. I'm waiting.
He's yelling over her. Yeah, she's on the way down.
Right here.
The Preston and Steve studio is the arena where the invincible men of Chi-Chi cooking skills await their challenge. Using all their senses, skills, creativity, and succulent delights such as ramen noodles, canned chicken, and Doritos, the Iron Chi-Chi chefs will prepare new, original Chi-Chi never tasted before. Reputations are on the line in the Preston and Steve studio where the Chi-Chi chefs pit their garbage bag creations against one another. What inspiration do our challengers bring? The heat is on. Who will be the Iron Chi-Chi chef?
Wow. All right.
Love it.
And by the way, the winner of the competition will get the coveted Golden Shiv Award. That is correct. Which we have in the corner. Now, to paint the picture, our studio has been completely done up to mimic a prison. So we actually have bars on the windows. We have our various cell blocks, which are numbered and lettered. And we also have what you can and cannot do. There are some rules on the walls as well. In fact, it says privileges. You are entitled to food, clothing, shelter, and medical attention. Anything else that you get is a privilege.
Yes.
And we also have our prison commissary
commissary setup, which is being guarded by a full-size Hannibal Lecter statue that we have in the corner. And he is holding the Golden Shiv Award.
Yes.
And listen, guys, just to be nice, we're also going to throw in a couple of other things. We have some toilet wine that we have over there in the corner. We have an actual toilet in the corner with a jug of wine in it. You'll win that too. And we'll also give you a $100 Visa gift card. So we have our three judges. We have Nick, Michael, and Joe. Let's now meet our contestants this morning. Okay, and their intros are short.
Tuesday morning. Weather-wise, going up to about 80 degrees or so, and slightly less humid, and it's going to be even more less humid tomorrow. Tomorrow's looking like mostly sunny and 82 degrees, and then Thursday we have some morning showers, high of about 78.
I like that.
Yeah, I don't mind it at all. We are going to give away, as a prize for our lesson question, a $50 cash card from Ashoka. Am I saying that correct?
Ahsoka.
Ahsoka?
Yeah.
There's no H in there?
There is an H.
Ahsoka.
Yeah, it's in the other way.
All right, so this is going to be, let's see, you can experience the 2-episode premiere streaming tomorrow.
Today.
Yeah. Only on Disney+. Okay, somebody explain this to me.
The series?
Yeah, they're opening with 2 episodes.
Oh, it's a cash card. Okay. I thought it was I thought it was a restaurant.
Oh,
No. I don't know. I haven't been watching it.
Yeah, it's the new Star Wars show with Rosario Dawson.
That's right. I quit Star Wars.
I know. And so Ahsoka was a character in Clone Wars. Blah, blah, blah. It's a new show.
Okay. Is she the one that has the 2 big things coming out of her head?
Yep. Yeah.
I always liked that character.
And by the way, she was excellent in The Mandalorian, and she did a terrific job. They're saying, Preston, I'm like you. I'm like, I'm almost completely tapped out. The only saving grace was Andor and the Mandalorian first season. This could be a good run. The series looks very promising.
That thing on her head, that's part of her.
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah.
does it move?
I don't
or is it
think
like
so.
hair? Or is it like hair that's the big fluffy
Sorry,
skin?
It's a head vagina.
It's a head vag. Okay. All right, just curious. Thank you.
It is kind of cool, though.
It's very cool. I do like that character. All right, so lesson question. Let's pose this to you. When they were hanging out together at a mass at the Vatican, what instrument did the Pope want Britney Spears to play? 215-263.
This happened.
WMMR. Let's even know the answer to that. All right, when they were hanging out together at a mass at the Vatican, what instrument did the Pope want Britney Spears to play? 215-263. WMMR. Call if you know the answer.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Powered by PGW. Improve the comfort of your home and lower energy bills with the PGW Energy Sense rebate up to $1,400 in savings with new home heating equipment. You can learn more at pgwenergysense.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, speaking of Britney Spears, she decided to put her split with Sam Asghari behind her in a dramatic way by throwing a divorce party where all of the guests were shirtless men. Spears says the Britney you thought you knew is gone. And now when she sings, "Oops, I Did It Again," it means she crapped herself.
Oh. Hey!
Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck celebrating their one-year anniversary by posting never-before-seen photos from their wedding day. Both Lopez and Affleck made special mention of their own personal Cupid, their dear friend Chrysagon, the philosopher of evil.
Oh, my God.
And finally, the American Jewish Committee coming to Bradley Cooper's events saying his prosthetic nose in the new Leonard Bernstein biopic is not offensive and in no way denigrates the Jewish community. The AGC also noticed that Bernstein was proud of his nose and often referred to it as his face Sibian.
Oh.
And that's your Hollywood Trash.
Wife must have loved that. All right, we'll see if somebody knows the answer to this. When they were hanging out together at a mass at the Vatican, what instrument did the Pope want Britney Spears to play? 215-263. WMMR. We'll go to Brian, see if he gets it. Hey, Brian, good morning.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Yeah, bud.
Trumpet?
Trumpet? No, incorrect. Sorry, buddy. All right, we'll go next to Tom, see if he knows. Hey, Tom. Yoo-hoo. Tom, what instrument was it?
Would that be the trombone?
Trombone. You are correct. Hang on, man. We'll get you information. Tom, I'm going to give you that $50 cash card. That's from Ahsoka. And you can experience the 2-night episode premiere streaming today. Only on Disney Plus, by the way.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
This is special.
We'll have to do a sponsor at the end of Music News.
Okay. All right, I'll get to some stories here. We'll begin
This
with...
is special.
Eddie Vedder announced 2 new concert dates. He's going to play Benaroya Hall in Seattle, October 23rd and 24th, and it will be to raise funds for EB Research Partnership. Eddie and his wife, Jill, founded the group along with other parents in 2010 to discover treatments and cures for epidermolysis bullosa. 100% of the money raised will go to research, and tickets are on sale now for that event. This is interesting. Hoobastank is officially a member of the Billion Views Club as the band's music video for the 2004 track The Reason just reached that milestone yesterday on YouTube.
I liked Hoobastank.
Never would have expected that.
Yeah.
The visual for the track, which features current members Doug Robb, Chris Hess, Dan Estrin, as well as original bassist Markku Lapalainen, centers on a woman who continually gets hit by a car.
What?
Each time the woman gets hit, the members of the group try various tactics to prevent the traumatic event from happening over and over again until ultimately she's able to get up and walk away unscathed by the incident. The group captioned a video of them pretending to be unimpressed by the milestone. They said, when we wrote this song and later shot the video, never in our wildest dreams could we have ever predicted the reach, longevity, and connection that it would have with you, our fans and listeners around the world. They said, we hope that it continues to reach people, old and new, for years to come. 1 billion views is incredible. On to the next billion. Thank you all, every single one of you. The Reason was released in 2004. The second single from Hoobastank's sophomore album of the same name. And the track became the group's first and only top 5 hit on the Billboard Hot 100.
That's great for them. The only thing I think of when I hear their name is Laura the Butt.
Yep.
Remember she dated one of the guys?
Oh, that's right.
That.
And also, does anyone know where she is? Is she still like around in the area?
I have not heard forever.
I would love to hear from her. She was like a good friend of ours for a long time.
Right. Former calendar girl. Yeah. Steve, Ray Hildebrand, who was the Paul in the 60s pop duo Paul and Paula, died on Friday in Kansas City. Yeah, he was 82 years old. Hildebrand passed away peacefully and was surrounded by his family. He met his singing partner, Jill Jackson, that was Paula, while attending Howard Payne College. I didn't know that those were assumed names by them.
Neither
that
did
was
I.
a made-up duo group name for them.
Yeah.
Though never romantically involved, Paul and Paula landed a string of songs on Billboard's charts, including Young Lovers, First Quarrel, First Day Back at School, and Something Old, Something New, and their best-known hit, the multi-million seller from 1963, Hey Paula. The main reason I know that song is Animal House.
Yeah. Hey, Paula, I want to marry you.
And that's kind of what I know it from. I have heard it before, or outside of that, but that's where I mainly remember it. The single logged 3 weeks at #1 on the Billboard Hot 100 chart, so it stayed on the top of the chart.
They're cited as a major influence on Hoobastank.
Paul and Paula released 2 albums and a Christmas theme set before disbanding in 1965, with Hildebrand keen to complete his college education and pursue a different musical direction. The pair would remain friends and occasionally reunited for special gigs.
I had no idea. Why would you? I mean, and the names they changed to are kind of generic.
Yeah, agreed. Former KISS members Ace Frehley and Brace Kulick will be at this year's KISS Cancer Goodbye 2. They will perform the KISS Alive 3 album in its entirety. The fundraiser for the American Cancer Society will take place October 13th and 14th in Sarasota, Florida. So those guys are reuniting. We have a clip to play. Steve, you sent this over, and it was Geezer Butler.
Yes.
From, oh my God, I'm having a brain fart.
Black Sabbath?
Black Sabbath, thank you. Apparently, he suffered from depression years ago.
And yes, and he talks about how it really wasn't understood. He's dealt with it all his life, and his memory of how people would react to it is kind of interesting.
Yeah, here we go.
Back then, people were terrified to mention that you might be depressed because you automatically thought you were going to be taken away to a mental hospital. But one day I got a really bad bout of depression, and I went to the doctor, and he said, "Oh, go down the pub and have a couple of pints or take the dog for a walk or something, you'll be all right." And it was like, no, I'm not going to be all right. It doesn't work like that.
Yeah, it was the old shake it off.
Shake it off
thing, which, unfortunately, at that time, not a lot of people knew that it was very serious and very real, and there are other ways to, or they needed to learn other ways to treat it.
To cope with it, yes.
Yeah, so fortunately, he's doing better.
Did you sense he was depressed? Because he lived right near you, right?
Yeah, he was my neighbor, and especially around Halloween, you know. It was supposed to be his time of year, and he just seemed upset.
Geezer, yard work? Did you just say rye bread?
I wish I would have known he actually lived there when I was a kid. I thought it was a rumor. I thought people were full of crap. What would a guy from Black Sabbath be doing living in suburban St. Louis for? Yeah, he did.
Rye bread.
And then finally, there is an interview available for you to see at WMMR.com. The very amazing Sarah Parker. She interviewed David Draymond.
I watched it.
What'd you think?
It's very good.
Yeah,
and he's very talkative.
She gets him to talk, man. Yeah. He touches on subjects like the reason why he would like to collaborate with Taylor Swift. Some things you would not expect from David Draymond.
Yep.
Down with the Sickness trending on TikTok 20 years after its release. The importance of singing live in concert and not relying on crowd sing-alongs to get through the show, and various other things.
I sent you that article, Preston, or there's a video about they took Randy Meisner. Did you get it?
I did, yeah.
They
auto-tuned.
Auto-tune a live performance. It's like, don't do that.
That's stupid.
Enough of that stuff.
Yeah. This is referring to, though, getting the crowd. When you're the singer and you can't hit those notes anymore, and you hold the mic out to the crowd.
Oh, I see. Okay,
to sing along.
I thought they were adjusting it.
No. This is for relying on crowd sing-alongs to get through the show. Apparently, Vince Neil does that now, so they touch on that. All right, and there you go. That's the last bit of information and music news. We have a final bubble in my throat break to take.
Good thing we don't have a meeting today.
We don't? You're right. It's Tuesday.
Yeah.
Tuesday. Otherwise, I'd hear all about it.
You'd really get yourself in trouble.
All right, we will take a break. We'll come back. Oh, by the way, music news has been brought to you by Dermatology Associates of Plymouth Meeting, recruiting for an eczema study to test a topical medication. Ages 2 and older can be registered. Compensation may be available for time and travel. PlymouthMeetingDermatology.com. We'll take a break and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 W.
Guys.
How are you, Tim?
Good. How are you?
Very, very good. Now, we're not going to go into the specifics of everybody's background and how they ended up where they ended up, but how long were you incarcerated?
3 months.
3 months. Okay, so a little bit of time, not a whole lot.
No, but you make a couple Chi-Chis a day, so.
Okay.
So a couple of days. Now, Tim was assuring me. He said, emphatically said, don't dismiss this. Basically, you're going to love the way this stuff tastes.
Really?
Correct, Tim?
I actually emailed Casey and I said I'd like to place a bet with everybody about them liking it because it is top notch, guaranteed.
All right. Yes. Do you still make it even though you're
Not recently. When I first came home, I was making it like every day still. You kind of get used to it and the flavor. And
you miss it.
Yeah.
I got it. Okay.
So.
All right. Well, that's Tim. Let's meet our next contestant, the second Iron Chi-Chi. Welcome, Chris, to the studio this morning.
Thank you.
Chris, how are you?
Doing well. You?
Doing well. And for how long were you behind bars?
24 months to the day.
Wow.
To the day?
To the day.
Wow. So you didn't get out for good behavior then?
Nope.
Okay. But how's your Chi-Chi?
It might be a little rusty. It's been a few years since I've been away on vacation, but it's all still here.
Vacation. No, Chris, the fact that you stepped away from it might breed a little bit more creativity and improvisation.
A little bit. I have been a cook for about 20 years. That was my main profession. And then,
So you're bringing that wealth of knowledge into your Chi-Chi preparation?
A little bit.
Okay.
All right. Fair enough. All right. Well, good luck to you. And let's go over to our final Iron Chi-Chi. This is Mike, everyone. Let's hear from Mike.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, man. How are you,
By the way, sorry for bothering you at work.
Oh, it's okay.
Good. All right,
sorry to bother you on parole.
It's been gone for a long time now. So.
Mike's actually wearing a prison T-shirt, by the way. I don't know if you guys noticed or not. Mike, if you can turn around.
What is DWHCF?
George W. Hill. George W. Hill Correctional Facility.
No kidding.
That's a Delco. Yes. Delco, baby.
What pride.
What pride.
Hold on, they sell T-shirts? or did you make
Oh,
that?
no. I kind of took it with me when I left, even though you're not supposed to.
So you robbed the prison.
You took something on the way out of prison.
You gotta have a reminder to not go back.
Yeah.
So,
but it's not a Marriott.
All right, so for how long were you away, Mike?
a little over 7 months.
Okay.
I did 3 different times. One was a weekend, one was 12 days, and the longest was just over 7 months.
But you had your Chi-Chi experiences and your Chi-Chi preparation skills are up to snuff?
I actually emailed Casey. I told him Chi-Chis aren't even the best thing that they make there. So
Yeah, he said he was going to make a stromboli.
Wow. They call it a wrap in Delco. It's a stromboli in where Tim's from.
Okay. All right. And by the way, these guys all sat in the lobby together for a little while, and so they were sharing stories. None of them served time at the same place. They were all 4 different places.
Perfect. Then we might get 4 different completely. Foods are they're just different regions.
Italian cuisine
that will give you different tastes. So maybe we'll experience that as well. Okay. Are you guys ready to get started?
Yes.
All right. Let's Iron Chi-Chi. Head over to the commissary and get what ingredients you guys need. I see immediately that Tim is going for the cheese puffs and ramen noodles, and Mike seems to be still considering what he wants. Chris has grabbed a lot of macaroni and cheese.
We have enough for everybody of every ingredient. So
So I see Chris took all the ramen noodles.
There's more up there.
That's not right.
There's a whole nother.
That's good. They're sharing as you do in prison.
Yeah, not unlike Iron Chef. I mean, there's a pantry of items that you can go to. Now I see some Cheez-Its are being taken, or no, not Cheez-Its. Is that rice? I believe Tim has some minute rice, instant white rice.
Cheese Whiz.
Cheese Whiz.
Refried beans.
Refried beans. Very good for that Mexican sort of flavor.
We have both Cool Ranch Doritos and regular Doritos.
Did you need beef ramens? Because that's top shelf right there.
Top shelf to
That is top shelf beef ramen right there, buddy.
What are the flavors of ramen we have, Casey?
Just beef and chicken.
Okay.
And did everybody? So everybody has the ramen. Did everybody grab a summer sausage? Is that the common ingredient?
I think they call it a beef stick, Casey.
Yeah, each person has grabbed one.
So they do have beef stick. Yeah.
Case, we know that at least one served in a Delaware County prison. Has anybody served in a Bucks County prison?
I think the rest of them, yeah.
Because I would imagine that's going to be like a higher class Chi-Chi. You know what I mean?
Tim's doing a fist pump.
Buckskull. All the way. I'm looking at Chris. He's got a technique where he's smashing up the cheese puffs inside the bag.
That seems like a common
it all break down, so it's like a cheese sauce, no chunks.
Oh, okay, and you're going to mix that with the hot water?
Correct.
Yep. Okay, all right.
We used to let it sit in the sink and run the hot water over it. That would be the insulation idea he's using, but we're going to have to,
so there's
make it work.
very similar techniques being employed here, but a different selection of menu items, which I think is intriguing.
Oh, you know what? Preston had a question yesterday about smoking in prison. Is it illegal to smoke cigarettes, and do people smoke? Yeah. But you can smell it though.
I can only speak on Bucks, but it is illegal to smoke in Bucks County Jail. People do smoke in the jail. But
if it's an infraction, though, they can send you to jail, can't they?
That's the thing that sucks, is you might actually get arrested.
All right, so if you were to smoke, where would you smoke?
I'm not going to say that you empty the toilet out and then blow the smoke through the pipes and flush the toilet.
Right.
But if I had to take a guess right now, that would be my assumption.
So the toilet is just not for pooping anymore.
Oh, not at all.
It's an oven.
It's an oven.
It's an aeration system.
It's a hot tub at times.
It's a hot tub.
You bored?
Prison sounds great.
Bucks is also known as Bucks County
Country Club.
There we go. She knows.
We have a ripped bag. We have a ripped bag.
We've got more bags. I bought 1,000 of them.
There is. There's a mess all over the place.
Chris is helping out Tim. Cooks are coming together.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. By the way, Tim, that looks disgusting.
But it smells so good.
Does it really?
I swear it does. Although I'm a little. Tim might have gotten some contraband.
Oh, really?
No.
He snuck a packet of sugar over here.
Oh, no.
Casey,
that's allowed?
Sugar was allowed.
All right, that was one of the items. You can get that at the commissary. All right, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to put about a 10. What?
He called me a rat.
Snitches get stitches, bitch.
That's that golden shank.
Don't worry. Nick's already had the butt stuff. It's okay.
So, Mike, let's ask you about what our chefs are going to have here. If you were to describe this dish, what would you say about it?
It's basically like a poor man's mac and cheese.
A poor man's mac and cheese.
Okay.
Like if you took Franken beans and got rid of the beans part and made it with mac and cheese.
Okay.
Our judges, Nick Elmy, owner and head chef at Laurel, Michael Klein, who's been writing about food for a long time, and then Joe, who's actually done some time and had Chi-Chi on several occasions. Nick, what do you think of our first creation from Mike here, the poor man's mac and cheese?
10 for presentation, if we're grading on 10.
Okay.
It's like you took ramen and dumped mac and cheese on top of it with some spicy sauce and some sausage. I don't know. I would like to know what the sodium count is. I could have a stroke.
This is disgusting. I mean, no disrespect, Mike. But
You really sugarcoated it.
It just doesn't seem like there's much to it. The ramen, you did get the ramen soft, which I'll give you credit for, but it's just, yeah.
It's just,
the presentation though was incredible.
Let's go over to Joe, the Chi-Chi master. Joe.
All right. Well, from an inmate standpoint, it's pretty bad.
Okay. We want to get that perspective.
It's wet. It's super wet, and it's not.
Oh, that's right. You like it dry. You said that earlier. Okay.
Mine's pretty short and sweet. Never used the pickles before, so I just have the shredded cheese, some of the cheese whiz, beef stick, ramen, a little bit of hot sauce.
What do you think of this particular Chi-Chi?
Again, it's super wet. This one, there's less taste. It's I'm absolutely convinced that I only ate this stuff because I was starving.
Have you ever had a salt lick?
Yeah. You know what?
With cheese. It's
a salt lick with cheese. That's what you're calling this. All right.
Were you in for assault?
Michael, very good.
Sorry.
All right.
I do appreciate the added texture of what are those nachos at the end?
The little bit of the jalapeno chips I put on.
Perfect.
Love it. Take it over the edge a
Beautiful
little
touch
bit.
right
Little
at the
extra.
end. It does taste like someone found noodles and put the movie cheese on top of it. But I mean, it's yes, I like it a lot.
Okay, he likes it a lot.
Really?
Wow,
Those words
dude,
came out of your mouth?
Chris, write that down. Nick Elmy of Laurel says, I like it a lot.
Tim is garnishing the dishes.
Yep, and Marissa is handing them out now. So we'll start this time. We'll let the judges say WVH won't back down or don't back down. Yeah, don't back down. That's it. I was thinking Tom Petty.
I won't don't back down.
10:45, and we are coming to the end of our program on this Tuesday morning, kind of a Monday for us, but
eventful, yes,
very eventful. I would like to thank Mr. Casey Boy for helping to spearhead the Marisa Magnata 40th birthday festivities, which took place live on the air here. We spoke to actor Ethan Embry, who is in one of Marissa's all-time favorite movies, which is Empire Records and also That Thing You Do.
Yep.
And he's in Sweet Home Alabama, and actually in Dutch. He's the kid in Dutch.
He's in Dutch.
We didn't even really touch on that. But very nice guy, and Casey reached out to him and he said, absolutely, I'll call in for Marissa's birthday. Of course, anything, especially her 40th birthday. And then we had the band Sidearm come in, and we did a punk happy birthday to her. And then Casey sang a song. I played drums on it, and we had fun. And Sidearm continued to serenade her in our performance area, which is separate from the studio, which is how we were able to do it and surprise her. Right. Because otherwise, if she were to come in here and see everything all set up in our studio, she would have said, what the hell? What the F's going on? What the hell's wrong with you people? And so we did that. And thank you to Wilson's Secret Sauce, Steve and Wilson, for supplying the catering this morning for Marissa's birthday. All vegetarian, friendly stuff, and pescatarian, some because there is some salmon in there. And there was some brisket, too, for Casey.
Brisketarian.
Are you a brisketarian? Casey's a brisketarian. Oh, my God, I love it. So that was all really cool. Am I forgetting anything from Marissa's birthday?
Who did the cake?
Everybody.
Yeah. Much needed bake. Dude, this, by the way, this cake, I think it weighs like 10 pounds.
It's like the densest cake you've ever...
It looks amazing.
I haven't seen it yet. Casey's going to go out. He's running into the Acme Lounge real quick and going to bring that in so we can take a peek at it. But he was talking about bringing it in and the fact that it weighed so much. So I want to see this.
My,
I want you just to.
Is somebody Siri talking?
Yeah,
it happens.
I hate my Siri.
Hold that. Okay. I
just want you to feel
hold this.
All right, now stroke it.
Yeah, yeah, dude. That thing weighs a ton. Wow.
Yeah.
It's a good looking cake.
So Candace Sammartino, she's friends with Steve Wilson.
Bruno's sister.
Answered the bell just like everybody else, and they're from Much Needed KNEAD.
Oh,
Much
needed.
Needed.
I love
Bakery.
it.
Excellent.
That's a masterpiece, that cake.
It weighs a ton.
Yeah.
So thank you very much. And thank you to Sting.
Yeah!
It's Sting on the show this morning, and he was absolutely delightful. I was so happy with the way that conversation went. So that's really cool. And Sting is coming to town. He and Shaggy, which, by the way, if you've not heard any of that music of them together, it works.
Yeah.
It's great. With Sting's, kind of reggae calypso feel, Shaggy's a perfect marriage for it. It's wonderful.
It's going to be a great concert, festival concert, sort of. But all the artists are amazing, and G Love's on the bill as well.
Yeah, it's called the One Fine Day Festival at the Man, Saturday, September 9th. And there are 2 stages, and yes, G Love and Special Sauce will be one of the bands, plus Thundercat and many more. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster. Complete details at WMMR.com. So that was excellent. We're very happy about that. Pierre Robert is here. Hey, man.
Good day. Sting has done some really great collaborations with people. A couple of years ago, it was Sting and Peter Gabriel that toured together, and I missed it, and everyone said how amazing it was.
I'll bet.
Yeah, fascinating guy.
2 great front men who have awesome material to play.
Indeed.
Nice.
By the way, want to thank you, Steve, for putting together the Alpha K9 Bravo. No, Alpha Bravo. How do you
Alpha
say
Bravo K9. I was just part of it, but yeah, it's for Jen Green, Alpha Bravo K9, and it was at the White Dog Cafes. Thank you so much, Pierre and Nick and Andrea for going and Kristen Herman for going down to the Wayne location. We heard it was hopping. I was at Glen Mills.
I couldn't believe it. I mean, I walked in. I thought it would be an okay crowd to a decent crowd. The place was jam packed on a Monday night for Restaurant World. That's quite something.
Yeah. I love the place to begin with. Yeah, and then the whole dog motif and everything. And
the dog motif is amazing.
Great.
And they had the puppies that you could pet on the way in, and all kinds of other cool swag. And it's such a great cause to train these dogs for veterans who need them. So I salute you for being involved in it, and it was so much fun and a great time.
There was a service dog there last night, and he was wearing one of those vests that says "Do not pet," and I have a really hard time
Me too.
adhering to that rule. And I know you're not supposed to, and I read it, and I'm like, I don't do it. But like, he wants to get pet right now. He clearly needs a friend.
Right.
I'm going to snuggle him.
You can always request, and then they can take them off the clock, basically. But once the vest comes off, then it's funny to watch them change completely.
Right. Yeah.
So Jen Green had one of the pups in training at Glen Mills.
Oh, cool.
And so, you can see her saying, there was a picture where the dogs were going to face forward. And she's giving the commands, and the young puppy's not reacting quite the right way, and so she's patiently getting. No, we're going to do the picture right with her facing forward. It was just great to see. That's the same precision you need when that dog goes into service of a veteran who's dealing with stuff. It's an amazing thing.
Do they use certain breeds?
Yes.
I think I saw a yellow lab. I thought it was a golden at first, but the hair was shorter, so I think he was a golden lab.
Ones that just respond better to that training and are more intuitive. So it was a great night, though.
A great night. So thank you for that.
Excellent. Shall we do the letter of the day? Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter.
S as in Saturday.
All right, and we have a pair of floor tickets for the event, which we are presenting, Greta Van Fleet Starcatcher World Tour. And it's on Tuesday, September 19th, Wells Fargo Center, plus a backstage tour and a guitar signed by the band. Tickets
Starcatcher
are on sale now via Ticketmaster, and complete details at WMMR.com. What's up on the program, man?
We got Ghost tickets. They're coming this week to the FM Center. Also, we will have Alice in Chains, and we will have Led Zeppelin. Robert Plant had a birthday over the weekend. And we will do a block of a nice punk rock band by the name of Rancid for the lovely punk rock Marisa.
That's
one of her favorite bands and one of mine, too. So we'll rock it out.
Love it, man. All right, we have to give away our Tattoos Day. We were looking for a winner, and we found it. It's Patty Zlakowski from Bensalem, Pennsylvania. Patty is going to get a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing to get her Preston and Steve Show themed tattoo. And, of course, you can find them at 1729 South Street in Philadelphia. For artwork samples, you can visit floatingworldtattoos.com or check them out on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos. Let me thank our sponsors, Preston and Steve Show. Brought to you today by Duncan. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. And also brought to you by Meineke for tires, brakes, batteries, exhaust systems, and more. Meineke doing car care right. Tomorrow on a program, Wednesday, Secret Text Word, Fox Good Day, and a couple of guests. Paula Poundstone will join us, and Jason Mewes.
How about that?
Will be on as well, so it should be a good time. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. See you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.